been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you I'm flying. When I'm with you I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side, yeah, yeah. When I say it I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. It feels like home. Oh, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Oh, every time we touch, it feels like home.
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. That's my head boss, head boss.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Get ready? Yeah, ready. 3, 2, give me. Go. Last one. And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back to the OWCS. This is day 1 of our regional playoffs. We will be covering both the EMEA and NA. And of course, I'm not using the royal we. No, I am in fact joined by Matt and Jake to break it all down here in our EMEA region. Guys, how are we feeling today?
I mean, I feel great. I'm excited for these games. EMEA has been a ton of fun to cover with Jake here throughout stage 1. Seems like we do have some teams that are pretty strong at the top, but hey, there's a fair chance for everybody. Fair chance for everybody.
Yeah,
Is it a fair chance for everybody?
It doesn't seem like many teams have much of a chance against Twisted Minds. I mean, we'll talk more about that as the show goes on, but 15-0 in maps in the regular stage. No one in the EMEA could even take a map from them. Yeah. Now we're in playoffs when this team tends to look even stronger. So definitely a scary team at the top. VP also not too far behind them, but that's really your goal as another team in EMEA. Can you get that second slot?
It is indeed. Now we've of course had 3 weeks of our 6-team round robin to be played. Now we're down to 4 teams for the playoffs. Twisted Minds ended up on top, as we already said, with Virtus.pro firmly in second. Though there is a tier gap between Twisted Minds and literally everyone else. Then GK and Katillaa, they ended up in the 3rd and the 4th seats respectively. Jake, what is your main takeaway other than Twisted Minds just continuing to be so dominant?
I mean, I think Twisted Minds' incredible dominance almost obscures the fact that this region is really strong top to bottom. Like, a lot of these teams are really impressive and maybe in the past could have topped regions, have qualified to international lands. I think this is one of the hardest regions to qualify out of right now. Like, TM and VP are setting such an incredible standard, but GK and Katillaa look like good teams. Like, they are bringing the heat in some of these matches. Even Anyone's Legend and Team Peps are serious opponents. Like, this is just a crazy stacked region, and it's going to be an interesting playoff because teams really have to think about how the heck they're going to try to qualify with competition like this in the region.
That's right. Now, if we're looking at our bracket, of course, Twisted Minds coming out on top in the standings. That means that they got to pick their opponent. They went with Katillaa, which leaves Virtus.pro with GK. Any surprises there, pick-wise? I mean, I guess, Matt, it doesn't really matter for Twisted Minds.
Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter, right? I mean, but they do get to pick the, what they deem is like the weaker opponent, right? So they force, GK to go play up against VP there. Maybe, something wild happens in that game and they get Katillaa in round number 1. But with the way that Twisted Minds has looked, like, it kind of doesn't matter who they play. Like, yeah, I love how you said that the VP kind of like solidified second. It's like, yeah, they're definitely in that match. Not really not really a contender with Twisted Minds just yet. They've been unreal.
Yeah,
so chances of them meeting in the finals is pretty high then, Jake, right?
Yeah, you got to expect that rematch is coming surely at some point in the playoff. I mean, those two teams, it's hard to see them dropping to other opponents. And for VP, I think, as much as, you still look pretty good compared to the other opponents, you kind of need to be putting up a stronger fight against TM. If TM are just going to 3-0 you every time you meet, it puts a pretty hard ceiling on what your potential is in an international competition. And for Twisted Minds, they are very much putting their stamp right now on EMEA Overwatch and saying that they're still the team to beat, probably still the team to beat in the world. Remember, this is still the world champion squad. They have to sort of be looking at this EMEA competition as just a warm-up, just an appetizer, because they are looking to claim more international trophies. They want to stay on top as the #1 team in the world. JWoo unleashed on this world champ squad is crazy. Like, that is another level of power and something that, like, they've done exactly the right amount of change to continue to grow as a world champion team, which is kind of a hard, hard place to be. Like, do you change a lot and try to really progress? Do you just, maybe make a little tweak here and there? I really think they made a great move bringing JWoo to this team.
Which is crazy because they've already been such a dominant roster, and then they just replace an incredible player with an even more incredible player. So yeah, a wealth of riches over for Twisted Minds. Now, of course, they are on cruise control heading into the finals and the playoffs. We expect them to make it through. The top 2 teams will be making it through and will be heading to the Champions Clash. That means we're almost more than halfway through our stage 1 schedule, right? With the open qualifiers done, regular season round robin done, 3 weeks of play there, and now we have one action-packed weekend for EMEA and NA in the playoffs. And as I said, the top 2 teams will then be heading to face off against international competition in Tokyo, Japan.
I mean, that's going to be an awesome time. I mean, you kind of see, Crazy Raccoon, right? They kind of win last year. The Overwatch has changed a lot since this event. Back last year in Hangzhou, right? You went back to this one, you would have never have thought. I believe it was, Alcad was there, but they weren't playing Ziad. They were playing Tread at the time. This was like when VP was like the best team in EMEA, and a much different roster. Everything's kind of flipped on its head.
Now, if we're looking at the playoff dates here, we're kicking things off in EMEA and NA, and then it's several weeks for the EMEA and NA qualifiers to just kick back, relax, watch the competition. Is that an advantage for them? Does it matter at all? What do you feel like, Jake?
I think they're going to just stay grinding on it. I mean, this is a group where once you sort of set that elite top teams apart in terms of the qualifiers, we've seen, I've been hearing that a lot of EMEA and NA teams are actually screaming each other despite the ping difference. So to really try to push both regions to be at their peak. So I don't know that it's an advantage or a disadvantage. I think every team around the world is going to be putting in maximum effort. Like, interest in Overwatch is kind of at a recent all-time high, and the game is at a really exciting place. So, I think for all these teams, they're going to be very motivated to have a big showing here at Champions Clash.
Matt, you had some things to say there in rehearsals about the up-and-coming region that is Korea.
Yeah, obviously, they're kind of shaking in their boots, watching all our teams here in EMEA, and maybe if they're bored, they watch a little bit of NA. But yeah, I mean, look, those playoffs are going to go on for ages. I mean, they have like a new hero, Sierra, that got announced yesterday. Like a bunch of balance changes kind of coming down the line. Those playoffs will be quite interesting. Maybe some odd results come out of it.
Yeah, everything's possible in the world of Overwatch. But we do get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's take a look at today's schedule and what awaits as we're kicking off day 1 of our EMEA playoffs. We're starting with Twisted Minds against Katillaa, and then we're moving on to Virtus.pro, who will be facing off against GK Esports. After that, of course, North America has a stacked lineup right after EMEA, with Dallas Fuel versus Lunex and Space Station Gaming versus Team Liquid. That will all happen in just a few hours. But before we get into our matches today, can I ask for your kind support for the Champions Clash with the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundling? Mega bundling. I wanted to say dazzling right after, but let's go with mega bundling. Why not? I mean, look at the goods though. Dazzling new skins, name cards, icons. We're even doing a giveaway. That's right. Don't want to drop your coins in it. You might just get luck if you scan the QR code you're seeing on your screens right now. And this beautiful bundle could be yours. It is honestly such a sick bundle though. Look at these skins. This bundle alone will make these 3 heroes meta again.
I don't know if that'll happen.
Man. Like, Wu Yang is ripped, all right?
Yeah.
Like, he's been grinding in the lab. Lil bro,
in
no
my
more.
parts of the world, gold. Reinhardt has never left, so still going strong with this bundle
Reinhardt
now.
is a big boy. I mean, you see how wide he is? I mean, he's...
Yep.
I don't even know how he fits through doorways. He's like the size of Life Weaver and Wu Yang combined sideways.
The life of a giant. The life of a giant. It's not relatable for the likes of you and I.
Johnny
Matt,
has those problems.
Vertically challenged. Yeah, Johnny definitely has the problem. Twisted Minds, also the giant of the region. They probably struggle with doorways as well. Let's talk about that and about their dominance, because they've not dropped a single map so far against any of the teams in the EMEA, which is crazy. In fact, they haven't even dropped a series since last year's World Finals, and they're currently holding a 42-5 map record over a, 13-match win streak. I mean, for them to even drop a map would almost be shocking, which is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, they feel like they're just gonna kind of like run through this playoff, right? I mean, you know, if you were out there and like trying to make the take that they could like, you know, potentially not even make it to Champions Clash, which is an absurd thing to even do, you would have to be banking on them losing more maps in the next 2 days than they've lost in like months, which is just not.
They'd have to lose one
not
map.
going to happen.
It'd have to start with the first map.
Yeah, it'd have to start with one.
Yeah, like so it's just like a crazy team to be betting against.
Yeah.
You know, this is a team that is their mind is going to be on that trophy in Champions Clash. It's not just about qualifying. It's about being world champions, about holding on to that title, and the firepower to do it. This roster is just absolutely unreal. I mean, we talk a lot about the DPS line, but this support line, for my money, best in the world. You know, Funny Astro on the main support role, Simple on the flex support, but both have the incredible flexibility to play anything that they could want in this hero ban era. This is a very much a team of the moment, and they've only gotten stronger from their previous international showing. So I think they're the odds-on favorite to stay world champions and win Champions Clash. So this EMEA playoffs should be a walkover for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty obvious the last 3 weeks of play that you can't target ban a single individual on this roster. They've been very, very flexible. They've already been flexible last year. They kind of can play everything on such a high level that you just kind of have to catch them off guard, right? Now, Katillaa, obviously a dominant force last year, heading into 2026. They're coming into the season with a brand new roster. They made it to the playoffs, though, with wins over Anyone Legend as well as Team Peps, but they were stomped 3-0 by Twisted Minds literally just a week ago, which might still be, you know, sitting in the bones.
I mean, I think this is a really difficult like task for any team against Twisted Minds. I also think it's like specifically really tough for Katillaa, because this is a team that we've talked about. Like, look, like they obviously have a lot of potential. These players have played at a incredibly high level for a while, but it's a team that kind of, it feels like just kind of thrown together from players from all different teams and regions, and they were going to need some time to gel. So like having them have to play against TM here at the beginning of the playoffs, not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not a spot that any team wants to find themselves, playing this match off the rip. However, I've been impressed by some of the components of this team. I think Aiden, Taejong on the DPS lineup have shown big moments. It's great to see Surmajed back in the mix competing. I mean, people forget that he has historically had really great career results. Was riding the bench for a while on Falcons, and it was sort of a meme for a while. But the guy can hang, and he's a strong player. He brings Bastola in with a lot of trust on this lineup in a meta that is good for them. TM, like we've been saying, it's really the opponent they're up against that makes us feel that this is such a difficult task. But the individual players, I just want to see big moments from them. I want to see players popping off, and really it's about going deeper into playoffs. If you can win a map here, right, that is a statement to other teams that maybe you are improving, you are gelling just in time.
Yeah, and it's a double elimination bracket, right? So even if you are losing this match, which pretty much is expected if you're going up against Twisted Minds, you do have the opportunity to run through the lower bracket, face them in the finals, and that also means you're in the top 2. And therefore, you will be qualifying for the Champions Clash. Now, if we're looking at Preds, I keep this simple. I don't think we need to explain that. It's Twisted Minds all the way for me. Like, I don't even see them winning a map here over them.
Yeah, I mean, I went with Twisted Minds as well. The only thing that makes me sad is that their series are so fast and it makes it difficult to get the drops. So that's the only bad part about Twisted Minds at the moment to me.
Yeah, come on. This one should be pretty obvious from the way we've been talking about it. This is easy TM 3-0. You know, for their opponents, it's going to be about scrapping anything back, showing resilience. You know, this would be a generational fumble if TM were to lose this series.
7% of our audience does believe in Katillaa, so we do love the support.
Those people just have extra channel points to gamble. They're like, you know what? Like, hey.
That's a value bet, though.
Yeah.
They're gonna cash in if this one is gonna come out the way they predict. Alas, we here on the desk do not think so, but proof's in the pudding. Let the teams play. Let's see what they have in store for us, guys. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And you know, as we're gonna get into this one, it would be epic considering the scope of the dominance that TM have shown. I mean, 3-0 over every other team, and now with only 6 teams in OWCS in each region, right? Like, there are no bad teams, really. Like, any of these teams would crush a lot of the opponents, you know, in another division. It's not like last year where, oh yeah, some of these teams are kind of, you know, they're not maybe as invested, they're not practicing as hard. No, every team is grinding at this level, and for TM to sort of bat them all aside with ease, you know, it sets the stage for more championship performances from this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they're just unreal, right? Li Sheng Tower, the start here for Twisted Minds. It also looks like actually TM gave the ban over to Alcad. So looks like they pick Li Sheng, they give the first ban away. Katillaa gets rid of Diva, and it looks like the Alari bans to targeting that support line. For Katillaa that we've talked about, right? A lot of, you know, the kind of strengths of that is potentially playing the double flex. You wouldn't necessarily play it here on Li Sheng Tower, but, you know, for TM, just taking that potential off the table is worth it there in, you know, map number 1, right? They probably don't really feel like there's something that specifically they need to target.
I actually really like this. I mean, we saw this from Dallas Fuel in North America, and I think it would have been a really smart move for Alcad to bring like a greedy double flex comp, you know, maybe on Night Market that on Iari can be a really effective strat. And I think for TM, they're like, let's play a Rush Mirror. We would like to play a Rush Mirror. And it's hard to blame them for that. I think this is if they play in their comfort zone, I don't think they really care what Alcad throw at them.
Jake, do you know how fast you would go broke going to Vegas with the 7% of people that put their channel points on Alcad?
Honestly, if it was like 2%, I might have been willing to make the value bet.
Those people
is way too high.
Yeah, that got to be a fun group that's making those channel point wagers there. So Katillaa actually comes out here with the Maga. So we've seen a little bit more Maga as of late. So it'll be a Maga Pharah comp with an Emery in the mix. So really trying to maybe like poke down some, you know, of the players on the opposing side of TM, as TM is just going out with this, you know, all aggression setup, right, with JWoo being able to get the bubbles and go on in.
A lot of poke from this Katillaa squad still. Kills are traded already. Pistola trying to stay healthy on the point. Taejong putting some nice spam down, and TVNT drops low. Eventually gets boxed out by Aid. Ooh, Quartz finding this kill would be huge. Taejong great play on the cover there. So JWoo's really nice opening fight.
Yeah, I mean, JWoo's in the corner there just trying to like hold on for a little bit, but just getting poked out with rockets. So that's a really actually good start for Katillaa. They come out with this comp, just kind of poking them down at range. You know, some of the splash damage from Taejong, putting down damage into JWoo was on the Vendetta, and now we're going to go over the Tracer. Can't really kind of find any targets on the Vendetta to go after.
I mean, fun's over, Matt. JWoo on the Tracer. This is going to be a really punishing pick. Quartz already opens up onto Aid, and TVNT steps up, forcing the pressure on point. Pistola's going to have to hold on to this, but he doesn't have much support behind him. He's going to send it down mid instead. And with that shout, he's staying healthy, but ultimately turns against him. TVNT biding his time, playing his health pool, and it's all clean up in the field here for TM. I think this is a perfect Tracer swap from JWoo.
Oh, I mean, totally agree, right? You know, you go over to the Tracer here, you can put a little bit more pressure on the Pharah. Taejong, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, you're going to see a swap here over to the Vendetta. So they actually now want to play the Vendetta Zarya on Katillaa side. So maybe thinking they can get at least like a window of an opportunity here in this next fight coming up where they have an advantage. But love the swaps there from Twisted Minds. They flip the point on back.
Here comes Quartz, override protocol in. You're just trying to kite out of this one. Cleanse is good, but it's not good enough. Now into the spawn. Gala does get the trade onto Quartz with a helpful damage from Taejong, but that late kill onto the Vendetta means TM are going to be back at full strength to hold this point. I do think Katillaa are going to be able to break this initial choke for free, though. TM probably going to wait for that hit scan to take a fight.
Yes, Taejong now going to go over Tracer as well. So it's going to be like a Tracer matchup here as Jaewoo already just going to put some pressure onto the Tracer from Katillaa, get it back spawn out. It's going to be a consuming rush from Twisted Minds into the orbital rate that Gala's going to have, but it's going to be a sound barrier here from Bunny Astro trying to protect everybody from as much of this override protocol as he can. But a nice shot from Aid, though, taking out Astro in the sky.
Yeah, there's something to be fought for, but in the end, you got a high energy Zarya TBNT. Vestola already dropped to the pressure of that grab, so the late tank swap has a cost associated with it. TM now holding onto the point at 70%. And of course, these late kills are really going to bite given the minimal block that OWCS are working with.
Man, you see Taejong trying to put some pressure on a Quartz, but you know, Jaewoo here, Funny Astro as well. The Tracer just
they're going to go
so careful. Yeah, they're going to wrap around to the spawn here, try and catch him off guard.
Yeah, great pressure. Jaewoo follows up on Quartz's damage call there on Gala. And Katillaa, they're forced to come touch the point. TM, beautiful strategic play here. They get a quick pick off on the Lucio. Yes, you probably give the point flip, but now, oh, you're in a 3v5 against Twisted Minds, and it's already over, man.
I mean, well, what? They had to go and contest the point, right? Nothing they could really do there to kind of keep this one rolling and potentially kind of get into OT, but yeah, you're not setting yourself up for a great last fight. Gala trying to wall ride, get there, maybe kind of contest. He gets taken out. Vestola falls as well. So this should be Twisted Minds putting away the first round.
Yeah, great strategic dominance from TM there. That aggro push into spawn, putting Katillaa between a rock and a hard place, right? You got to come touch that point. It's overtime. You have no choice in the matter, but that ends up leaving players behind, and TM get cleanup kills on the rotate. So textbook control round from Twisted Minds. All it took was one Tracer swap, and they really resolved the counter comp that Katillaa threw at them. So Katillaa definitely trying to be cheeky, right? And I think that's the right approach. I really don't think you want to play the heads-up mirror. But will it be enough? I mean, Twisted Minds, nothing has really thrown them for a loop so far this stage. I mean, and much less in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was pretty interesting from the start from Katillaa, right? Coming out with like this Maga Pharah base comp, but it seems like Twisted Minds just knew exactly kind of like what to do against it. So TM's not going to try the Vendetta off the rip here. They're going to try the Pharah of their own. It's Vestola back over to the Maga. So they really want to try and make this Maga work with, you know, the Juno Kiri. The one thing that they kind of got stuck on last round, Jake, was like Gala ended up having to stay on the Juno for so long. He had the orbital ray, like felt like he needed to use it, but like you didn't have that sound barrier at the end, like, and the speed from Funny Astro was just so impactful.
Full out from Vestola. Great hold on the rocket there. Baits the blink out, finds the connect onto Taejong. Quartz finishes it off. And another mid-air here from Jaewoo. And I mean, this point is easily in the hands of TM. Jaewoo, just immaculate play on the Pharah, understanding the matchup perfectly. Pretty much crushes Taejong in that one.
Yeah, now for Katillaa, it's like, what do you do, right? I mean, Vestola's going to go over and play the Zarya. You're going to play the Zarya with the Juno in Kiri as well. So still trying to maybe play around that orbital array. So Taejong will be able to get a point, so maybe he'll just kind of like drag some players off. But you see how much damage he's taking, whether it be from the Pharah or the Emre, just getting poked out and being forced away from the point. It's going to be 30% already for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the walk-up is painful, and look at the aggression from Quartz and Funny Astro here, just taking any opportunity they can to put pressure here on Katillaa. Now a step up onto the point with the override protocol. Zarya caught in no retreat for Vestola, and he's just out of gas. The rest of the team really can't assist that, but with their life. Quartz is continuing the aggression, swarming him forward. He's going to trade out, but I expect to see a full cleanup here, and yes, it comes. Quartz really putting the screws to Katillaa. I mean, every opportunity with this Emre, he is just absolutely in there, in the thick of the fight. We sort of think of this guy as a backline hit scan player, but yeah, he is showing that he's more than willing to dance at close range.
Quite aggressive on the Emre, and you know, there it was a really difficult thing for Vestola, right? He steps up onto the point, bubble used, and then he gets kind of booped around the corner into the override protocol. To be Kitsune rushes from both sides here. Jay will end up using this barrage, putting down some damage. Vestola dangerously low. Oh, Gala low as well. They use the override protocol. Not able to keep their Zarya alive though, Jake, and feels like this has gone from bad to worse here for Katillaa.
Yeah, this round pretty much looks over. I mean, maybe Taejon can touch the point, but TVMT has grab. He could go for a cheeky overtime deny. I don't think he is probably going to look to take any risk because the way this game is going, you've got beaten grab. It's hard to see Katillaa outfighting that. The bubble, though, does get Taejon a solid touch on the point, but it grab onto Vestola. Big problem. Zarya already hitting the deck, and TM send it with the beat.
Yeah, it's going to be the orbital ray on the point here. Kind of last-ditch effort for Katillaa, but I mean, sound barrier plus grab. Vestola never really to get anything rolling on this Zarya for Katillaa, and Twisted Minds dominant as ever here in our first map.
Just it's merciless, Matt. I mean, they gave no quarter to their opponent. And
like, how many hours do you gotta get those loot boxes, bro? Like, do they kind of like what's the deal here? I mean,
they are not thinking of the fans drops. I promise you that, Matt. They are thinking about lifting a trophy in that coming tournament, and this is the type of performance that'll get you there. Quartz, almost 10k damage in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, this one was at least the early round, right, on Lijiang Tower. That one was kind of like, you know, back and forth, right? You know, maybe they were gonna kills exchange on both sides. Round number 2 though was like that was quite ugly. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, a lot of them going to be Twisted Minds just kind of pushing Katillaa back to the spawn. And I just think, Jake, like even with some nice adjustments from Katillaa, like Twisted Minds just always had the answer.
I'm not gonna lie, Matt. I mean, you won the first fight on Control with the cheese comp, and you didn't win another fight.
And
like,
that was about it.
That's
yeah.
like, I mean, for TM, it's like that first fight they lose. Okay, I go Tracer. Now we win. And I mean, even the Pharah will look even better from Jwoo. And Pharah is actually a hero that I think has a real place in the meta. Like, I don't know that she's going to be played all the time everywhere, but I think having a Pharah as good as Jwoo is a massive asset. I also got to hand it to Simple, finding these crucial headshot kunai on so many important kills. Like, I really am curious if we did like a damage per minute check on all the carries. I think Jwoo, or rather, I think Simple is top of the line there. Like, he finds so many of these crucial headshots, setting up the DPS and the tank for success.
Yeah, I mean, the backline from Twisted Minds is just so good. And you look at them like, you know, potentially like best in the world type, because they're so flexible. And I think it's obviously, you know, the skill of Simple on all those different, you know, heroes that we've known him to play. I know we've seen him play like some of the Zen last year, if you remember. Like, they would.
Dude,
play
I would
on, like,
love
Ilios.
to see Simple
like,
back on the Zen.
That was some crack stuff from him. And I will say as well, like, Bunny Astro has like grown so much as a player over the last like few years, right? Being able to play some of these other heroes outside of Lucio at a really high level, which is important for this team.
Yeah, I mean, in this era of Overwatch, right, you can't be a one trick. It's just not viable anymore. You get attacked by bans. So it's definitely an asset for the team. It feels like there's no comp they can't play. But when they get to play the Lucio Curie, yeah, you don't feel good about that. It's like,
no.
banning those heroes isn't going to really destroy this team, but it feels like you almost need to just to have just to be able to play the game, right, from a macro sense.
Yeah, and I mean, though obviously here in the EMEA playoffs, a lot I know working towards, and then I know NA a little bit later in the day. But make sure you guys follow us, the Overwatch Esports accounts on all platforms. You know, I mean, there's so many social platforms right now. I have like half of them. I won't go towards, you know, I haven't gotten to TikTok yet, but we're on TikTok, we're on YouTube, Twitch, obviously here. We'll make sure you're following. Make sure you have your notifications on, because we have a lot coming on, right? Like, so we showed like there's like, you know, 4 or 5 other regions doing playoffs after this. We obviously have Champions Clash, a lot of awesome Overwatch esports stuff coming on the horizon.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. And with the game, you know, changing as fast as it has been recently, it feels like there's always something new being thrown at you in competition.
Yeah, like Alec was, I think they had like a vlog that went up a little bit earlier today. Like while we were doing the rehearsal, I was like, whoa, wait, that's a lot coming. And then you kind of see the date. It's like, hey, that's next week. It's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, so much awesome stuff going on with the game and the esport as a whole right now. So make sure you're kind of locked in, following us on all these different platforms. You can also follow me and Jake as well. That's okay. As we'll go to Atlas here for the next map. Jake doesn't really post anything, so don't follow him, just me.
Oh, come on now, Matt. You're going to throw me under the bus like that?
Hey, I'm trying to set up the next map. Hold on a sec. So Katillaa here, they will take us to Atlas. what do you think about this decision here? Like this, you can play some like Mog on this map. Like maybe we see them try and ban like a. Do they want to try and get rid of the Zarya maybe and try and play some of that Maga setup?
Yeah, I feel like you got to ban Lucio maybe if you're gonna go to Flashpoint. You know, if you, I mean, to be honest, Matt, I'm not seeing the ban that does it for them. Like, you know, like I against some teams, I'm like, oh yeah, they really, this is their style. And maybe the Lucio Curie is sort of the ban direction you look at here. Maybe you want to save a Curie ban for another map, like, you know, think about like a hybrid or an escort where you can pull out something like the Ilariana, that like double flex style is like, I think probably the best chaotic move you could throw at TM. But here on Atlas, you know, it's awkward because you ban Lucio Curie and Twisted might just go Juno Brig and basically run the exact same style at you with a twist. And it's not like it really changes anything about their power level. I guess you'd rather have Simple and Funny Astro on Juno Brig where they can't carry as hard, and they agree with that. They're gonna they're gonna ban
get rid of
Lucio.
Yeah, but then on the other side of things, right, that TM gets rid of the Maga. So I was like, oh, maybe that would have been, if you get rid of Lucio, right, they could have continued to play the Juno Kiri that we saw them do in map number 1 with the Maga, but now it's gonna have to be without the Maga as a TM. That's a fairly easy read. They get rid of it.
Yeah, we'll see if taking Funny Astro off to Lucio is enough to slow Twisted Minds down at all. For Katillaa, I mean, at this point, it's about finding a flashpoint, right? Where like a map win, like let's cross that bridge when we get there. It's about you know, kill by kill, fight by fight.
Bro, map win, dude. We're trying to see like 3 fights. Like let's start.
Yeah, I was like,
let's get 2 or 3 fights.
It's actually tragic that we're talking about fight wins. We're talking about fight wins here, man. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, that'll be the next thing that we go to. Like the Twisted Mind stats will start to get so absurd. It's
how
like,
many,
okay, how many team fights have they lost in the last, you know, 30 games? How many kills did
you get against TM in the last game? Like, oh, you got 5. Great work. Like,
yeah, no, we celebrate that. It'll be Twisted Minds here. They'll probably have Jwoo switch here to, you know, okay, I was gonna say Tracer Vendetta. Interesting for Katillaa here. They're gonna play the Vendetta with the Tracer.
I like this, actually. This is a good way to like change things up a little bit. You really push the pace. That being said, if people die before the fight to spam, it's not looking good. 2 players have hit the deck. And Matt, it is crumbling here on
When have you, so obviously,
I don't even have
you were a professional player at some point. You can maybe find those videos on the internet if you look hard enough.
No.
What was like the feeling like playing against some of those teams that you guys knew going in you were gonna like, it was gonna be a rough one? Like what are the vibes like? Like what is even kind of going through like a team like Katsilla's mind right now?
I'm not gonna lie, this is about as bad as I've ever seen it in terms of like there's no hope, man. Like we want to inject hope so badly into some of these moments, but that first point is like, oof. Well, Katillaa, Twisted Minds just bat them away here on Atlas. Feel a little bit of aggression here.
Here we go.
You got to find something, right? You got to be willing to push the pace, but Twisted Minds are so good at adapting. They're willing to play slow when it's the right move. And Quartz, all the space in the world to take these aim duels. Wait, good damage from Aid. Wins that duel. That's the kind of fight. Put some wind in your sails. TM down in the 4-on-5, but it's traded right back. And Twisted Minds are not out of this one yet, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you end up getting the trade there for Twisted Minds, but Taejong actually takes out Funny Astros, so maybe you're actually able to make something out of this here for Katillaa. As Katillaa does a nice job. They were really low, Jake, with Twisted Minds controlling the high ground, but Katsilla's done a nice job kind of healing everybody up, and then they'll end up flipping the point. So nice job there from Katillaa. Starts off with kind of A taking out Quartz at range, and then the healers, I think, doing a nice job kind of keeping Bestola alive down there on the low ground.
Yeah, it's Aid and Taejong, right? Finding the kills in that fight, you know, so the DPS stepping up. Somebody has to, right? Somebody has to find that first pick. Give the team a little bit of hope. Get people to start believing. Bestola with an energy lead here, so let's see how TM approach the retake. A lot of ultimates ready to be deployed, and I expect both teams to really commit on this first flash.
Yeah, it's going to be a Kitsune rush here from both sides. As Katillaa, they do end up with their grab first. Oh, it's a nice one there from Bestola. Connects to a 3 as TBNT throws his grab in towards the end as Quartz ends up using the override protocol. I mean, that is good stuff there from Quartz. Everybody bundled up together. He gets 3, Jwoo with 2. That should be the first point to Twisted Minds.
Oh, man, and it really comes down to like a tiny percentage gap there, right? TBNT just barely gets the grab off in time. but it's enough, right? It locks down those players, and even with those early kills for Katillaa, in the end, override protocol from Quartz.
Oh, this is...
Aid doesn't have his online.
So a D.Va swap here for TM. And then that'll actually have Sermajed going over to D.Va here. So, no, actually the Brig. So it's going to be a Brig Juno here, backline for Katillaa. With Azaria, this should be pretty good and effective against the D.Va.
I do like the D.Va though, because against this override protocol, it's really hard to get that damage off. Jake was already dropped Sermajed. It is traded onto Quartz. TM, I think they're kind of happy to trade down that Brig. That being said, Vistola looking unanswered on the field right now. And maybe that's the kind of tank advantage you need for Katillaa, right? To get down into a traded down fight with a high energy Zarya. And TM, I like the concept maybe to deal with some of that ult trades for the D.Va, but TVNT can't quite get the fight win, is going to go back to the mirror. And now Sermajed, I think this Brig actually can be a bit of a liability, right? You know, Simple is going to be relatively unchecked on the flanks on Kiri.
Yeah, I mean, Sermajed's going to switch back to the Kiri, so maybe that was just a swap there from TVNT, but like that override protocol, they kind of knew he had it, didn't have grab. Maybe there's a way they can kind of win that fight. I know with a D.Va in the mix, Aid, Vistola, and Gala all take a pretty sizable amount of damage here early on. Is Taejong, some nice damage there on the Simple. Also working with a pulse bomb here on the outside.
Yeah, Taejong putting a lot of pressure down, comes into the thick of the fight, but Vistola out of gas. Pulse bomb though is good. Gala finds some kills with those pulsar torpedoes. Quartz though still fighting into this one. Simple and Quartz, they need some kind of a counter kill to get this one over with. Sermajed trying to clean up here. Taejong gets it done, and maybe looking for more, but you gotta be careful, man. Quartz is an absolute shooter here on the Emery.
Oh, I mean, this is like much better from Katillaa, right? Taejong doing some really nice work on the Tracer. Being able to kind of find that support line, takes out Simple, and then also kind of works with the rest of the team, gets rid of Quartz, as it'll be a touch here to send it into OT from Jwoo. Players coming off a spawn here for Twisted Minds, but this looks really good for Katillaa.
Nice aggression from Katillaa. They're fighting off the point, making these overtime players have to touch the point, right? But they're not really in the fight because of it. So Katillaa, really great execution here on this second flashpoint, and they're able to put up a dominant win. That's a big one, right? You need some hope in a match like this, and the DPS start to deliver. Jwoo, though, ensures that any confidence is a little bit short-lived. Taejong dropping before the point fight. It's not backbreaking. He'll be back for the fight, but this does mean that Twisted Minds are going to have some advantage taking early position.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to really be able to kind of capitalize, though, on at the moment, right? You see Jwoo there in our overhead. He's kind of, stuck in a really odd spot there between Taejong and Aid, so I think Jwoo's going to make it back to the rest of the team. It's going to be the override protocol here from Quartz and Aid to open things up.
Yeah, both dueling, looking for that damage on the backline. Good connection from Aid onto Astro. Take the Juno out of the fight early. Grab is in, but it's actually Vistola who drops. TM sustaining really well despite losing the Juno. Simple with that Kitsune rush, out dueling, and Katillaa not finding the opportunity to get their own support ult off. And they're going to lose first control because of it.
Dude, doesn't it feel like Katillaa could have won that fight? I mean, they started off with
does.
that pick on the funny Astro. The Kitsune rush comes in from Simple, and they're able to get rid of Vistola, and that's kind of where things start to turn a little bit. And then Aid, in the back line, just kind of goes really deep there on the Emre. He's using the override protocol, and kind of like ends up on the high ground. He's not able to find a second pick, but it feels like Katillaa, that started off the exact way they wanted it, just not able to close it out.
Yeah, not able to win the fight with their grab is a tough one, because now you have double support ult, but grouping up on those support ults into grab could be painful. Here's the grab coming in, locking down players. Jwoo can pulse onto Aid. Simple finds another, and the Kitsune rush gets absolutely nothing done here from Katillaa. Even a little bit of a delay on Vistola, who wisely drops himself, but he's going to miss the spawn wave. And at 80%, I mean, TM are going to aggro you deep into the spawn here, and for Katillaa, touching is going to be difficult, much less finding the fight win.
Yeah, Taejong going to be the one that tries to get a touch. Believe recall already used, so not going to really be able to get there. And because that early recall, I think you just kind of, you give it up. So that's going to be TM going to match point here on this flash point. Just one more to be able to take this map. As we take a look at the rotation, it looks like, both teams, I was going to say, nobody's going to kind of fight here from the middle. It's going to be both teams kind of taking a stance on their side of the map.
Yeah, slightly earlier position here, taken from Katillaa, winning the rotation. See how TM elect to respond to this. Both teams with that orbital ray. A lot of opportunity for Aid, though. He's got some space to work with. Needs to find some sort of a kill on the entry. Orbital ray comes out from both squads. The damage looks to be better from Quartz. That being said, Taejong finding that kill. He's striking from behind. Katillaa won this fight. Great
The Ray
move
was
from
used
DPS.
really early there by TM, Jake. Like, they just kind of used it to, like, walk out to maybe, like, take some of that space back on the high ground. But the later Ray and some of the damage up top from Katillaa was so much more effective, right? I think you mentioned that they kind of win the rotation. They get to that high ground first. They kind of take that top kind of like plant spot there where they're able to kind of oversee the entire point. And there, TM, they're kind of forced to use that orbital ray to just kind of get out of that, just try and create some space. But Katillaa plays it quite well with that later Ray.
Yeah, really nice backstab from Taejong. Jaewoo, very aware of the Tracer now. Hard marking in this duel. Even forces a bubble onto Taejong. Now Aid is going to open up with the Override Protocol, but this one looks pretty early. Twisted Minds trying to back out from this. Happy to just get away with their lives and be engaged with ultimate advantage because they're coming up on a huge bank here. Quartz opens up with his own Override Protocol over the top, threatening the point here. TVNT steps up to start pressuring that cap. And for Katillaa, if you back out now, you will be giving up this clip, so they're going to try and force the fight here and now. Simple with the rush, though, is going to make that doubly difficult, and ultimately, the point does flip. And adding insult to injury, Quartz finds an exit kill here. Katillaa just trying to get out with the rest of their team's lives.
And I think if you were Twisted Minds there, what you're trying to do is use that Override Protocol, and if you can put down some damage on Vestola or find another pick, you can then have the luxury of potentially saving the Kitsune Rush. But when they don't find anything, they end up using the Rush there. That Jaewoo has to be careful, use a recall, but actually they find Taejong. I mean, that's a huge pick that may actually buy them some more time on the point.
Yeah, he's doing enough, right? He's forcing two players to respond, and without the Kiriko, Vestola isn't going to be able to walk up there. So the pressure being put onto Aid. Quartz finds a quick headshot burst here from the assist of Funny Astro, and Jaewoo's not done, man. He's looking for more with the bubble. Constant pressure here. I mean, they're down on the clock, but you don't feel it on the map because Twisted Minds are battling back into this flashpoint. They want to end this map here and now, and Katillaa just getting routed right there. They look completely shook here.
Yeah, Twisted Minds has to know, though, that they have a grab available with a Kitsune Rush. So it could be the rush here early on. It's going to allow Vestola to move on up. Then Vestola kind of tucks the grab towards the back line. So he gets Funny Astro, but at what cost, right? I mean, he gets grabbed, and then they kind of lose both, they lose Gala here, and Surmajed's going to fall as well. So you kind of push up, use the grab into the back line, but that allows TVNT to kind of walk on past, use his grab into yours, and you just don't get the same value, and that's going to allow Twisted Minds to take map number 2.
So sick from TM, man. They just smother you with aggression, right? When they get an opportunity to have control of that flashpoint, you're not just battling for the flashpoint, you're battling out of your spawn. Permanent pressure. Like, as soon as Jaewoo comes, forces your carry TP to the back line, the front line is now crashing in on you. You have your opportunity to step up with rush and grab, and Twisted Minds are like fully Delta split. You use rush and grab to kill a Juno. Like, that's essentially how they open that fight. The rest of TM are just split, hitting you from all sides, and it's not a surprise that they're able to clutch the fight out from there. Like, it's such an expensive kill on the Astro that you really don't have the resources to win the fight from there. So it's nice to be able to put up a flashpoint win, right? But honestly, you kind of look at that and you say, okay, big moments from the DPS, yes, like Aiden Taejong finding some of those key kills that they really need to make this series possibly competitive. But when you really feel like the full team of Twisted Minds coming together, that's where this feels like an overwhelming matchup, right? When they're hitting you all at once in perfect synchronicity, it just feels unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks different. Like, I think that's kind of it's like one of the harder things to like explain, but like when you see these teams in Overwatch's history, right? You think of like CR, Falcons, you think about some of those Dallas Fuel teams, right? Like, it just seems like, I mean, that's insane. That is insane flag.
Is just he is going for the crazy pulse bombs. He's been hitting too many pulse bombs. He's upping the difficulty for himself.
Yeah, I mean, but like this is like one of the, I mean, it's literally the only EMEA team in like recent times that you kind of have that feeling about, where like every fight they just play it perfectly every single time. Everybody's kind of like playing their hero to the absolute like limit. And even these fights that like do not seem winnable or shouldn't really be winnable when you're kind of taking a look at like the ultimate economy on both sides, like probably that last fight, TM just knows the exact way they're going to end up playing it, and everybody's on the same page. And that's when you get these teams that are just, juggernauts, impossible to just kind of get on by. Jake, we do have some new drops. I don't know if you've, you
gotta link your VNet account, people.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta link your VNet account, and then we got to get these games last longer. Maybe let's leave the screen up for 45 minutes here with these Twisted Minds games coming up. But no, I mean, you got a lot of battle pass rewards here. We're going double loot box here. A little 5
Okay.
hour and a 15 hour, a little double
Not
loot
the
box
Winton
action.
skin.
Okay.
Matt, though, those we need those Winton OWCS skins. That goes kind of wild and crazy.
In memory
like a full
of all
orange.
in memory of all the Winston players, we'll
Winston will be back, all right? He's biding his time. He's biding his time.
Yeah.
He's cooking it up in the shadows. Winston will not be gone for long. That is my prediction about competitive
They'll need
Overwatch.
to make his bubble will need to be made out of like concrete, like indestructible.
Imagine he drops the bubble on your head and it just crushes you.
Just like he just that
He
would be
drops
wild.
a boulder on you.
I think Winston would get some play if he could jump into the air and drop his bubble, and it would just insta kill people on the smash. Yeah, you would probably see a lot of Winston play. Runasapi is the pick here for Katillaa. This is another one where you're like, Manga was obviously targeted and banned by TM the last map. This is one you could play it if you wanted to bring it out here.
I mean, TM, they really feel like it feels like they have the download on the Maga comp though. Like with Maga, it feels like you need to have this big hit with the Maga stomp, catch supports, or maybe like a wayward hit scan player. TM, it's like they are so good at putting pressure on their opponents. It's scary to play a hero without great defensive utility against them, right? We have those moments where players are just getting picked off left, right, and center. You're being hit from all sides. We're even on the cast, and we can't even really capture like all the angles Twisted Minds is attacking you from. I think with the Maga comp, that is like doubly a problem. You don't really have tools to defend your allies. Maybe you can seize the reins and get aggressive, but the players on TM, the individuals are just so good. It's hard to imagine that catching them off making mistakes is going to be a good strategy for the win here.
Well, I mean,
that's just how I feel, but
you're not going to catch, as we take a look at the band, so Curie and Vendetta will be the targets. If there's one region that's not going to get caught off guard or knows how to deal with Maga, it's EMEA, right? Like this is the region where like the EMEA, Maga Rush was kind of, our lives for almost a year. So if there's a region that knows how to deal with it, knows like kind of like the push and pull of the comp and kind of knows when to go and when to kind of like play a little bit more passive against it, it is EMEA teams, and Twisted Minds in particular was very good at those comps. So I don't think they're going to get caught off guard here by Katillaa. With these bans, what does this tell you?
I mean, I think the Kyrie ban, it signals to me like once again you feel like you don't want to play against Lucio Kyrie. That's way too good for TM. I think they're probably the best team in the world at that rush style. That's what they won the world championship playing. So I understand taking it away. I think it also says that you could go for one of those Dallas Fuel-esque on Illari styles, which I kind of like not because I think it gives you a great chance, but it makes the game chaotic and it lets individual players on Katillaa kind of step into the limelight. It's a very individualistic style, and you can, see players like finding their own picks, like let Surmajad cook on the Ahri, let him find some damage, let Aiden Taejong. I mean, they've been showing us that they can hang, right, in some of these last maps when it comes to individual 1v1s. And if you make that game a chaotic, 1v1 battle, I think your odds are better than when you're in like those proper team fights where TM, they just don't give you any mistakes.
Dude, we're already at match point in this series. Twisted Minds. Katillaa, I think in map number 2 looked much better, right? Map number 1 was a bit of a blowout.
Map 1, Matt, but not not
then map 1,
better.
yes. In comparison to map 1, they did look much better. I think, obviously, to make some significant noise in this series, it's gonna have to be ramped up to another level. It'll be Katillaa coming out.
Batiste, huh?
Yeah. So Vap Lucio here for TM with the Zarya in the mix. It'll be Farah with the Maga, and I think that Katillaa looks like with the backline, probably expecting them to go Diva potentially.
Yeah, I think they're going to be maybe a little bit surprised out of this one. The Farah read though is absolutely blocked. TM, they don't come out on a support that can't shoot up, right? So you have a lot of damage going to be pumped in here on the walk up. Taejong though, a big direct rocket forces the recall onto Jwoo. It's a little bit of pressure now, and Katillaa are healthy. They're starting to put a bit of an attack in here.
Yeah, he has to be so careful though, Taejong, right? You have the Emre, you have the Baptiste. It's going to be the immortality field there used by Simple. It's trying to keep the entire team alive. So actually, Vesola goes on in. That's when the immortality field goes down. Vesola not able to make it out. You see Quartz there just trying to get some splash damage there on to aid as Quartz finishes him off as he goes on the cross.
Man, clean kill from Quartz, and Katillaa is caught in a weird spot here. They're going to just try and retreat, regroup. But Twisted Minds just did a great job. They're constantly rotating away from the opposition. They get even bot control as well. And Vistola at some point has to go, right? Has to find this opportunity to send it in on Malga. But I mean, look at that pressure. Vistola down to like 100 HP after peaking for 1 second. Like, this team just puts the hurt on Malga. Nice bubble.
The immortality field they're used as well. Vistola's in another really rough spot. And like, I think that's like the issue here is like, it's going to be the Amp Matrix used by Simple as well. Jay will take out Taejong. Like, Vistola has to be aggressive, right? Like, if Taejong puts down some damage, they're going to just stagger out 8 here.
This is brutal.
Rough. Yeah. That's going to be checkpoint. But when Vistola sees that there's a considerable amount of damage done, he needs to kind of go in. But it's almost like bait, right? Because Simple just drops the immortality field, and then you got the regen burst, kind of brings everybody back to a reasonable amount of HP. And then Vistola's in the middle of them with nowhere to go and nothing to do. So really rough situation to be in. For Katillaa, they'll actually have an Alari come out here as well, in their back line. Is we do get a little bit of a pause, so we'll figure out what's going on there.
I mean, that's what Maga wants to do in this comp, right? Finding the stomp on the Batiste, putting him in a corner is the dream scenario, but TVNT is just too clutch. Like, finds the perfect bubble at the perfect moment, has held the resources to that point. And, the Maga comp, if you don't find, like, that strong initiation on your stomp, you're in a rough spot, right? Frankly, like, maybe the damage can come in from elsewhere. And again, Taejong, like, finds the direct, takes the enemy override protocol out of the sky on the Pharah, like, they are showing motion, right? They are looking good as individuals, but it's just overwhelming. The pressure that TM has on you here. It's like you not just having a couple big plays. It's not going to win you the fight. You need to do everything right. Like, that's the standard this team sets. Now an aggro beat right off the pause here. TM sending it in. Good Ray though. Stabilizes the backline. TVNT goes very deep, but ends up getting punished for it. TM splitting to the 4 wins here.
He tries to go past the Ray there at TVNT. It doesn't exactly work out, but hold on. Twisted Mind's not out of it just yet. TVNT's going to come off of spawn. You still have Simple here alive, but the rest of the side, oh, nice. That's a nice stomp. You actually see knocks players out of that immortality field, but Vistola taking so much damage from Jaewoo and the rest of the team. As Jake, I don't even think that Kenzie is going to be able to get control of the bot here. I think it's still going to remain in the hands of Twisted Minds, and you're going to get players back off of spawn.
And Jaewoo's pulling a lot of attention here. And remember, this is the Katillaa spawn. They do not want to be chasing a Tracer at this part of the map. Vistola putting some pressure on, but knows he's not going to be able to find this kill. And this is exactly where Jaewoo wants to find himself in this matchup. Ready to harass the backline, ready to put some pressure down. Draw some attention away from his team's front line. Big grab here, finds the Juno. Instant double kill on the fight. And Katillaa, are they going to go for this? Taejong does find the kill onto Simple. The bot being stolen away here, man.
Yeah, I mean, Taejong's so low. Vistola, he will end up falling. I believe the Pharah is still alive, so they're not able to deal with him just yet.
Is she? She's got to be going off the map here, right? She's in a terrible spot. Oh, no. The boop for Funny Astro.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
I will say he's probably going to swap.
Gonna swap,
yeah. Pretty rough here. He probably really wants to go, I would guess, Tracer in this matchup. So maybe, why not? Take a chance with the Barrage, put some chaos into the match.
Yeah,
I mean, not going to slow things down.
Yeah, if you're going to swap, you use the Barrage there. Maybe he gets lucky, takes out Astro, but yeah, I mean, now you end up losing A. This is rough. It's going to be the override protocol used here as some really nice angles that Quartz is able to find.
He's just putting that work in. Big damage even on the Tracer. Taejong, God, has to just run for the hills, take the enemy backline. And now Simple with this Amp Matrix, they're going to peek aggro into the spawn here. The walk up, this is one of the weaknesses of Maga. Can't really do much about this kind of a play. 8 is dropped like a sack of rocks. That's probably going to be the only kill they find off the wall, but the card is just full rolling this whole time.
Well, you also have just beat, right? So, like, now you're going to, Vistola's going to fall to a pole spawn. You're going to lose Gala as I think players just kind of like, staggering and just kind of running out of the spawn here for Katillaa, just trying to gain, because like you're just gonna get bullied back to this point, and like what, Astro's gonna beat, you're gonna basically, I mean, well, you have Captive Sun and cage fight, so maybe there's a chance here, but still you're getting pushed all the way back to the spawn door.
Could be hard to find beat value into these particular ults. Funny Astro's gonna go for it, but TVNT caught in the cage does not have the benefit of that Sunder. He's sometimes living quite a bit into this, but ultimately Vistola wins the day in the front line. Thermajet finding some cleanup here, but Funny Astro does take him down. Still both DPS and Funny Astro alive in the back line. It is not a safe place to be, Aid. Katillaa might have won this fight in terms of the bot control, but Twisted Minds is absolutely battling here with the 2 DPS and the support. And like, what is that kill from Quartz?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult situation because, like, you know, Vestola gets by. He just kind of needs to create space between the bot and the spawn door, but the rest of the team was just kind of getting cut off from that position. So now Vestola back with the rest of the squad, and you're still going to have another fight. Basically approaching the Katillaa spawn is, you know, we are below 4 minutes. We're getting below 4 minutes here. So about half of the game gone. Is Vestola dangerously low, has to back on up, doesn't want to burn that cardiac overdrive just yet.
Speedring comes out, but they're all caught in the Graviton Surge here. Majed dies before the pulse bomb can even stick to him, but TVNT, under the pressure of that orbital ray, does drop Zarya without much of an escape tool in this spot. Towards Override Protocol over the top, trying to find some kind of an exit kill. Getting out with his life might be the best he can do, but Aid does find that cleanup. Still, it's not a clean one. Jaywu and Funny Astro combining to ensure Katillaa, they might win the fight, but they're not going to get a lick of objective progress off of it, Matt.
Well, they can never really seem to get like a clean fight, right? Like, okay, they'll win, you know, they'll get 3 players down on TM, and they'll end up losing like 3 or 4 players towards the end to, like, you know, Jaywu and Astro, and, like, you know, just kind of like there's some kills maybe a little bit earlier, so they're never really able to kind of get progress because Twisted Mind still holds these forward spawns. They've been holding them basically the entire game.
Some big damage coming in, though. Pulling attention onto Vestola with the aggression. Simple does drop, but seems to be the only casualty for now. TVNT on relatively low HP on Zarya, but Katillaa without really players to continue contesting into this one. Gala delaying himself here on the side, but the bot is far away. It's snowballing through the checkpoint. Forward spawns relocked in for Twisted Minds. They're playing with the house cards. They've gotten the bot like deep into the enemy spawn. And it's up to Katillaa, like you said, to win a clean fight. I think for the first time in a long time, they're able to reapproach mid, but look at this. Oh, this is going to devastate them. Sick backflank from TM. It does get scouted, though. Good read by Taejong.
Yeah, they do kind of call it out. So having an opportunity here, it's going to be a sound barrier from Bunny Astro. Actually connects with 4 out of the 5 members of Twisted Minds. Quartz does not get the benefit of it, but Quartz is just because he's on a deep flank, he's going to come up with 3. So it looks like Jaywu, actually, once he gets spotted with Quartz on the flank, he actually goes back to the rest of the team, gets benefits of the beat, and like kind of fights from the front, and then Quartz actually just re-wraps and ends up coming up with 3 in the fight.
Yeah, Quartz taking that position is like absolutely illegal. He's like in your defender high ground. And once again, Katillaa, unenviable task. They got to step up to the plate here and find some kind of an entry. TM fully drained in the ult bank, though, so you got to watch out for something like a cage fight. Solo cage fight, though, does catch TVNT. Ideal if you can drop the Zarya early. The drone keeps him up. Simple. Doing odds to keep TVNT in it. Ultimately, pressure of the rally is just too much. And Katillaa finally have found a clean fight. Gala on, I think, less than 5 HP there to survive this one, but you will take whatever you can get as Katillaa, as hopefully they can finally make some bot progress, but TM get a full forward spawn here, Matt.
They needed to use absolutely everything there, right? Cage fight connects with TVNT. They don't really have anything to like kind of, you know, keep him alive through that. The immortality field gets burned down pretty quick, and then when TVNT is trying to like back out with the rest of the team, he actually gets stunned with the rally bash. So that's how they end up kind of winning that fight. Quartz with the override protocol here, putting down some serious damage. Vestola's in a rough spot here, Jake.
Taejong, though, pulse bomb double kill on supports actually makes this fight somewhat winnable. Gala might need the Ray to do it, though, and isn't willing to commit into this fight. Doesn't see the vision here with Quartz, Jaywu, and TVNT still firing at full strength. The burn, oh my, it's kind of close on Quartz, but he does live.
But you also see how long Quartz is actually able to keep going with the pistol with the direct hits. It feels like he had the pistol out there.
That's true. This matchup
like
against
10
Maga
seconds.
Is brutal for Mago once you have that upgraded pistol. Like, it's almost impossible to kill an Emre who's like jumping around over your head, spam pistol in your face, life stealing you. It is a rough spot to be in. Gala got to be careful here with this orbital ray. They need a defensive tool to deal with the grab.
Might end up getting beat here as well for Twisted Minds. As looks like Vestola goes on in. It's going to be the immortality field end up used there. Oh, looks like they were actually trying to catch Gala up in the sky with the orbital ray there with the grab. Not able to catch him, but they do get rid of Taejong. So looks like, though, it'll be a Katillaa fight win here, Jake. This is going to be very difficult to run it all the way down. You have a sound barrier waiting on the other side.
It's just crazy deja vu, right? You just can't get those clean fight wins for Katillaa. TM are going to be back at full strength over and over again. And I love this diva swap because really in overtime in this kind of position, all you need to do is find trades. You don't really need to win the fight for TM. but a beat rush diva here is going to be scary. TMT already into the backline, already sending it, looking toward Cage here. Pops to override vertical, though, that vertical mobility gonna put him in a good spot. Cage as well finds Simple on the exit, so maybe an overcook here, but Quartz takes down Shermer Jet. When the brig falls, a lot of room here for JWoo and TBNT to work. Taejon, low HP, they gotta stay healthy on this card. Gala gonna be public enemy #1 here. The pulse bomb, I think it was recalled out there, but Quartz does find enough of a damage to find this kill. And yeah, the trades come in, but like we were saying, in overtime, it's just not good enough. Twisted Minds should be closing this one out in style. Only Vestola holding out on the card here.
Yeah, I mean, Vestola, it's been a rough one, right? He's done some nice job putting down some damage on the back line, just not a lot of follow-throughs. Twisted Minds, no surprise here, Jake. They take care of business against Katillaa 3-0. I mean, they just look unbeatable here in EMEA, regardless of what Katillaa was throwing at them.
It's rare to see like a level difference like this in competitive Overwatch, right? Like you think about of all the teams in the last couple of years, who has been able to dominate their opponents quite like this, right? Like there's been teams who we've thought of as #1 in the region where we know, okay, like they're probably going to win, they're favored in all these matchups, but it's rare that that like anything other than a 3-0 would be a shock, right? Like for this team, like winning a map against them would be a shock. It's not only that no one has done it, no one has really gotten close. I mean, at no point in really any of these maps are TM worried about the possibility of genuinely dropping a map in the series.
I mean, it's like it's interesting, right? Because typically where we would have the best team in the world in like a region per se, like, you know, a lot of the times, at least in like Overwatch's recent history, the second best team in the world is in that region as well, right? Where this, it's like, you know, the best team in the world at the moment is here in EMEA. Like, where does the second team in EMEA rank, like, globally? Like, I don't know. I mean, you can probably kind of like, you know, pick a number out of thin air, but it seems like there's never really been a gap between like, okay, this region has the best in the world, and then kind of like everybody else.
So yeah, I'm struggling to cope, but I need your help. Tia just absolutely ran away with this one. I mean, what else is there to say?
Mine, but I cannot provide any support or help whatsoever. Like, Decision's dominance. Like, I mean, looking at all the way back, feels like 5 minutes ago. Map #1, right? Could see they come in with a plan. They were running that Maga and Farah, but it took like what feels like split seconds for Twisted Minds to like make the necessary adjustments, and then they just roll. They just roll into this and give Katillaa absolutely nothing to play with. Let's talk to Funny Astro, who will be joining us for a quick chat after this dominant performance. Funny Astro, welcome back. It's always great to see you. I don't even want to really talk about the match. It was over in a blink of an eye anyway. I'm wondering, with that very clear, what do we call that? It's a tier break between Twisted Minds and literally everyone else. Is there any value for Twisted Minds to even scrim against teams in EMEA and NA? Like, do you feel like you're getting value out of that?
Yeah, we're getting some sort of value. I think we generally play a little worse in scrims, and maybe some of these teams are a bit better in scrims, but on match day we always show up and we just stomp them. The scrims are definitely a lot closer than this, and we of course need to prepare for Japan if we qualify.
Yeah, obviously, I know working towards Japan and qualifying for that, I have a feeling you guys will be there. When you look forward towards that event, right? No, obviously we have like a new season coming, balance patch. Are there any heroes that you think, like we've seen some Maga as of late, that you think potentially could be on the rise that you guys are going to have to work on moving forward?
I don't think there's anything that we really think is OP that might need working on. Maybe there's like some glimpse of hope for Hazard. I think he looks slightly better than people are giving him credit for, but other than that, I don't think there's any sort of hidden heroes. Maybe the Mauga is a bit overrated right now.
Yeah, no, so for you guys, like, obviously, you haven't yet qualified, but, given the 15-0 map record in this stage, it's got to be top of mind for you guys, thinking about going to Japan, competing against some of the other regions. I'm thinking, like, globally, are there any teams you're looking at? I mean, obviously, the Korean teams look quite different this year. There's been a lot of changes there, in NA as well. I'm curious if you're watching any of the global matches, and if there's any teams that maybe you guys are looking at as someone interesting, that maybe with strategies that you think have potential, or just a team that you think could maybe surprise people in Japan.
I think Zeta, obviously, that team is like they're so flexible and they're so creative with their strats that they're going to be really interesting to play against. Super looking forward to that matchup. But there's no NA team that I really want to play other than Disguise, but unfortunately they didn't make it, so there's not much else that I'm looking forward to.
I saw the smirk on his face when Jake said NA. He could not.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Oh, well. But hey, Funny Astro, I mean, it's great to see a team just in peak performance every single match day. I hope we can see you guys continuing that trajectory and all the way over to Japan. I'm going to let you go, rest up, and best of luck in your next match. Not that you guys need it.
Thank you very much.
Always great to hear from Funny Astro. And with that dominant performance, they find themselves in the upper final. Now, awaiting their opponent will be VP or GK. That's our second upper semi-final. Hopefully a bit closer. I mean, it's hard to
I think it will be.
You know?
Yeah, I think it will be. It definitely will be.
I mean, if it really doesn't get less close, so it could either be the same gap or it could be a smaller gap, which I suspect VP have still looked like a very strong team. But it wasn't a 15-0 stage, right? It wasn't like the untouchable level that Twisted Mind find themselves on right now. And, you know, there's a reason that TM don't select GK, right? They had op select here. So this is probably, it should be on the cards here, a much closer match. VP, that being said, they are 4-1. They did beat GK in that regular season round robin. So you'd still call them the odds-on favorite. And in the end, right, you know, things can get chaotic when you go to Japan, right? You're those top 2 seeds in the region. Of course, you'd rather be number 1, but even number 2 can make some waves. And with how strong EMEA is, wouldn't be shocked to see maybe both the teams qualifying out of EMEA making a deep run in Japan. So a lot of stakes on this.
Absolutely. And some slight meta shifts or just discoveries from other regions as well that could really come in handy or, be a bit of a surprise for all of us. Now, Twisted Minds being dominant, that's not a surprise to any of us. They will continue in that fashion. And if you, dear viewer, want to be on the receiving end of that yourself, how about you give it a try in the Faceit League?
Yeah.
Is that a good sell? I don't know.
So no one wants to play Twisted Minds.
Yeah. If you want to come here and get beat down and casted by Jake and I, come on down.
You can play against
roster,
teams of your level. You don't have to play Twisted Minds.
I'm just saying, you're not a bottom feeder when you're coming through the Faceit League, okay? GK's roster made it all the way from the open qualifiers from the Faceit League into stage 1, and now they find themselves in our EMEA playoffs. This could be you, fam, maybe. So make sure to join the Faceit League Season 9. Is it Season 9 already? I think it is. Yeah. That's actually crazy. You see the link on your screens right now. Get your friends together or your enemies. I don't know who you like to play with. And give it a go. Jake's just like,
get your enemies together to play with them.
It's the anime storyline. Yeah, I'm here for it.
It wouldn't be the first team that doesn't get along. I'm just saying that. And it gives us good content. So there is that. I'm always here for that. Speaking of good content, we of course have a second semi-final coming up after a short break. Virtus.pro will be facing off against GK. You don't want to miss it.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Project log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut I klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cat are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
Welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 playoffs. This is day 1 and our second semifinal in the EMEA region is upon us. Virtus.pro will be facing off against GK. First series was a blur. It went quick. Twisted Minds came out on top. Channel points have been collected. Now this next series might be a little closer. Let's talk about where we see those two teams stand. Starting with Virtus.pro, I think throughout the group stage they have established themselves as the second best team in the region. In fact, it really was only Twisted Minds that was able to win against them, right? Their upcoming opponent, GK, is the only of the team that managed to steal a map away from them, though.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying
is that
there
what
is
we're
hope.
saying? There is hope.
I'm leaning heavily into it, yes.
I'll say this as well. I think GK has actually gotten better as the stage has gone on. But we look at VP, and I think they have cemented themselves as that number 2, right? They had Landon. You obviously have Psycho in the mix now, and then Ice Gnome kind of leading the tank role full time. So they performed as expected, right? I think we all thought that this team would be the number 2 in EMEA. We thought maybe they would be a little bit closer to TM, but I think it's just more TM has kind of risen to another level.
You look at the back line of the squad, I think this is a top 2 back line in EMEA. Obviously, the top 1 is a little bit scary, but Landon and Fixa, I'm really impressed by these guys. They have, again, very strong flexibility. Landon can absolutely pop off on the flex support role. The trust they've given to Eisnom, I think, is huge for this squad, right? We saw great things from him, but it was really more in that flashes of brilliance vein where the team is deciding, okay, what tank do they really want to go with? I think the proof is in the pudding, though. Eisnom has looked really solid with full confidence in the tank role. And Kevster and Psycho, these guys are just OGs at the DPS role, right? And I think if they can get the opportunity to play some Devil Flex styles and really push tempo, it looks great for them. But Kevster on them, I'm not going to complain.
No, that hero literally made for Kevster. Psycho, their newest addition for 2026, being snatched away from Twisted Minds, of course. Also a great player to pick up. Also, all of these players are now in a starting position, right? They don't have to ride the bench at all. Ice Gnome doesn't have to trade places. Psycho as well as Kevster do not have to do any switcheroos. So I think for them to be able to just be in the starter throughout an entire season, or rather stage, I think that really helped that team out a lot. They were off to a great start last year already. It was kind of the meta that broke their backs, as they had to make switches and they didn't quite know what to do with that Symmetra meta, but different times now, and they're looking good.
Yeah, Ice Gnome doesn't have to play Symmetra on Circuit Royal. I mean, that's something we saw at times last year, so I think this team obviously feels way more comfortable than they did.
Ice Gnome was good on the sim, all right? I'm gonna say that. He was not bad on the sim. It's just that when you're doing that, you are so desperate, right? Like, it's a sign of deep issues when you're gonna swap your tank.
Whenever the tank or support moves, like, you know, we have like the Ryu J Kong, we've had the Taimu Winston, you don't want to.
Although
it's never a good sign.
I hear that, but Violet Cassidy. How about that?
That was kind of lit.
That's a counter example. That was kind of lit.
Every once in a while, it works out for the teams. Mostly, it does not, though. Speaking of things that work out or didn't work out, GK, they did get 3-1'd. Is that a word? Is that a sentence?
Yeah, sure.
They lost 3-1 to Virtus.pro just literally a week ago. We did see some like bright spots, though, some hope. Havana, for example, looked really, really good for GK. What do we want to see from them today?
From my perspective, Matt, it's going to be on the support line. For Haku and Finn, I think for them to have a huge game, a huge series is going to be crucial. I really think Lambda, Althea, Ziad, you look at that triple,
that's
and you
a crazy
think, okay,
lineup.
This team can go to LAN, right? This team can show up in an international tournament, and these guys can hang. There's going to be massive pressure, though, on the backline to show that they're in that mix. There have been questions, right, about Finn, about his success, honestly, at the highest level. I don't think he's really had that great moment to really prove to people, that he is one of those top tier supports. And similar story for Haku, like some good moments here and there, but they need to have like a solid game on the backline, clean all these, great tracking, no mistakes, if they want to win this one.
Well, again, if we expect things to kind of go as they have gone, right? You would probably need to beat this team again, whoever wins this year, right? Like, most likely you think you would probably favor either of these teams over, Katillaa. And then obviously whoever wins this, has a chance against Twisted Minds, but most likely it kind of goes the way that things have gone when teams go against Twisted Minds as of late. So like, this is a matchup we may see again for qualification, right? So like, important here to maybe kind of get the better of the team, get a download on how they want to play, and then really come back for that second match.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a reminder to everyone, better chances against Twisted Minds in the final. Not a single team in this region has even taken a map off of Twisted Minds. So, take that for what it is. But yeah, we do expect a hopefully closer season or season series this time around between those two teams. Again, maps were taken. There were definitely a lot of moments within the other maps where GK had the right idea. Just didn't come out on top. So if we're looking at predictions for that one, though, are we going with recency bias? I'm personally a very big fan of recency bias. Okay. So yeah, I'm giving this one to VP. I do feel though it's going to be a closer match. I'm smelling like a 3-2.
Ooh, okay.
You're asking for scores? Yeah.
I think it's going to be VP. I think it's like a 3-0, 3-1. I've had concerns about the GK backline, but for GK, obviously, maybe you get this matchup again and you only got to beat him once, right? So I think VP takes this.
Yeah, I got to give this one to VP. I think this one's pretty straightforward. I think the support lineup is going to be the big advantage that does this for VP. But a lot comes down to these match day moments, like from what Funny Aster was saying, right? That's a huge factor. You can look like a good team in scrims, you can have the right strats, but if your players can't show up on match day and take it to 11, you're not a team that's going to have great success on an international level. You might not even qualify to get there. So for VP, this is the moment where push comes to shove. Yes, you look very good in the regular season, but how do you do with real stakes on the line here in playoffs?
Indeed. It is a double elimination bracket, so each team will be having a second live as well. The audience, as I just looked over at my other monitor, yeah, clearly in favor of Virtus.pro. 84% are going with Virtus.pro, and 16% are seeing a little upset here with DK. And the winner, of course, will be facing off against Twisted Minds in the upper bracket final. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Guys, please take it away.
I mean, it's 16%, Matt.
That's
not a crazy bet. Like, I would throw some channel points on that.
I would say that, like, that's fairly, like, you know, the GK's got a 20% chance to, like, win the series. I think that's, like, fair to say. I think GK has a roster that we talked about the tank, you know, obviously Ziad, and then the damage dealer line, like, very strong, very proven. I think it's really just kind of the supports, but like we've seen Haku and Finn come up with some sick games. So like they really just need kind of like to click on one of those against a team like this, and they're in a great spot.
I mean, but I think part of the problem though is you look at the VP backline, and when I see Fixa and Landon, I just think of stability, right? I think this is going to be one of the hardest to kill backlines in the game. Like they're maybe not going to be as aggressive as something like we see out of Twisted Minds, but man, like you just do not want to be in a spot where you're trying to gank and punish those supports. Like Fixa and Landon are going to be a brick wall in the backline. VP banned the Kiriko to open things up, but GK respond with the Maga. And remember, VP was kind of the team to bring Maga to the forefront in the first place. So if there's anybody who can bring it into the meta, it'll probably be them. GK don't want to deal with it here on Control.
Yeah, VP doing a lot of Maga action, where it seems like a Funny Astro not exactly as sold on the Maga potentially, I know as some other teams are, but I also think it's easy for TM to kind of just deal with just about everything, right? So Kiri Maga ban here early on. It'll be the map pick of VP. It'll be Oasis. So with GK banning rid of the Maga, right? Like, do we get an Ice Gnome? Maybe it's whether it be Diva or Zarya. This unlocks like Ziad to play like the Diva potentially here. So this one could be one that GK could potentially be able to steal.
Yeah, I expect to see Zarya look really good here, especially with the Kiriko ban, because now the Brig Juno feels like a natural backline to pick. It's going to make things even harder for Diva. It's not going to be easy to punish, especially that Brig. Fixa, though, has not only has looked great on the Lucio, but the Brig is where I really think Fixa shines. So for VP, there's a reason they banned the carry. I think this is going to be a really comfortable setup for them. That being said, it's going to come down to who can perform on match day. Kevster versus Labda could be a bit of an explosive matchup here on the Emerald. I think if that's going to be a point of success, it needs to come from the hit scan duel.
Yeah, I think for Labda, I mean, this turned into one of the better hit scans in all of EMEA, really the world. That's going to be GK getting up to that high ground, and look at them just bully VP off of it. It's Finn going to be playing it's going to be a Brig Juno on both sides of things to kick things off here, but that's a great start for GK.
Yeah, they just get boxed out. Great early damage there coming out from Labda. Sets up for some finishing kills. Strong opener to this match, right? And confidence can be everything in the Zarya comp, right? Sending even Tracer for bubble recall, getting a little bit of energy towards Ziad, but opportunity now for VP to step up.
So Kev trying to take this side room here. Oh, nice flick there, and then just locks directly on Alfie's head. 6 shots there from Kevster. That is so difficult to do. Tracking that Tracer, Ziad gets right in the mix. It's going to be the speed there of Juno, just getting him right into Kevster's face. No mobility there on the Emery to get away.
And it's massive. They can't strike back. Ziad getting away with murder there. Kills continuing to be traded. VP does find the flip, but it doesn't seem to be for long, right? In the end, GK overwhelming. Icenom caught in the corner. Great punish from Ziad. I mean, on Kevster's POV, I just did not think that was going to work. I think he thought the same, like, I have enough distance. I'll just bait this kind of push and kite away with the pistol. But clean tracking from Ziad, gets the counter kill and keeps GK here in hold of the point. VP, need to find some answers and quick. Ziad, 80 grab to Icenom's 50.
But look at Labda as well. In terms of Kev on the Emery, right? I know Labda very close to an override protocol as well. Oh, nice pulse bomb there from Psycho. Takes out Labda. That is huge, right? He probably would have had the override protocol for this fight.
Yeah, and without the hit scan, opportunity to push aggressively here. Ziad with the Graviton Surge here on 95% could be a difference maker in this fight if you want to go for it, and it looks like they do, but Eisnom claps down Bim, caught in an awkward angle here on the point. GK elect to just go for the retake. Virtus.pro, though, with a bit of room to work with, and although GK have the first ultimates, the fact that it comes in this delay between fights mean VP likely going to be able to bridge those gaps.
Looks like GK, though, here, Jake. They'll have every ultimate to work with coming in, right? You can kind of conserve maybe for a next fight, right? You can just kind of end this here as going to be the orbital ray for both sides, but Landon ends up falling. The hands of Haku there, so you have to use orbital ray and your override protocol here from GK. but that's going to be enough to flip it. You flip it quite quickly, and that's going to allow you to have the rally, the grab pulse bomb here for the next fight. GK in a very good spot to potentially take this first round.
Yeah, it's huge that you get that done with a minimal investment. Oh, Ziad going to go very aggro. Eisnam here clears a corner. He's going to clear second corner as well. So sees the play. Very deep grab. It does still find a catch to Kepster. Fighting this close to the spawn is a risky bet, though, for GK Fid. Caught, stunned, low. Rally battle won by Fixa, but ultimately the trades continue to come. GK getting up numbers in the fight. They do lose the point flip in the chaos. So good moves by Psycho to kind of staunch the bleeding, and I think he will be able to get an overtime touch here. Eisnam over to the hazard. Feels like he's got to push the pace.
Yes, Psycho actually goes around and goes to actually flip the point. Alfie was there just kind of tracking him and then decided to go in and finish some players off and then double back. It'll be OT here. Pulse bomb for Alfie. That could go crazy.
Yeah, stick here would be backbreaking. No more Zarya bubbles to play with. You got to just dodge this on your own terms. Ziad's already down. Alfie doesn't find the timing to get in. Throws a pulse bomb, but goes wide. And Eisnam, signature hazard here. You know, for a lot of players, I think you would go to this pick and not feel so great about it. But for Eisnam, I think this is exactly where he wants to find himself. And GK, the entire bank is dry.
Yeah.
They're going to be looking for a retake and, you know, 50% of your worth of control time to work with. But whether you get another ultimate in this round is not a sure bet here.
I was going to say that. I think that's kind of the benefit here for VP. As when you look at like kind of the ultimate economy of GK, there's a real chance that they don't get anything coming up for the rest of the round. They're in a really rough spot. So this next fight, I believe Psycho does have a pulse bomb. So if you're able to win it off of that, you know, they're really not going to be able to build up towards any more ultimates for the rest of the game. So you'd be in a great spot if you're VP to close out a very competitive back and forth round one.
Yeah, and you know, for both of these teams, though, I think this is a bit of a wake-up call for VP. Like, he might have put up a 3-1 dominant scoreline, but, you know, Labda and Alpha Yi have found some very strong, aggressive fights into this. Even Ziad showing, like, you give them an opportunity, they will absolutely run you over. So when it comes to that frontline battle, I feel like I'm leaning GK right now. I mean, obviously, way too early in the series to make any kind of a resolution or a call, but certainly gonna, you know, make you think as Virtus.pro, right? You know, you might have thought, hey, we put up such a good showing in the regular season. This one should be just a repeat of that history. They're gonna have to earn it here to close out our first round of control.
Yes, we jump right back in the game. It'll be Ziad who can now go over to the Diva, feel a little bit more free on this pick now that it is Hazard on the other side as Psycho lurking with that pulse. Oh, I mean, Finn right there. He needs to be able to stay alive. Cannot have anybody fall to the pulse bomb here of Psycho.
Oh, Pulse on the shield. Great block there by Finn. Keeps the team in the fight.
They're going to get
GK are going to play this one slow and steady. They're going to play for that single fight. Haku 70% to that Ray. Both teams now looking for a mistake, looking for an opponent to poke out and take that trade against. Eisnam caught in the corner here, taking a lot of pressure. Has to back out. A big nade, though, from Kepster. Going to mitigate some of that aggressive potential.
Override protocol here from both teams going to be coming up, Jake, as well.
Landon's down. Ziad finds the first pick of the fight. GK staying alive, support protecting one another, and Labda, the first override protocol, seems to have gotten it done here. Kepster responds in kind, but without supports, this one feels almost impossible here for VP. It's going to be some desperation retouches here to keep this contest rolling. You find a couple with the hazard ult, but ultimately without supports, there's just not much of a fight to be had, man.
Yeah, the downpour connects with two, but Ziad just kind of getting into the back line, causing issues, finds Landon, and that is really what turns the tide. I mean, Landon was going to be close to that orbital ray there as well. So Ziad going over to the Diva that we know is his best tank, and able to take that first round. Looks like maybe another pause here as we get into this second round, but great start from GK.
Yeah, I mean, you put up a round win. I do think, though, this portends a very close series, right? This one, about as close as it gets. You know, it's really nice that you find that pick onto Landon, but like 2 or 3 more seconds, and you've got support ults coming into this one, and I think it's going to become a lot more chaotic than that. So Labda, though, absolutely earning his keep on this team, right? I mean, I think that is going to be a key point for the series.
Yeah.
Labda almost needs to hit scan gap. Like, we kind of need to see that be a dominant point for the squad. I mean, I remember even hearing from some of the TM players, like, Labda was, you know, like right in the bench of this team, was like still looking insane, and they were like, go to another team. You need to play. Like, this talent should not be hidden.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. We're just gonna decide it. It's over. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. We're gonna get another round. We're getting another round. It's, no, I was like, that's Jake. He's actually just deciding. DK, yep, call it there.
They put it on me.
Yeah, they doubled down. They take that first. No, they don't take the first round. We still have more rounds to play
here.
They're
up 1-0.
Yeah, they gotta earn it
in the map. So they got to earn one more round to do it. 2 chances on the play. I wonder if the comps don't go more in that dive direction for these next 2 points, right? When you think about the points we're looking at.
Yes, it does feel like if Ice plays the Hazard, and that just opens up Ziad to play the D.Va, that is like probably pretty awesome for GK. Like they would love to have Ziad play the D.Va, and then like, you know, if Ziad's on D.Va and then Lab is winning that hit scan battle like pretty consistently, that's like a recipe for bad news for VP.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, I also think there's the opportunity to pull out some more of a rush style for VP, but you know, we'll have to see like where they end up going. I feel like Oasis is an interesting control pick. I feel like when you take it to Oasis, you kind of want comp diversity. If you just wanted to play a rush mirror, you know, you'd probably take us to Lijiang Tower and feel pretty good about yourself. But I think for VP, they almost want to play that game of, you know, beating on the swap tempo. Although with Kiri and Maga banned, it's a little bit harder to do that. What it's not hard to do though is link your vignette, guys. We get drops here. You get that. You get.
That's
skins.
why we paused it. We paused it for you guys to just get more time out of this
start the game.
Yeah, no, we paused it here so you can see all of the drops. You can earn the drops. You know, little Winton skin, little double loot box action. Those battle pass skips come up pretty clutch towards the end of the season if you've kind of know maybe been a little bit busy and not able to get all the rewards. We also paused it. We're gonna let you guys know you all have to like and follow and subscribe to the Overwatch Esports channels across all socials.
Like and subscribe on YouTube, ring the bell. It really helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. Please leave a comment.
Yeah, what Jake just said, and then I know that once we hit 100 more subs, we'll start the game up. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna start the game up as soon as it's ready. But yeah, make sure you're following for all the Overwatch Esports news. If you were following, you would have known we had those drops. So you would have already been here, right? You're not having to like run and tell your friends like you were missing out on all these drops and all the awesome stuff we got going on. So make sure you tell everybody, follow us on all channels.
Yeah, so, you know, from behind the scenes, it seems like we're getting some player restarts here just to get themselves set up with some audio and ping issues in that last round. So hopefully we can nip all that in the bud here and set ourselves up for a good, clean series. A lot to play for in this one, Matt. I mean, although the prize for winning is you get to play Twisted Minds. So in a way,
that is true.
Like...
Yeah, you were so awesome in this game. You get to go, you know, run into a buzzsaw, you know, with Twisted Minds. But it sounds like we are getting back into game. I was gonna say the chat is going crazy over the curls today. Your curls are on point. I mean, they're flowing out the sides. I mean, yup. I don't know. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know.
Matt, you're too old, bro.
Yeah, I'm too old, bro. Yeah.
No, you're young at heart, Matt. You're young at heart.
I am young at heart. I am young at heart. That's true.
Wow.
But I am old in terms of physical being.
All right, Haku deathless in that last round. Alfie and Finn, I'm not gonna look at those stats.
Yeah, deathless as well.
0. Wow, they're really just sleeping on that one. Great work from last round.
Man, Loud and Seattle going crazy. It seems like okay, all our issues are kind of resolved there with potentially Finn and Alfie. So get back in a game. Okay, dude, I think this is like these comps are like kind of good for GK. It feels like for me, like being able to come in here, the Alari Juno, little bit different, right? And they're gonna give up that high ground and kind of play from the low with this Zarya. But Iso's got to be so careful, kind of playing into Ziad, making sure he doesn't kind of just run his mech into that Zarya beam.
I will say this GK comp, very little mobility. They need to find some sort of a pickoff because if it becomes a mobility battle, Virtus.pro has you gapped in a huge way. Finn's going to put some pressure down, but that off angle is going to be vulnerable to D.Va and Tracer who look for attacks. Oh, who's vulnerable? It's actually the D.Va already dropped out of the suit. As I speak, the fight's basically over. I mean, you still have 5 players online, but without that D.Va mech, it's going to be tough. D.Va ends up dropping as well. Kevster finds a kill back onto Finn. Scrapping into this one, but Ziad's starting to get energized and starting to clean house here. Continue to put pressure here on the checkpoint. Level on the support to stabilize things for the moment, and that's all the time they need. Eisner burned out of that suit so quick though.
Yeah, it's just hard to like stand there and duel with the Zarya, really, for like any tank almost, right? Especially the D.Va. So like, you know, high ground control for VP early on. They're not really able to find anything in terms of like, you know, a pick with a hit scan or something along those lines. That kind of forces Icenome to kind of like move up a little bit, maybe try and pressure out some of the supports, gain control of the point, and at that point you have to kind of battle Ziad and not able to stand toe-to-toe with him.
Now VP looking on the retake here, and Finn over to the Brig. Like this comp choice, gives you a lot more of that defensive point holding power. Putting some pressure on the point with the D.Va though might force Ziad to drop. He's resisting that for now. It keeps holding the high ground, creating a really powerful position for Labda to play from here in the early part of the fight. GK just refusing to drop up this high ground, leaving Alfie alone on the point, holding it down for now, but Cycle eventually finds the punish onto Labda. Pulse bomb, no connection from that, and Alfie actually dies going for the drop. Ziad maybe stuck around on the high ground just a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Great punishing kills from Psycho, who does end up dropping, and actually with 2 supports in Azaria. Oh, the Eden grab snatched away. Eisnom saves the day on that one. And honestly, with 2 supports, and if that Zarya grab was big, like, they could stall that one for the respawns. I see why Ziad goes for it, but sick read from Eisnom, and that is going to put some hurt on GK on this retake. 5 ults for the defenders.
Yeah, I thought for a second like maybe there was an opportunity that like you know, Ziad's gonna use it and then like switch over to D.Va here and like a mirror, but yeah, and they're gonna kind of stay on the Zarya. Feels like maybe you can like work this advantage in terms of the tank battle. This is gonna be a brutal fight though. I mean, 5 ultimates here for VP, nothing really to work with for GK. I think if you're GK, you're looking to try and get a quick fight, get some of these ults out.
I mean, you're not going to be able to make the D.Va turning around the corner. That looks impossible. You've got to somehow step up, playing the low ground, forcing point. I don't see you ever being able to break this hold. Malcolm's Override Protocol could be able to do just that. Needs to find some damage here for Lab, and needs to open this one up. Orbital Ray adds yet more DPS to that front line. He's able to kill Kevster as he falls to the ground. Counter Orbital Ray from Landon, though. VP down 1, but not dissuaded from continuing to take the pressure in this fight. Fixa with the rally. Rally trade now here on the point. They're trying to crawl through Fixa. Finn overwhelmed with the help of Alphagee's Tracer. And as the dust settles, it's GK who take the flip, getting back control. This is huge for them. I mean, the retake into the D.Va should be your most difficult moment for the Zarya comp, and they kind of make it look easy.
I mean, dude, that is a sick fight for GK, being able to win that there and not give up a lead, where now VP, they're in a really brutal spot. It was a nice rally there from Finn, being able to kind of like also give over some help and packs over to Ziad. Is like, that's kind of where VP, they were like all in on trying to get rid of the Zarya, but Ziad with a bubble and then some help, able to stay alive. And see, Iceland are already, I mean, almost like out of the armor. It does have a self-destruct to work with, so gonna have a second mech being get back into it. But still, dire situation. This could be the first map going over to GK.
Alfie holding on to this point now. Doing a lot of work on the objective for the team. Opportunity for GK, but they've got to be able to find the damage while Tracer makes all of this distraction possible. Some big damage onto the Brig. Eventually the shield breaks. Ziad collapses onto that backline. And Virtus.pro running for the hills, but it's 99%. You cannot back out of this fight. Sick tracking from Alfie to find that kill on the second support. And this one, he's all over, but the cry in map 1 to GK. The prophecy, Matt, is fulfilled.
Okay. I mean, dude, GK, if you look up and down the roster, is this time for real, GK does take map number 1. If you look up and down the roster, you're like, hey, I mean, it's kind of like what I mean, it feels like I've talked about it with every one of their games. If you get this level of play from like Haku and Finn, like, you're gonna get like Alfie, Labda, and Ziad, like, as just a you know, just strictly looking at like a DPS and tank, like rank so high in the region, right? Like, you know, if you like deleted Twisted Minds, you'd be like, okay, that's like the strongest you know, tank and DPS combination that you could make in EMEA. Like, there's an argument for that. So like, when you get great support play, I mean, with it, this is the type of results that are going to happen. And obviously VP, they come out on the losing side here. I thought they had a pretty good map as well, but you just see how strong DK could potentially be.
Just sick grab beat here from Eisnom, but it kind of comes to nothing. And I mean, kills like this, right, onto Kevster, I feel like Labda made a huge difference as well in this map overall, right? I think more often than not found those wins in the hit scan battle.
If Kev can't win the hit scan battle against Labda, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for VP to win the series, right? Like, just full stop, even if everything else is, you know, even, or, you know, even kind of trends even a little bit slightly over towards VP. Like, Emery is so strong right now and can pump out so much damage that, like, if Lambda is going to win that consistently by, 3K, 4K damage a map, that can make up for, some support, issues or, difference in terms of the support line. So like, it's a huge story in this series.
Yeah, we also got a shout out, of course, the Elysian bundle. Guys, buying this bundle supports OWCS, and also, you don't just have to buy it. You can also enter. We've got to do a giveaway, right? We're going to be able to potentially get this in your hands for free. Scan this QR code, guys, to enter. Completely free.
Am I eligible?
We're just giving away good stuff to the people. I think you're eligible for that. You know what? I'm going to make that executive call.
Yeah, I'm
if you win,
this.
though, the people are going to come for you, Matt. It is going to look so scripted.
No,
I feel like you shouldn't enter. I feel like
scripted.
that would be sketch, man. Like
I think
I would
everybody would understand me getting a free bundle.
You just being generationally lucky would actually just
it would be
largely
perfect. Celebrated by the people, I believe.
The people love Matt. Is that true, people?
Yeah, there's a few people out there. No, might be mostly like relatives and close friends, but yeah, there's some people out there.
I got a family.
It's Runa Sapi is the VP map pick, as they probably didn't expect to find themselves down 0-1 in the series. No, yet. So I mean, a little bit of a surprise probably for Virtus.pro. They don't get to pick many maps, really, just kind of like when they're playing against TM. So taking us to Runa Sapi here for map number 2. I'll be curious to see what they decide to do in terms of their bans.
I will say, so the Maga ban has been expended, right? Which for this team, I think is a big deal, right? They want to play Maga. They want to play that kind of like pace pushing style. I wonder if there's something like maybe a Vendetta ban or to limit some of the aggressive potential of that style. I mean, for GK, they have to be ready for VP. Like VP have shown a more unique style through the whole stage. And so in a way, they might be more vulnerable to some of these hero bans, putting a crimp in their style. But I think the Maga is the most powerful ban of the series, and GK, they get the map win off of it. So, zero issues for them so far. But there is clearly a road back in strategically for VP. Looks like,
okay, so Juno ban.
Wait, so
okay, so it looks like actually VP
gave up the ban.
Yeah, they gave up ban. So we saw this in the Twisted Mind series as well, though. He gave up first ban. So VP gave it up to GK. And they get rid of Juno. What do you think? Would they go to the
I do think you more often want to play like the Juno Brig with Maga, because it like just better direct healing for Maga, who really, and like something like Orbital Ray plus the cage fight is one of the massive power combos. And VP are going to responsively ban the Pharah, which I like. I think this sets them up for success with something like Vendetta. Like Pharah has been sort of seen as something of the counter pick to that hero, able to put some pressure on her from range. And also even for Maga, like you don't love playing against Pharah. The barrage can just pop you even when you're trying to commit at full strength. You just die to the barrage, like in your own cage. It becomes a weird matchup when the Pharah's in play. So without the Pharah, there's going to be a lot more like grounded and heroes potentially vulnerable to that stomp.
Yeah, I think the Pharah ban is pretty strong if you're trying to, like, even when Maga was at his strongest, we would see teams kind of go to the Pharah, right? To potentially, just kind of like put some serious damage down onto the Maga. So without that gone, maybe that opens things up here for Ice Gnome and Cohen to bring that out in this map number 2, which, dude, this feels like a huge map for VP. I mean, a lot of, you lose 2 maps straight to EK. It's a lot of like confidence and momentum kind of down the drain. So feels like a map that you'd be looking at as most certainly a must-win. EK hovering over this comp, this is something most certainly they could do, right? This is kind of what you would expect from them at the moment. I think VP obviously a decent amount of flexibility here at their disposal.
Looks like they're not going to throw anything too crazy at it. Just want to take the mirror. Maybe they kind of agree. Maybe the Maga has lost some luster, as TM have said that maybe it just doesn't work that well. VP going to bring the full mirror here. For Landon and Fixa, though, this is the moment to kind of show some of that impact, show why this backline is looked at as such a threat here in the EMEA. For GK, Haku and Finn put up a great game 1. They just need to continue that level of presence here in the series.
Yeah, Psycho was taking some big damage off the start. I think it was actually some of the nades that comes in from Lambda. We're able to chunk him down a considerable amount. Is odd positioning here off the start, but that's going to be Psycho getting rid of Finn. That is a great pick there from the Tracer on VP.
That's the dream kill on Tracer, right? With Kiri down, it means CGK full aggro. They're just going to all deep send it into the back line. Great bubble. Keeps Vixa up way longer than he has any right to live in that fight. Now it's Eisnom filling up the feed here alongside Psycho. And an opening Kiri pick. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, frankly, to start the fight.
Psycho kind of wins that one right away there for VP. Really, I think he ends up with like 3 in the fight, but getting rid of Finn right off the rip, I mean, that is such an impactful pick, right? No Suzu, just the healing output there from the Kiri as well. And then you notice, right? Like Landon is giving himself a nice gap in terms of Kitsune rush here against Finn.
Double and recall used by Alpha Yi. GK still yet early in the map. Same trade from Psycho, neither really finds anything. A little cheeky flank fight, recall advantage here for Alpha Yi, but finding that Kiri does not want to stick around and risk a headshot. A little bit of pause watch here so far, Matt.
Yeah, just a tad bit, as looks like the bot's going to be contested. We'll figure out what's kind of going on there at the moment, but really it's just that one fight. It's a fight win there for Virtus.pro, you know, behind those 3 kills from Psycho, and then it looks like we had another fight kind of getting ready to kick off there before you know, maybe VP is able to take checkpoint.
Yeah, I will say that the good thing for GK is that they don't really give much progress while the fight is being cleaned up, and so they're able to cut their losses there, and you get a little bit of progress to start that fight out. But if you get like one clapback fight from GK, I mean, the game is right back to dead even, right? So, you know, for me, this is still, you know, about as tight as it gets. I do think, though, Psycho on the Tracer, in a comp where Tracer can have a little bit more carry potential,
that's true.
Definitely going to be a key matchup, him versus Alpha Yi here on map 2.
Yeah, it sounds like just a player dealing with some ping issues. We'll get that resolved as soon as possible, and then just kind of get back into game. But yeah, I mean, Psycho can really start to take over that Tracer battle. That alleviates some of maybe the pressure onto Kev, right, that we were talking about, where like Lambda kind of really, played well in terms of the hit scan head-to-head. Really outperformed Kev in map number 1, where if you were looking at that trending that way for the rest of the series, you were really worried if you're VP. But if Psycho can kind of start to dominate the Tracer battle and really take advantage of maybe a little bit of a weaker GK backline, that can definitely turn this whole series.
Right back into the action here. VP holding on to this corner, but they're not too desperate, really, to control this position. I think this one is
play for
probably...
rush.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a nice slow play for... And to your point, I mean, Finn dying early in that fight means he's going to be far behind on rush. Landon starts to step up to the plate here. They're looking to swing this corner with a powerful rush. GK should expect this kind of an ultimate advantage to come in. Ziad holds. Nice cleanse. Wow, that keeps Kevster alive from a beautiful stick from Alpha Yi. Great play by Landon. Stabilizes the team. But GK, yeah, they all survive out of this one, and the card gets stalled for quite some time, and Alpha Yi lives, so... Oh, but that late kill, Psycho finds Haku at the absolute last moment of the push. And for GK, without the Lucio, it feels like you don't really want to battle back into this one. Checkpoint, Virtus.pro.
Well, you don't have the speed to battle back in. That was actually like, GK almost played that as good as you could, right? Alpha Yi was on the bot, just contesting it, not really allowing it to move, even when the rush was going down, and then they used the speed to back on out. It's just Psycho finds a late kill there on a Haku. It's going to be both Emery's using the ultimates here at the moment. Is Finn getting dangerously low, and he's going to get finished off.
Yeah, it's just hard as Kiriko to avoid that. Both hit scans dueling in the air. Both Tracers finding the cleanups on the weakened opposition. Ziad, though, energized. He's going to try and clutch this one out, but counter kill by Alpha Yi somehow finds Psycho actually all alone there, despite Lucio and Zarya being right by his side. So Alpha Yi kind of doing God's work, and with that kill, the spawners being closer, GK hold, and they're going to kind of push back towards mid-map.
Yes, that is... I mean, Alpha Yi's having a really good map thus far. It doesn't really look like it. It's going to be the sound barrier there, just going to trying to keep Ziad alive. Nice cleanse as well that comes through there from Finn when the pulse bomb does connect. It's going to be a later grab here from Ziad. It's going to be the sound barrier from Vixa trying to keep everybody up.
Oh, beautiful stick there. Alpha Yi gets the punish on Vixa, who's kind of dueling him with the last seconds of the beat. Still, Virtus.pro, the other 4 healthy, finding the kills elsewhere in the fight. Alpha Yi just can't do enough into this one. And ultimately, it's going to be a cleanup. Eisnom, I think that when I saw that grab go out, I think he was looking for Alpha Yi, blinking across the lane, was trying to get that Tracer additionally in the grab, but ended up only with the 1 man there. Was enough to, save Ziad through it, but somehow VP just out-brawled in that fight.
It's VP looking for a shutout here on Runasapi as EK trying to make it back over towards the bot, trying to prevent even more of this progress. But because of like those early kills from Psycho onto Finn, it's kind of like resulted in this really weird mismatching in terms of the Kitsune rushes, right? Because Land is going to have another one here to put around the corner.
Yeah, and it's going to give them this power play. Actually able to win that last fight is huge. Another rush comes in here from Landon, and GK have to hard kite this one. Trying to get away, but the rush goes pretty deep, putting a lot of damage on Ziad. You might live into this one, but the card is really pushing through crucial territory. Alpha, he stalls for a moment, but really can't stick around in that kind of a kill zone created by Virtus.pro. VP know the counter rush is coming in. They're going to be looking for a kite of their own. But GK instead call the bluff. They're pushing without the rush. Now the rush comes in. VP have to run for it, but Icenom caught in a corner. No way to retreat from that one. So great timing from Finn there. Kind of delayed rush.
Yeah.
Ends up getting a good punish onto VP, who are almost preemptively kiting there.
Yeah, it's like they sped in GK and then didn't use the rush, and then kind of like once VP started to back out, they end up using the rush. We got a pause here. We're unpausing. We're going. And we're pausing. And we're coming back to Jake and I. Probably is 117-0 is where it will sit. I still much further ahead in terms of another grab as well, as something I was going to point out. Ziad not able to get much damage down in that previous fight.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the stats here, and it's definitely been a strong map so far for VP, right? But we sort of saw this in the last series, where when you were able to get these counter fight wins against TM, it was never clean. This one was clean, right? Like GK, they read, oh yeah, like you are going to try to kite our rush. You are playing so scared right now. We're just going to box you out kind of without committing. And then when we do rush, you're just out of resources. You can't escape anymore. And that means you get the clean fight win. You get back towards mid-map with all players alive. It requires you to win one more fight to make that really count, but you're set up for success in that regard, right? You actually have the tools to do so. And yes, Graviton coming up for Eisnom here momentarily, but a lot of ultimates nearly there, especially if you have something like Lambda popping the override protocol. And we've seen like it's hard for Kirikos to survive that, right? The TP around, I mean, you just have like that incredible Overwatch position up in the skybox, and kind of feels like you can dominate the server from there. So definitely eyes on Lambda. He's been clean with the override protocol so far.
Yeah, Landon, you can see kind of the difference between him and Finn, right? If you look, it's just one death, right? But that one death and the amount of healing that Landon's able to kind of get off with kind of keeping his life alive for that long. Definitely a huge difference maker here. Still 5 minutes to go on Runesapi. This Runesapi is looking to potentially be longer than our entire first series of the day.
That's brutal, Matt.
Is it inaccurate? I
No,
don't know.
I
don't think it is.
It's a cursed prediction, but it's way too real. As
take a look at where we are in the set. Obviously, if you're just tuning in, GK takes map number 1. A little bit of a surprise. We think obviously VP is second best team in the region, but GK is kind of maybe a little bit closer than we had originally had thought. So GK will finally get the bot across mid-map. They'll start to gain some progress here.
VP are going to be right into this, though. Eisnom has already come outside of the pulse bomb. Psycho shuts down the override protocol before it can even get rolling. Dream start to the fight. Eisnom's going to try and win this one without even popping the Graviton Surge, and I think he'll be able to do just that. Already 2 picks in the fight. A deep push by Finn, Haku, and Ziad, but it's too predictable. It's too desperate. Read like a bedtime story by Virtus.pro. Psycho, what a pulse bomb. Just stifles any hope for GK.
He's been sick on this map, specifically. Really kind of, really with the pulse bombs, right? And that early kill on a Finn really has kind of turned the tide in this map. Is that'll be VP now getting the bot deeper in towards GK's spawn. It'll be sound barrier grab opportunities for both teams. It'll be Ziad ends up using the grab here. They do catch her one inside. Oh, nice beat there. Yeah, the later beat here from Haku though. Yeah,
the late pulse is perfect onto Kevster. He kills him just as the beat ends with all those defensive tools expiring. That'd be enough for GK to overwhelm. And with only a pulse bomb thrown in, I mean, other than both teams trading, of course, grab and beat, you invest one more pulse bomb, you get the fight win. That's going to feel good for GK. Once again, back to mid-map at full strength. VP, though, they're going to catch the full forward spawn. Going to see another fight, and this is one that GK really need to win. Kevster with the override protocol, though, you got to, like, smother him in the chokes, but he's already out. He's already putting down damage, making the backline respond. Has to play a little bit careful. Lambda getting that bubble and firing back up into the sky. Rush available for Landon, though, if they want to continue this aggression. GK kind of reeling. Position not looking good for them. Need to bubble and just kite out of this one.
Oh, I was going to say, you know, Haku was just kind of like in the middle of the street, and he was taking some serious damage there from Ice Gnome. They used a bubble on him, but still not able to make it out with his life, as, you know, VP able to hold on to this Kitsune rush for this kind of like last turn. Fortunately for GK, Finn does a nice jump, get like 30% of his ultimate there in that fight. So they're going to have the Kitsune to match it.
Rush is traded. No one dropping just yet. Ice Gnome, though, he's too low and ends up getting cleaned up. GK with a strong position here, fighting from the high ground. 3 kills on the fight. Looks to be a clean win for them. Just Psycho now going to sack on the bot, catch the spawn wave. And surely this is the moment where GK makes some real progress in enemy territory.
I mean, they haven't been able to like win 2 or 3 fights in a row. They're able to kind of, you know, clutch up back to their spawn, but like these are the ones that are gonna have to win towards mid map. It's gonna be Lab using the override protocol. Maybe they're gonna be able to split some players off here, and you think you're gonna be able to get one. I mean, this could give them some more positive momentum.
Oh, trades could come in. Ziad does go down. Ice Gnome, that's a crucial tool to be able to win. Still, cleanup coming in. Ice Gnome with no support behind him. Seems like he's like eventually gonna go down, but they're trying to exact more kills out of this. Psycho, Ice Gnome side by side, backs against the wall, and they get yet more out of it. Gotta remember, GK, they have the long spawn, so, you know, for VP, they could get back in this one. In the end, though, GK, they get the fight win, they don't expend crucial ults, and the bot is rolling forward. So
yeah, and I think
those
if you
counter
can get
kills
to
are nice, but
if you can get to this corner, you still feel pretty good if you're GK. You see Psycho now kind of starting to move the bot, kind of create some separation. But with Haku dying, you're going to get everybody back here in the fight.
Faster beat for Haku. Could be a difference maker here. Alfie trying to get an aggressive and force some kind of a response out. With both Graviton Surges available, it's going to be scary for either team to push through the chokes, but of course GK, they have no choice in the matter. They've got to go here. They've got to find some kind of aggression. Ziad opens an early grab and completely whips. Juked by VP, the backline stays alive. Psycho finds the kill to Haku. There's not going to be a beat in this fight. Vixa, though, also does drop, but I feel like Virtus.pro has just done enough. Beautiful kiting there, and that one is going to hurt for GK. It felt like that was their moment. They had the ultimate advantage, but the grab is juked, and Kevster laughing all the way to the bank. Great movement there. Emmerich and Lucio slipping away from that.
And that was like, do you maybe think about if you're GK end up using the beat to try and actually like kind of win that fight, but then it puts yourself in an almost unwinnable situation in the fight that you desperately need to win, getting checkpoint.
Big damage from Psycho on the backline, not being dissuaded. Aggression followed up by the override protocol. Kiri out of gas. Kevster gets that cleanup, and GK routed. With only 15 seconds left, Virtus.pro pressuring toward a potential full cap here. Like, GK need to rally. This is going to be brutal. Not just to hold here, but to even think about, you know, coming back in this map feels almost impossible. A grab opens up here. Beat comes in defensive from GK. Is going to keep them in the fight. Alfie using it to great effect onto the backline. Landed. Puts that pressure away. A better beat, though, coming in from VP. Vixa needs to find kills quickly, though, because inside the rush, it does get a little bit difficult. Alfie gets the pulse bomb onto Kevster, takes away one of those key damage dealers that Landon doesn't seem like he wants to commit the rush into this fight. It doesn't look good for them so far. Vixa does find a trade kill, but Virtus.pro, I think, wise to not gamble this close to the GK spawn.
No, you have to hold on to that rush. No reason to just kind of throw it away. I mean, you end up using the rush there. It doesn't work out. You are in a miserable scenario for VP. So you have this Kitsune rush. You also do have the pulse bomb, and Psycho's been really good on this map, specifically nailing those. What I am worried about, though, for VP, though, Jake, rush, and then you can just have Labda kind of use that override protocol and just put down lots of damage into it.
Can't kite the rush anymore, man. In overtime, but the pulse bomb, gets bubbled, I believe, there. So Psycho forces something out, but here comes the rush onto the card. They're trying to kill Ivan. They're trying to take the Zarya down early into the fight, but it's tough to try and fight into the rush. Ziad taking a lot of counter pressure, but eventually Izdam does drop. So despite the Kitsune rush on the ground, although as I say that, Kevster finds 2, gets this fight back into contest. And the hero for the day ends up being Kev. Despite losing Izdam, they're winning the fight on the flanks. And the rush is just enough to get the job done. Well fought by GK. I mean, that fight looked almost impossible. They make it interesting, but in the end, VP, they get the cleanup as expected and put a map away 1-1 in the series.
Yes, that is a really it's a really tough fight for VP towards the end, where GK I thought played that quite well, but I know Kev, it looked like there with Fixa and Psycho just kind of like wrapped towards the side, and they're end up able to take it here you kind of see some of the stats. Kevin, Labda getting a little bit better in terms of the damage output, but Kev in terms of limb contributions, and then also keeping those deaths low, so important for VP.
Like this cleanse, crazy, like max vertical height cleanse to be able to save Kevster from that pulse. Actually, it's a crucial moment where they really open up a gap early in the series. Kevster, a little bit of sky dueling here, definitely crucial. Your ability to win these Emery battles. This pulse, though, it feels like this kind of broke the back.
Yeah, that was with the override protocol as well. As soon as he ends up popping the ult to get in the sky.
Love that pulse from Alfie, though. Perfect, like absolutely perfect timing. He goes early there, it just gets blocked by Cleanser Bubble. Alfie was putting up numbers in this one, but felt like a team play difference here. I felt like, some of these early fights, like the support ult usage from Landon when he had the advantage was really nice. This grab, though, is like, that stings, right?
Yeah, if he actually kind of connects with somebody there, maybe there's a world in which they win that fight, but looked like just at the moments that VP needed a clutch up, they showed up every single time, right? And all those key fights. I think Psycho had a really good map on the Tracer. I thought both Tracers were really good, but just some of the moments that Psycho had, I think right off the rip, getting rid of Finn, that pulse bomb we see there were a few other kind of key kills during the fights and early on, so I thought Psycho probably had a pretty standout performance there.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Some of those key difference maker kills and just constantly being a thorn in the enemy backline, right? When you play that Lucio Kiri, that's a powerful support line at fighting off Tracers, but the Tracer players who can stand toe-to-toe and put up some of those kills, put up a lot of that pressure without dying, they make a huge impact on the team. It's like that time the Kiri's dueling the Tracer is time she's not healing the front line, right? It's time that, you're starting to lose position in the brawl, and so it's definitely impact felt by the Tracers so far in the series. And as we go towards this third map, I'm really curious to see where GK decide to take us. Right now, they're in some control here. They get to take us to their strong point of a map. Kind of curious to see what that is. They have to have been thinking about this is their strongest moment to really throw a haymaker at VP, and the map 1 win does put them in the driver's seat in theory for the series.
What would you go to here? If we could maybe bring up the map pool, that would be awesome. But just to kind of you think we have Atlas and Suravasa. I don't think you would go to. Maybe Suravasa you could kind of consider. Okay, they go to Blizzard World. This is a pretty good map. If you wanted to play D.Va, right, and kind of control some of those high grounds.
Yeah, I think Blizzard World, I would say, is one of the weirder maps in the pool in that it opens up possibilities to play dive. Teams even can, in NA, we see people playing Sigma on this map. So I really think this is a map where when you pick this map, you have a very prepared strategy for GK. So I actually love to see this in a playoffs moment where you come in with something cheeky, something prepared, something the opponent may or may not be able to match, and certainly they're going to have to react to. So I like throwing a hybrid in. I think teams do a little bit too much, they play control, flashpoint, and push, and they just more or less play the same high tempo, fast play style. But if you're a strong team in the attack defend look, can be an asset. Although now GK give the ban over to VP. Is the ban changing?
A lot of people kind of conceding this ban, which is interesting. I think there is something with giving away the first ban and then kind of having the other team, pick the hero first, kind of concedes maybe a little bit what they're worried about or what they're trying to deter you from playing, which kind of frees you up for the second ban. So it'll be an Alari ban there from VP to kick things off, and then GK just get rid of Cassidy.
I like the Alari ban. I think if a lot of the sort of weirder greedy strats on this map involve her, right? Her ability to hold down an off angle better than most DPS can. If you can't clear that pylon, good luck ever dealing with the Alari. And when you try to dive her as a 5-man, she can kind of jump away, right, using that boop burst, right? So I think banning the Alari actually does kind of mitigate a lot of the biggest issues or threats you might be thinking about from these weirder greedy poke styles. So I kind of don't agree with giving the ban away. I would have rather seen a support ban from GK, because I think in a way those are some of the most crucial heroes to some of these more oddball styles. That being said, you could absolutely still play on a Brig and still play whether it's a Winston dive comp or something with a Sigma, and it doesn't take it out of the question. Taking away the Cassidy, though, in theory, suggests to me you want to play I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking Wrecking Ball, but like, is that something this team really plays?
Yeah, I mean, it is very interesting, right? That you're kind of like in this predicament, and we're seeing more teams kind of give up this first ban. Really, it's like a few times already today. I think like twice in this series, and then once in the last one. We've already seen it happen. So potentially kind of turning into a little bit of something to look at and kind of consider as we move forward, with the process. But yeah, it feels like EK may give up a little bit of control over the actual kind of meta on what we see here by giving away that first ban and maybe not getting rid of like one of those supports you talked about.
We'll have to see. I mean, this is certainly GK knowing that they want to play something wild and wonky here, and this is their opportunity to show us what it is. I think attack side on this map can be pretty difficult, honestly. Like defenders, I feel they can look really solid here. And nope, GK are rolling out full stock standard. An interesting choice. I mean, I guess why maybe taking us here, maybe they're worried about like blocking out some of the other hybrid picks, right? They don't want to deal with something wild and crazy on Midtown. In fairness, like some of the other hybrid picks do have an opportunity for some cheesy poke comps. But this is still the defense. Like on attack, there's still a possibility of showing something different. It's VP who are hovering some wild heroes. I mean, I think they're going to do some scouting. I think they have the same read that I do.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be some weird comp on defense. I think they'll be surprised when they come out and see,
right, yeah.
It's Zarya Emra. Like, it's exactly what we've been playing against all day long.
No, they're just going to, jetpack cat up the Widow here, maybe. Oh, actually, looks like they used the cat with the ball there for a second. Yeah, they're just gonna switch here, and they're mirror. So this is actually not what I expected at all here on this map. And maybe it changes as we go towards like the second point, but at least at the start, just a clean old mirror matchup.
Yeah, GK electing to just hold by the point here, playing for that high ground setup. Interesting to see how Kepster approaches us on the Emery. What angle is he gonna try to take? Alfie has found the early recon on the Psycho. Doesn't want to overplay his hand, though. Doesn't want to step past that corner. Damage, though, good by Ziad. Drops Fixa on the walk-up. Likely with some assist from the backline there. Still, the damage rate is continuing. I mean, Virtus.pro, they're not backing down in number, but they're continuing to look for kills, continuing to look for a test in this fight. But Ziad, fully energized, high HP, is going to start to step up. They need to find these cleanup, and soon, but Alfie is going to do just that. So far, only casualty is Haku, who's going to be back into the fight post-haste. Not a big kill to find. Beautiful hold so far from GK, just textbook.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they get a decent amount of time off the clock. There is no, they tried to put some pressure on the point, but nothing. They're not able to kind of like gain anything. So a good start on defense here from GK. Finn, long range headshot there on the Kev. So that's going to stop anything before it starts. So this is going to burn, another maybe like 30 seconds off of the clock there, off of that pickoff from Finn. So this is a fantastic start from GK.
Yeah, those types of kills they really take the tempo away from you as a team. Eisdom still going to step up and get some trades going, though. He's kind of starting the fight early, getting energized, knows that, the defenders probably don't intend to really go past the corner onto an Zarya. And so the cost is going to be minimized. Virtus.pro navigating this one well. Early rush, though, for the defenders. They might look to rip it and go early here. Stepping up, it's going to be a rush trade here on the court of the point. I think this looks good for VP so far in the fight. Vin and Haku are both low. GK need to find some kills into this one. VP are healthy. They're going to start to step up. Alfie trying to find targets in the chaos. But Eisdom staying up, staying healthy. The tank brawl continues. Ziad drops to his own energy mortar. With the override protocol over the top, it's going to be a cleanup for VP.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe if you were able to survive a little bit longer, right? Sound barrier plus your own graph there for GK, but pretty clean fight there, with the Kitsune rush plus the override protocol there from VP. So they'll get the cart unlocked there. They'll get that first checkpoint, but GK now going to try and control some of this high ground.
Yeah, they're going to just play this one nice and slow, taking some poke trade. See how they intend to approach second point, right? Honestly, we don't see this matchup all that often on Blizzard World. So it's like, do you really want to step patch the siege tank? Often we see teams play things a little slower, and Alfie, whoa, takes the bubble and just one flips Landon. That had to have been a pure solo kill. Like, I don't see how anyone else could have put damage down there.
No, it looks like just an entire solo kill, and it's just like, what, he just gets the benefits of like the bubble and just like a double blink in and then finishes him off. I mean, that's crazy work there from Alfie.
Yeah, he's been putting up numbers, man, with these bubble blink ins. I see why they're going for him. putting up some real pressure. VP, though, in the end, cart keeps rolling forward. So the actual objective cost of that kill isn't high. Next fight, though, going to be crucial. Earlier recall from Alfie. He continues to take this trade, but Lambda with the override protocol ensures no support can come in. Psycho's on an island, but he's staying alive for now. And bleeding out some of these crucial ultimates step by step here for the Virtus.pro attack.
And this is so odd. You see the Zaryas there just kind of like, because it's not even like a, okay, now Ziad drops and just kind of like rounds the corner. I was like, hey, it's really just Alfie on the cart, checking Ice Snow, making sure he can't push it. And then Ziad on the high ground, just trying to deter the rest of the players from VP to making it through the choke, as it'll be the grab here. They're going to connect with Haku. Haku gets the beat off.
Almost a forced grab by Ice Snow. Just has to do something. He's just dying to spam out in the open, and in the end, the grab is not going to change anything. The beat is good from Haku, stabilizes, and counterpunch. Brutal here from the defenders. This is an awkward map to play this Zarya on attack. Like, coming up and pushing that cart in the wide open space is kind of the worst case scenario for Zarya. So I in a way, GK, by playing something more standard to the meta, have honestly thrown a little bit of chaos. Hopefully they don't see him. What? If he pulses, they're just going to cleanse it, though. Oh, the Kiriko teleported away. Haku left on his lonesome, and what a pulse. But Hester does find the trade. Crazy burst from him and Fixa.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the target he wanted. I think he actually wanted Fixa, right? Because Fixa's got the beads, but you do end up with Kev, who does have the override protocol, so pretty impactful. It's going to be Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier used up on the high ground. It's going to be just a two-player beat.
Yod trying to stay healthy, trying to fight it on the high ground. Fixa boot down away to the low ground. Gives Yod a bit of a tempo advantage. Good hold from GK, keeping that position. They step up aggro, but Kevster is here with the override protocols. Yod had not accounted for that. And it's all Kevster in the feed so far. Virtus.pro looking to do this one clean, keeping the sports alive. Great defensive play from Landon and Fixa, because now 5 players alive. They can take full map control. GK on the retake.
GK can probably come back here and try and make a play for this, though, right? You have the bubbles here for Lambda. Lambda's going to have the override protocol. And you might end up getting over towards beat. Like, it's really, you know, kind of a, you know, a toss-up if you get that. It's going to be a bubble there on the Lambda as he uses the override protocol, gets high in the sky.
Virtus.pro backing off for now, staying alive. GK without really any tools to catch escaping players. So you need to use that override protocol just to get space on the map, but now you're gonna have to win a fight heads up. Haku close to that beat could be important. Alfie holding onto that cart well, ensuring that no cheeky progress, no C9s come in. Psycho's in the background with the pulse bomb, though. We've seen him do some damage from this position before, but a beat comes in. Izdom dropping low, gets overwhelmed. GK swarming forward on top of the attackers, ensuring that they do not have the opportunity to build up those key ultimates. You can see on that top right bank, man, they were close to a grab. Could have been able to get aggro with it. So GK, great job catching the tempo, and the map might just be over. Psycho's dead late, 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, look, it costs a VP a lot to get to this point, and then now in a difficult spot, it looks like Fix actually gets a bubble there trying to contest, and he is not going to be able to make it, neither will Landon. So that will be where VP's push ends. Pretty good defense there from GK.
Yeah, really well done. I think they just knew how to play the Zarya comp on Blizzard World, which I think a lot of teams might actually not be super experienced with. So really cool pick from GK. They're looking very much playoffs ready. That being said, I said the map might be over, misspoke. It's just the round. VP absolutely with a win con, right? Pushing it near to the end of second point is absolutely good enough for a real shot at this. I mean, capping first point is not a foregone conclusion on Blizzard World.
No, not at all. So, I mean, we'll see if GK can actually make some progress on offense here, but you know, at least right now, put together a pretty good defense and opportunity to steal this map. I mean, you know, taking that 2-1 lead for GK would be huge, right? Because you'd obviously have some map selections there towards the end of the series that would definitely pay off.
Absolutely, they look well prepared into this one. Haku has been nice with the beats, but I feel like you really have to think about Alphagi for a key difference maker, right? Some of those, the kills he's able to find, the chaos he's able to inject have been massive. And VP have been caught flat-footed more than once in this series by what GK are able to pull out with this kind of aggression. We'll see if there's anything off of the stock standard to open up here with. I assume Finn is just baiting. Don't expect to see the Wu Ying come out here. We're gonna check the comp here, consider their options, but yeah, in the end, they pick this map. They want to play the mirror.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a reason to swap. It's a little bit odd, right? Like, you know, typically we see teams go to Blizzard World to play something more like a Diva, but just a head-to-head Zarya action here on this map as The VP just kind of playing a little bit further back than we did see GK play it. Just going to play for more of this high ground as Labda and Kev just kind of trading shots up there.
Both Tracers attacking each other's back lines, trying to put some pressure on. Psycho comes back for the peel. The Laufey comes back to defend, but holding at the point, so this point is getting awkward though. Ziad caught in a weird corner. And VP made a chase into enemy territory. GK really forcing that one on Ziad. It's up in a really odd spot. I don't know that I've seen attackers come to that position, and it doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, and not ideal, I would say, for GK. And I mean, typically, right, if VP is going to play a little bit further back, like hold that high ground, maybe you want to get Alfie like wrapping all the way around, right, putting some pressure onto those players, and then kind of like you have Alfie on one side and then some long range hit scan from another, like forcing those players off of the high ground. That is not really what we saw there. Everybody, the supports and Kev able to sit up on that high ground, be pretty safe.
Labda crosses the angle, starts to put some pressure down on the point, but Kevster strikes first, finds Haku without the Lucio, hard to get aggressive. Look at GK though, they want to take this off angle with the Zarya. But Eisner just holding it down on point. Now looking to step up, looking to go for a cleanup here. A little bit risky without many more player kills, but Kevster, Psycho combined to clean up Labda. Should be enough. Whoa, the rush. Okay, they're committing Finn all in on this one. Uh-oh, Matt, that is a suspect commit.
I mean, there was no chance they were winning that, right? The rush also from Finn comes out after Landon, so it's like somewhere along the line he thinks that later rush, like you're going to be able to kind of come out on top there. But
yes, Matt, I'm not even sure why Landon rush. I guess both. Maybe they saw some low. Maybe the enemy Zarya is low. They think, oh, we can just overwhelm. We can. If you kill the Zarya, like in fairness, even if the fight goes bad, you probably can still get back in and cap with the closer spawn. But trading down rushes takes a lot of the chaos out of the fight. VP, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable with this one. Sitting defensively with the grab is a very good spot to be. It's hard to push into. See Eyes now, he's looking for those opportunities. Doesn't want to take the solo on the Ziad though, at least not around the corner. Needs to consider his hit stand angle.
Yes, Alfie, that's going to be the recall used right away. And Labda falls as he's working towards that override protocol from Psycho. So everybody backs out for GK's. Jake, it's been a pretty ugly offense. I mean, you have what, probably one good attempt at this here for GK coming up with a minute below on the clock. As looks like Alfie is still behind. I think they have an idea that he's here though.
Yeah, they do. They're going to try and root him out before the fight begins. And oh, it's kind of a nice timing to get him, but Alfie slips away to that mini pack. I don't think you're going to want to really chase that. Override protocol from Labda. Graviton Surge is out. The main fight crucial into this one. Beat comes down. Haku with a better later beat before anybody drops. Keeping players alive through the Graviton Surge, but Psycho has found Finn. Ziad fighting that kill into Item though gives them a chance into this fight. But the trades keep coming in. VP split around the map here with DPS and support. And Ziad chasing his tail does find Kevster on the exit. It's a nice late kill. I mean, the hit scan not being there at the start of the fight will help these attackers get in, but will it be enough? 15 seconds on the clock. You got to go fast. Ziad actually comes to the D.Va, wants to really push tempo, but Landon has a faster rush, and the Zarya into D.Va inside the rush. Yeah, that's a scary matchup.
And everybody's going to be back at full strength, right? So it's not like you get some kind of spawn advantage here for GK as we head into OT.
Yeah, rush down on the point. They know you have to contest into this, and the backline also going to be exposed to that threat. Pulse Bomb not connecting from Alpha. Virtus.pro looking to stifle their opponents here with the full hold. Eisnom finds one kill, a second and a third in the feed, sealing the deal. GK tried to get cheeky, bringing us to a map that they thought VP might not be fully prepared for, and VP, despite a tough hold on second point, they put down a dominant defense there. No progress on point. GK sent packing.
Yes, that is on a GK map selection, right? You thought maybe they would try and use that to kind of move the meta a little bit further in their favor, but they just kind of go for another mirror matchup. And
Psycho 1 death? Goodness, that's pretty impressive. This is a comp where Tracer can get bursted quick. Like, it's not a comp where you really expect her to have very low death counts. Like, she's in the fight more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, we look on the other side, right? For Alfie, right? 6 deaths, a little bit of higher damage than Psycho, but Psycho just doing a great job playing his life, staying alive. I know Haku had a rough time staying alive in this one. I know 8 deaths from the Lucio on GK, but really, for me, it was just GK's offense. Like, their defense was totally fine, right? Preventing, VP from taking that second checkpoint. Their offense was just a mess here on first point.
Yeah, some of these hidden ball spawn plays were pretty nice from Alpha E, man. You know, this is a high-pressure scenario, and he's often able to find value into these moments, which is definitely going to be great to see for the rest of the series, but I felt like he just had too much work to do on that attack. The full hold on second is nice, but not going to be good enough. Like we said, right? Like, you know, capping Blizzard World first point is not easy. The defenders have a really strong position, especially in these rush mirrors. I think this is often why we see more of a dive comp played here.
Yeah, I mean, the one opportunity, right? Like, you know, they ended up using their rush, right? We were talking about Finn ended up using that rush like at a really weird time. Maybe if you hold on to that, you have an opportunity to come back and, like, you know, have a little bit more of even footing in the next fight, but they were never really able to get back to that point. So now VP find themselves on series point here. For GK, we have a Flashpoint and then also Escort available. We'll see where they decide to go. You know, if they want to keep playing the Zarya type stuff, they could just play, like, you know, whether it be Atlas or Surabasa.
I mean, certainly, but there's got to be some question marks in your mind now, right? When you go to Blizzard World, you play the Zarya comp, you obviously prepared to play it on this map. It's your map pick. You kind of wanted to do exactly that. You had, in theory, every advantage on the comp, right? Does that kind of put a hit on your confidence about your ability to win that mirror if you go to a Flashpoint? I hope not. I think they do need to stay believing in it. But for now, they're going to go to Havana. And I do like an Escort pick here because realistically, the difference between Atlas and Saravasa, you know, there's something, but it's really not going to be radically game-changing in terms of the style you play. Havana, Rialto, and Watchpoint, though, present some very different choices. And you know, I kind of agree with this. I kind of don't want to go to a map 5 where VP has map pick, even if you win map 4, right? And they get to take us to one of the Escort maps. Like, I kind of agree with GK. Like, you kind of need to pick Havana here just to ensure that at least a potential map 5 is, like, on even footing.
Yeah, I think so. That does make some sense. And then with Havana, we'll see if EK actually decides to use that first ban, and they get rid of Brig. So maybe this is a sign that they want to play some Diva here, getting the Brig out of the mix. But we'll see an opportunity here for VP. They're banned. So what? They've banned the Pharah, the Curie, and they've also banned the Alaria. It'll be a Vendetta ban here from Virtus.pro.
Interesting choice, banning the Ven. You know, I think the Brig ban to me says, I guess that you want to play Diva or even the Sigma. Sometimes we see the Brig have a good matchup there, being able to, like, run over Sigma with rallies and make his life really difficult on the alt tempo fights. This is Havana, after all. I mean, we've seen quite the range of picks, though, from me. We've seen teams that just play full rush on Havana and just, like, do not care. And we've seen teams that go for, like, a wild poke commit style. You know, the Alaria is available into this one. Kiriko, though, is too, so it won't be necessarily easy to get away with those greedy styles.
Yeah, it's much harder to just kind of use that kind of greedy type of play style. Then now we did see a good amount of Vendetta actually played here on Havana. You know, in the past, right? We see teams a lot, like, through the second phase of the map play a lot of the Ven, but actually today in the EMEA, at least here in our first 2 games, we haven't seen much of the Vendetta at all. It's been a lot of Tracer.
No, she definitely seems to have been maybe falling off a little bit. Maybe teams starting to figure her out, playing around her cooldown tempo a little bit better. Tracer play has been phenomenal, though. It's hard to argue with, you know, players like Psycho and Alpha E, the way they can stick a pulse bomb.
So we'll get a chance to see what both teams are going to play as, yeah, I mean, nothing surprising. This has been a weird series. Like, it feels like there's been a lot of opportunity here for both teams to make swaps and get into, like, a position to potentially kind of create to a little bit of an advantage at times. And both teams just opting to just kind of play the Zarya with the Tracer and the Emre and the Lucio Curie. I think that kind of favors VP, right? In the fact that, like, if you're GK, you would love to, like, you know, cost, like, maybe, you know, get the support line on something of VP on a little bit different, or maybe trying to get into a Diva action. But looks like both teams just kind of resign that this is the meta at the moment.
Yeah, they're gonna live or die by it. Hard to disagree too much. I mean, the way TM is dominating this region, it's like they aren't reinventing the wheel either. You know, they're more or less running it down with this style. And with the beatdowns they're delivering on other teams, it's clear that you don't necessarily need to do anything wild and wacky to get these wins. It's down to execution. It's down to the play you're able to pull off. Both Tracers taking some Zarya bubbles, getting into the back line. Alfie has looked great in that spot before, but this time maybe overdoes it. A little too many blinks committed, a little too many resources deployed, and they punish the Tracer. GK have to just retreat back to the spawn.
I was about to say as well, before that, I was like, man, GK feels like they need to get off to a good start here, right? Like, after how the last map went, and then Psycho feels like every single time he's getting those bubbles and going into the backline, he's able to come up with one. I mean, been so impactful throughout this series, and just the one death in the last map as well.
Yeah, typically it's such a low percentage play, but he's been certainly overperforming that kind of value. And ooh, the cleanse comes in aggressive. Ziad steps up to the plate. Eisnam just out of gas there. Split away maybe on the angle from the supports, and GK, this is the hot start we were looking for.
Yeah, so one fight goes in favor of VP, and then right after that, GK able to get around the corner and I know put together a good fight. They're going to get close to taking this checkpoint, but I believe you're going to get another fight here out of VP, especially with the ability for the Tracer to contest. Yeah, so it's going to be one more that GK is going to have to win to be able to really take the point.
Very comfortable refight. Another bubble deployed on the Tracer. Alfie getting a lot of resources in this match. You can see why from the way he's been playing, but Kevster and Fixa working together to outplay him on the flank. That drop takes some of the resources, though, away from Eisnam. He ends up dropping in the front line. Seen this before from VP. Are they able to clutch it out? The pulse bar from Psycho is certainly going to help, but Zarya energized on the point could become a bit of a problem. Two supports and Tracer, though. Hard targets for her to connect and stick on. Kiriko behind, and so it seems to be a bit of a detente. Rush committed now from Vin. He says, you've got to come contest this card into my Zarya. Ziad, 95 to grab, but Kevster finds that kill onto Vin. It's traded right back. Override protocol over the top, though. It's just too much for Ziad. Losing that support of the carry means a rush ends up thrown in for nothing. It does get the counter rush out of Landon, though, so it's not worst case scenario.
Yes, and I mean, well, what? I guess you're going to have the override protocol advantage here for GK, and you're going to have... They're going to have beat and grab on the other side. Well, maybe not if you kind of go fast, but feels like, you know, VP knew how important that defense was here, and then now you're just trying to, you know, win some of these fights maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage, right? 4 ultimates available. It's going to be Lambda getting him this guy. They need to use a bubble on him right away. He was dangerously low.
Beat only on 2 here. Kind of awkward for GK.
And Lambda doesn't get the benefits of it.
Yeah, in the end, it might still be enough, right? Ziad's, you know, full HP on the point, but wait, Psycho finds that kill on the Finn. Ooh, hey, that is a nasty burst from Ziad, actually. Probably going to seal the deal on its own. But it ends up being probably more expensive than you would like, right? You would have much preferred, like, that was no ultimates for the defense, right? And they can hold it with, like, just, if they can cap with just an override protocol, you feel pretty good. But throwing the beat in is not going to feel amazing there.
And some of these support ultimates from GK got me worried, right? The Finn with the last one. I know last map with that rush doesn't really do much of anything. And then I think the beat actually was used there. They used the bubble on the Lambda and he was taking damage, and he was still using the override. I think that was Haku up on the high ground trying to actually connect with him with the beat. But still, it only connects with 2. This is going to be the grab that comes in. They end up getting rid of Ziad.
That was scary, man. Fixa actually almost booped him away from the grab at the perfectly wrong moment, but it does still connect. They do still drop the Zarya, and able to retake a really dominant defensive position here with the cart essentially no meaningful progress into second point. So GK now, it's going to be their turn with the grab, but pretty tough spot to be using the grab, right? You know, you have perfect position for the defenders to split, and what, if you grab Eisnam with like bubbles and a beat behind him, he is not going to go down. Maybe with the perfect pulse bomb, but it's actually a pretty hard spot for GK to find these ults. I mean, Ziad's really going to be looking for a bigger grab than just Zar.
Yeah, well, it's good enough. Actually, yeah, he actually gets Fixa, but it's gonna. Oh, actually, he gets landed, but there's gonna be the beat there from Fixa off on the high ground. But still, it's not enough. No, nice beat there from Fixa. Pulse bomb comes in from Psycho. Hold on, Psycho finds Finn, and then Psycho also finds the Alpha. Yeah, that's a.
He's tapped out.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Oh no! Oh, this doesn't look good, man. He's fighting demons.
Yeah, that looks like. That looks like Mitch playing at 3 a.m. He's after a nice night out. But yeah, that's a rough one there. Maybe Alpha, you could have obviously been a force in that fight. They don't get the benefits of them there though. That looks like another VP fight win.
Yeah, that's a rough one because that pulse bomb, the late pulse bomb kill onto Landon, who does get caught in the grab, is actually exactly what Alpha needs to find in that fight, right? Like once again, perfect timing, perfect positioning on the pulse bomb. it goes down to a low numbers scrap fest. But Alfie at the DC at that moment means, I mean,
well, Psycho had already gotten.
He can't really participate.
Psycho had already gotten 2 as well. Right? I mean, obviously not an ideal situation really for either team, right? I know we've obviously had some pauses in this series. You know, there's some players playing on high ping, right? This will happen, and no fix, you know, for VP. You think about, I know some of the members of GK. Rough time for that to happen there for Alfie and co.
It's my bad, Matt.
That looked like you on Tracer out there.
Oh, you can't be saying that. You can't be throwing that at me, Matt. Now, how about you play Tracer? You play Tracer.
My Tracer is pretty good. It's up
you're
there.
Like Alfie is like here, and you're like just like a little, like it's like close, right? It's like you on a great day, you know. Alfie with a blindfold on, you know, it's like kind of like the same vibe.
People have said I'm the Alfie of New York. That's been out there at times.
They're like the Alfie of Plat.
Yeah, basically. I think I might be Diamond now, so hold up. I may be doing myself a disservice. See where we kind of are in the series. GK honestly, GK has been really, I would say map 2 and 3, they didn't look, well, map 3's defense, they looked pretty good. Map 1, obviously, they were awesome. Map 2, I think, was just a VP dominating performance. Off the rip here, they're just trying to keep themselves alive in this series.
That's tough, right? I mean, these fights are super scrappy, though. Like, it feels like both teams are always taking casualties. But Virtus.pro just having that little bit extra to give on the match day, right? Clutching out some of the low numbers fights. And the rewards for some of those fight wins are massive because now VP reasserting themselves, holding on to this corner. And all these hard corners on second point, really difficult spot for attackers.
Yeah, I mean, in here, going to be working up towards this rush. They need to get value out of these ults. I mean, you know, a few times we've seen, especially in this situation, a minute 20 on the clock, decent progress here through the second part of the map. Is it'll be the override protocol, and it's going to be Kev just free firing into the doorway as they have to kind of walk on through.
No way, Eisnom lives that on 1 HP. Are you kidding me? The defenders hold strong. They get their own rush out. Insane work from the supports to keep him up. And Alfie does find the kill onto Cycle, but damage has been done, Matt. Obscene that he can continue to hold that corner. Doesn't even drop off the high ground. Full trust in the backline to keep him up. And I mean, I think GK just thought that kill was a foregone conclusion. I think they almost left that one uneaten.
It's also really difficult, right? You use the Kitsune rush here up on the high ground because you want to like try and fight for this. But Kev it's just a doorway that he's able to just fire this override protocol in from. Being gladly using his very difficult angle to fire from. Doesn't want to pull out though because like he's a very easy target. You know, no real skybox here as Fixa takes out Alfie. This has been rough here for GK now, Jake. We're below 30 seconds. They're gonna have to back out. Just sound barrier with their pulse bomb to work with.
Psycho could end this one before it really begins. Although that being said, with bubbles and cleanse, it's not likely to do much, you know, popping it too early into the fight. That being said, when the initiation comes, Psycho has pole position, going for his choice of targets. And it's forced to be a low ground push, which is not ideal here for GK. Eisnom comfortable to deploy the grab anytime he wants. Going to be looking for other targets, of course, than that frontline tank, but ultimately still going to commit, pulls the beat out of Haku. Fixa holding on to his counter beat. Labda, though, finds Landon in the trade, and that is a dream moment here for GK, getting those kills. Fixa, I mean, holding the beat there, I think, is a very natural play, but ends up getting pretty hard punished. GK, well, finding those dual wins in the chaos.
I think they're holding the beat because they know that the grab's on the other side, right? So we'll see if they end up getting value out of that sound barrier. The other, you could have looked at it maybe like, hey, if you use the beat there, you can actually just kind of win in that scenario, or stop the GK push. Will have to be Psycho who probably gets a touch here. Yep, coming out of the other door on the low ground is that's going to be the grab. It's going to be the beat here from Fixa. Fixa actually connects with everybody.
The touch does come in though. Psycho gets the job done, but hold on, someone's going to touch again. Oh, over time, Eisnom just doesn't have the HP to do it. Drops into the rush, and it's just a meat grinder here on the cart. God, Alfie with that attack speed bonus, and Escort can be a deceptive map type, right? Like both of these offenses, first and second point, have looked really difficult, but you do get the job done. That being said, the strong defense from VP means there is basically zero margin for error on Havana third point. One of the most brutal positions to attack into.
Yeah,
I think cart progress makes a world of difference here. If you get stifled at the spawn, it's going to feel rough, and that is a live possibility right now, Matt.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what VP's playing for, right? Below a minute, you can use rush here. You can get quite aggressive. Oh, it's not, though. This is a nice override protocol. There's a lot of area to kind of fire and spam into. As none of his teammates are able to finish off any of the kills with some of the damage that goes on down. But yeah, like you mentioned, right? This is an ideal scenario here for VP. You win that fight. Now you have your override protocol pulse bomb. If you can like lock them at the door here, it's going to be very difficult if VP on their offense makes it to this point for GK to play like any significant defense.
Nice job by Alfie. He's punishing Psycho for trying to hold that off angle before the fight. Psycho forced back to the team now. Gonna have to play in the brawl. Katillaa with an override protocol could be a scary threat. Haku, the beat is really your ultimate here, but it's so hard to beat aggro in this spot. Gonna go for it anyway. They're gonna try and overwhelm Eisnam, who's very close to a graviton surge of his own. They need to kill this Zarya before it comes out with the support. Keeping Eisnam alive. Massive grab on 4, and the damage is in. Psycho finds 3. Crazy cleanup from Virtus.pro, and they are gonna get decisive spawn hold on 3rd point. A risky play from GK to beat into that Zarya. The support just too good. I kill Eisnam off before he can grab.
I don't hate it from GK how they played that, to be honest. Like, I don't think they were playing to necessarily complete the map per se. They just were trying to fight out of that position. And I mean, it's just great support play, though. I think that happens from Virtus.pro to keep Eisnam alive through all that damage, let him get the grab. If they're able to get the kill onto Eisnam, I mean, that looks way different, right? They're able to probably make it around that first corner. Their push probably ends there on that bridge, right? But still, they're in a much better position to potentially win the map. As we take a look at some of the stats, Kev having a really good game there on the EMEA in the first half.
Tough map to attack on this style. Although the way the series has gone, I'd be surprised if VP did anything, but, you know, kind of keep running it down in the mirror. Both teams, I think, really believing that the series is going to be won or lost on this comp. And GK, although the 3rd point push leaves a lot to be desired, 1st and 2nd are absolutely realistic win conditions for them as they get their turn to put up a solid defense. It's going to need to be just that, though, because VP have looked very good, right, in moments in these comps. And some of the economy usage, the ability to win out on low numbers fights, like Psycho's having, I think, one of the bigger games we've seen from him. And this is not like a player for whom that's a surprise, but even for him, like, he is really putting up numbers in this.
Yeah, as see now on offense for VP. Probably going to be running the same exact stuff. Psycho will come out, take 1 shot. He'll get back on Tracer. Yep, probably
2 shots. Wait, 3?
3?
Okay.
Maybe goes for 4.
Honestly, I don't mind a little Widow here. I think he's going to swap eventually, but I don't mind, you know, putting some damage down, putting some threat on the opponent. It's not like you're going to do anything on Tracer here on attack for the first 10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, no, just making them worry, right? Kind of push them around the corner. Alfie gets a lot of damage there. You see, like, almost 50% towards a pulse bomb. Off of that, Haku dangerously low, though, needs to end up staying alive as VP slowly working their way around this corner.
Cart's rolling up. Now it's Psycho's turn to get aggressive into the back line. Push back for now, but can't let the cart roll much further than this, or we're going to be in a 1-fight scenario. Kevster hops up to the high ground here with that Siphon Blaster. Overwhelming push, though, onto Eisnam. Great counter push, and Ziad cleans out this high ground. So a beautiful counter punch from GK, but play things slow to start it, but when they hit back hard. They hit back as a full team, so it's exactly how you want to be playing this style. Really clinging on to this series. Remember, this is their series life on the line. They need to make a strong hold here, at least run the clock down on first point.
Yeah, I was worried a little bit, Jake, that they were giving up too much space on that corner, right? Because it looked like VP was, like, you know, methodically kind of like working up. Eisnam was getting pretty charged up on the Zarya, but like you mentioned, the kind of bounce back there from GK, the pushback was really strong as Alfie up on the high ground. I mean, he could be such a difference maker here in this series.
Full out,
try and
though.
get us to a game 5. Yeah, he's full out of blinks. Does have the recall, but obviously not going to go in just yet.
Yeah, triple blink out is really defensive. It's going to make a little bit more card progress, but GK willing to play this one slow. They're close to a rush of their own, but Kevster takes them out before it can happen. Override protocol, creating a lot of space and time here. Whoa, that was a shot
huge
almost
hit.
drops Landon. But in the end, it's actually going to let the supports charge their ultimates up, so a sliver of HP makes a world of difference, and now it's VP firmly in control of the card. GK, I think they're wise not to fight this one just yet. It's going to be 1 fight here on first point.
I mean, not just kills at Landon. That, his heavy shot from Landon was like 3 there. They were all really low. It's going going to be the Kitsune rushes here from both sides to open things up. Override protocol from Kenster as he takes some serious damage, but Kev does not get the benefit of the beat. So that is huge there as Labda just turns the corner, able to finish him off.
Pulse from Alfie onto Eisnam. Finds the timing. Zarya's out of bubbles. Great read there in the midst of the chaos in the Kitsune rush. And well done by GK. Well, I mean, really high-pace hold.
Yeah, Kev is so high up in the sky, right? He's so far away, like, near the skybox that he doesn't get the benefits of that sound barrier. And I think Labda and Co, they realize it, and that's when Labda, like, freely just swings the corner. Knows he probably needs just one more burst into Kev to finish him off.
No defensive tools, though. Graviton Surge is online. Zarya's with everything to play for here. 1 minute on the clock. GK, this is a crucial hold if they want to stay alive in the series. Opportunity to force that crucial game 5. Psycho looked at the scales here, grabs out both Zarya's point blank range, dueling supports, end up doing just a little bit more, but ultimately both Zarya's off the field. It's going to turn down to a scrap. GK, though, they're already low HP. They got to kind of fall back on the play. VP, foot on the gas, firmly pressing now, trying to close this one out. Eisnam going to be back on the Doomfist here. Ziad chooses the ball. Big kill, though. And now Psycho, this fight could get awkward. Override Protocol also available from Labda. He might try to hold on to this without. Doesn't choose to be greedy here. I think a wise decision in a risky fight. This one's getting chaotic. VP falling back for now, losing land on the exit. And actually, with 20 seconds on the clock, they need a clean reset.
No, I mean, you end up using that Override Protocol. I mean, Ziad gets back into the fight on the ball. You had Isom coming back on the Doom as he's going to have to go over to the D.Va here. One more opportunity to touch and get this going for Virtus.pro. GK is going to get Haku back to the spawn, get Ziad over to the D.Va as well. Big advantage here. Finn getting very close to the Kitsune rush. It'll be Psycho who touches, triggers OT.
Yeah, perfect OT touch there. Not a moment too soon from Virtus.pro. Playing this one slow and steady, but that wick burns down quick. They're really playing with no margin here. Finn with the rush. Landon responds in kind. It's up to the DPS now. Eisnam already out of the suit. Alfie, pulse bomb available. Can he get the stick? Yes, he can. And that's going to extinguish the flame here for Virtus.pro. Falling on Havana, evening up the series 2-2.
Wow.
Matt, we are going to a game 5.
A game 5 between VP and GK. Now, look, I think Zoe said she thought it would be a five mapper. I thought there was a chance, right? I mean, it all just kind of depended on which GK showed up on the day, but they have shown up in a big way here in this series. Very difficult situation for Virtus.pro to play in as we take a look at some of the stats. As I know it's interesting, we talked about how Kev had like basically a 1K advantage. I think it was like 10-9 over Labda going into the second half, and then look at those stats flip, right? I mean, basically a 3 to 4K damage swing in favor of Labda in that second half. So really clutching up on the EMEA.
Yeah, something we've been talking about since the start of the series, really, right? How important the hit scan would be for GK. And this one, man, Labda lights it up on the defense, right? Give him a position to hold, and Alfie as well. Frontlining so aggressively often on this Tracer. Psycho is giving it right back, though, and honestly, I think this one's going to be a very hype game 5, especially the way the Tracers are playing. We're going to Flashpoint, Matt. Like, this is a map type where those flankers have particular influence on the outcomes of the game.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you see here at the end, right? Both Tracers kind of playing a huge factor. And I know Alfie, right? We talked about Psycho on Runesapi specifically. Like, he was really popping off. Alfie in the second half here, right? Being able to touch the multiple pulse bombs, really, I mean, even the start, right? He gets like 2 bubbles and gets up to 50% ult right off the rip. I mean, Alfie really clicking there towards the end. So this has been an awesome series.
Yeah, this one has been pretty exciting. And as we go to game 5, this is impossible to call. Like, these teams, it looks like an absolute coin flip. We're going to Flashpoint, and this is where the pick really comes in for GK, because, yeah, VP gets the pick of Saravasa and Atlas.
It's not as impactful as like an escort or a hybrid pick, though.
Riddle me this, though, Matt. Has the Zarya ban been used?
I don't believe
you could inject chaos here, and honestly, well, then again, both players have like gone to the D.Va and felt really confident.
Yeah.
So in a way, it would be like a weak play to ban the Zarya. It would be almost like showing vulnerability or fear. But also, there's opportunity to ban, I think, a lot of the meta heroes that have been played all series long. If you ban those, like, things are going to get weird on Flashpoint.
Yes. Okay, so Saravasa is going to be the map selection. I would be shocked if we see like a D.Va ban. I mean, that would be Zarya ban, sorry. That would be crazy. Because
could see like a Tracer ban and kind of throw this one into a Vendetta mirror, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not seen that.
We have not seen Vendetta in EMEA yet today. No, it's really been all Tracer. We saw some Pharah.
Wasn't it last week? People playing a ton of Vendetta. Like, is this not a really big recent development? Like, teams have just almost abandoned her.
Man, what could you do here for VP if you wanted to really kind of like do you try and you wouldn't ban? No, neither team's gonna ban like a Lucio or anything, right? I mean,
that's the thing is, right now there's been no daylight between these two teams pretty much through the series, like more or less, right? They pretty much played the same stuff. They pretty much mirror matched throughout. And so this is the moment where you can either just ban something that you think is like relevant, throw away your ban, and just keep running it down and like full confidence. You know what? We're just going to win Servasa. We're just the better team. We're just going to execute. And in a way, I almost like that kind of confidence. But at the same time, if there is something cooked up, like this is where the coaches can really earn their keep. And actually, looks like relatively throwaway bans. Both teams want that smoke. They want to continue this honor duel. And I can see why either team would be confident because, right, the last couple maps have been sort of odd ones, particularly for the Zarya comp, right? Playing those attack defense style maps with the Zarya comp isn't exactly what the style wants to be doing, although it obviously does work. Obviously here on Flashpoint, that dynamic play, you think back to what we saw from TM, is like you can fight every single spot on the map, right? Like where you actually take the engagement is not proscribed when you're in the Zarya mirror.
And I think GK's ban of the Vendetta is just basically to confirm we're getting Tracer head to head, right? It's like, okay, let's take even the possibility of a Vendetta swap off of the table. So would you have expected this series coming in to be so much mirror of like Zarya Tracer? Like I don't know if I would have said this series would be something that would result in this much of mirror matchups all throughout. Even on Blizzard World, I was like, okay, this is like both these teams have no intention of making any changes.
It's so wild to me because you look at like some of the other regions and it has not been like this, right? Like the last month of Overwatch across the world has been tons of crazy strats, teams like finding their unique style that suits their players and just like tripling down, quadrupling down on it. This map is like, reminds me of when I was a pro player. It's like everybody's playing the same thing. There's no swapping, lock in.
Ban would it? Well, at that time there were no bans, right? So that was like, okay, there's nothing you could do.
I mean, in theory, bans destabilize this kind of a meta. Like if you want it, I mean, this is only because both teams still believe they are the better team on this exact mirror match, right? Like you had the opportunity to ban Zarya here, or Lucio. I believe those are the unspent bans. I think maybe even VP could have banned Kiri. Like there were a lot of like meta breaking bans available to either team here. They both decided against it.
Is there a world in which VP pulls out the Maga here at the end?
Maybe. They popularized this style.
They're hovering it. It's a possibility. None of the kind of core heroes that would be essential for that kind of play style are gone. So
I don't mind it on Servasa. I don't mind it at all.
Could be something that turns the tides for VP in game 5. GK, we know what they're doing. Zarya, Tracer, Emre, Lucio, Kiri. No changes there. It will be VP, though. They're going to change the backline, and they're also going to play the Maga.
From a mental perspective, though, rather be GK, right? They're the team that's refusing to change anything. We are still the better squad. We are going to get this win in the same way we've been playing the entire series. Virtus.pro have to adapt. They have to change the way they're playing the game. You might be on some of the same heroes on DPS, but it is going to be different without the Zarya bubble. And sometimes that adaptation, I mean, these are veteran players, but it can be a little bit awkward when you're on map 5 under maximum pressure.
Well, I also think, I mean, just massive respect for Alfie, right? The fact that we're going to see, like, you know, the brig come out here. Obviously, it's great in combination with the Maga to be able to fight into, right? But you see Icegnome has to go in extremely deep. They're not able to find Labda, and Labda finds 2. You still have Alfie live here on the point. Labda with 3 in the fight. At least here early on, it looks like it'll be VP that should get control of the point. There's still some stragglers here. Psycho's still around, takes out Finn. Could most likely try and get there to contest, but he will have to back out as see Icegnome getting back in the fight rather quickly, though, here, Jake. This one just might keep extending.
Ziad has a very long spawn on the Zarya, right? She did die in that last fight. Trying to put some pressure on the point. Alfie holding strong. Finn, though, comes up with a hero kill onto Kevster. It's going to take the wind out of the sails here for VP. Psycho looking for something. Eisnom forced to get aggro, but he is just going to get boxed out of this one. No joy from the pulse bomb. Alfie's turn to strike back, but he might even be able to hold on to this ultimate for the next fight. You do get the flip, though, in the chaos, so, you know, the losses have been mitigated for VP, but they are stuck in. The one of them's going against him. I don't know that you're getting out here. Okay, I guess they can, but Alfie takes a parting gift in that pulse onto Kev.
Should they continue to play this? I mean, it felt like, it feels like it gives Alfie like some easier targets with the Juno and the Brig.
Yeah, there's no more bubbles for Alfie, man. Like, more or less every good stick is a kill here. I guess Eisnom can tank it. No one else really can.
Psycho can't really go in as aggressively, right, without the bubbles, right? Like, it's a huge aspect of allowing that Tracer to go in and just, you know, unlock the potential. It'll be the orbital ray here. With the rush being used by Finn, it's going to be a lot of damage here. Jump down from Lambda, though. Oh, look at this. I mean, Fix in a really rough spot. He had the rally. He's going to fall. I don't love this look from VP early on here, Jake.
I will say this first checkpoint is a lot more open than the other 4 on the map, so I won't count VP out yet strategically. EK had to work for this one. Eisnom's going to go back in, going to look for more. Can he find that stomp connection? Ziad more than happy to brawl in his face, and they do get the feed out with the help of Kevster's override protocol, ensuring that it's not going to be a free fight. So ults-wise, actually, VP are not in a terrible position. Even though they lose the first flashpoint, I don't want to write this comp off yet because typically, you know, this map is a little deceptive. The first point is the most unique. The other 4 are a lot closer range with harder corners and better positions for a tank like Mauga to play on point.
That is true. I just think that, like, Alfie and Psycho have been so important to this series, and like they've just given a little bit of a, not like a huge advantage over to Alfie, right? But Alfie can kind of, you know, easier targets to pick off in the back line. Then you see now it's a nice cage fight though from Isom as he gets dangerously low. They're not going to use the rally just yet. So they actually hold on to the rally because Kevster finds 2.
Veteran hands here from Fixa. It's a very close fight. You do need to clean it up though, and Fixa has to rally in the end. Should be enough to clean up this fight. I mean, there's just no HP really left. Fixa really pushing it to the limit. And actually, hold on, does die to Ziad. In the end, though, VP do get the job done. I like that Fixa still being greedy, though. That's a confident hold, right? A lot of players would have just ripped the rally in there, feel desperate, like, we gotta win, we need to win this fight, we need a fat 5. That kind of a feeling can for sure override your better instincts. And then they get the point flipped. Alfie pulls. Oh, and it's going on to Kevster. Should be a quick retake now for GK. Virtus.pro, without the hit scan, I don't think they have much to say into this one.
As looks like they'll just kind of move up onto the point here. As a nice stomp comes in from Isom, but the cardiac overdrive, he just kind of hold on to it for a little bit longer. Maybe didn't expect that big burst of damage coming around the corner there from Ziad and Alfie. Is just like that, they just run them over.
And one of the challenges in this matchup is, right, you're relying on that lifesteal, the cardiac overdrive, but when you're up against Kiriko and Zarya, sometimes you think you've been putting in damage, but it's just all being blocked by a Bubble or a Suzu, and you don't get the lifesteal value. So, you know, it's the risk you take for GK to like go for the Mauga kill, gambling that you actually will be able to overwhelm him. But sometimes the Tracer melee, right? It's just enough to put it over the edge.
Yeah, as you know, Ice Gnome looked like he popped that cardiac overdrive as soon as he, you know, maybe like a second or two right before he ends up falling. If you're just tuning in, a game 5 between GK and VP in our second semifinals. Our first one was not a close one like this. You didn't mention much there. It's you know, TM who ends up kind of dominating Katillaa. But this second one is
next
most
time
certainly
TM plays. We need like the speedrun clock, like in the bottom,
well, like
to give them something to play
people
for.
should earn, like when Twisted Minds plays, like we should
double
like,
drop rates.
Double drop time. Yeah, like the time of because their games are only 20 minutes long, so it's like you're not really kind of building up towards much there. But this one has been a fun one. Vlad, Zarya, Tracer all throughout. It's really kind of been the story of the series. And then I know here, right at the very final moment, we're finally seeing Virtus.pro go over to a little bit of a Mauga look. So looks like we'll take a look at some of the stats early on as, dude, Lambda kind of farming here, Jake. 13-1, almost 7k damage. We're going to get back in the game here shortly, but that Mauga proving to be a very nice target for Emre.
Yeah, Ziad as well, doing the most here on Zarya. Really big pressure being put on in the front line here. And seems like we're going to be able to get back into this. A lot of time on the retake, right? GK, they do take control. They have a few ultimates to work with, but VP, I think they're finding themselves in a decent spot. Big question, though, is how you crack these holds on Mauga. How do you find opportunity to get aggressive? Orbital Ray comes down. It's going to make it a little awkward. Good kite back, though, from GK. They're playing from range still. That boosted damage. Kevster firing up into the sky, challenging Lambda, kind of pushing him back into the corner.
This rush, though, is going to be pretty devastating, right? Finn's going to be able to use it. You're going to have Haku with a sound barrier if needed as well.
Hog is poking well here, but has to back out now. The rush is too much. What a pulse from Psycho, and punch out the as well. Unreal stick. At the moment of greatest strength from GK, a hero arises. Unbelievable. Psycho does it single-handedly in that fight.
Oh, he connects onto Haku. Haku rides right into Finn. And then Psycho also finds another. That is brutal there for GK. You win that, Jake, you're up 2-0 in this flashpoint. You are sitting pretty here, potentially winning this series. That play from Psycho, we may remember that as something that kind of saved Virtus.pro.
Not out of the woods yet, man. GK still with huge ultimate tempo to play for. Despite a hero play, it's not enough just yet. They need more. Coming up to the final fight of this flashpoint. A little bit of tank trading on point. Ziad looking for an opportunity to find a big Graviton Surge. Eisnom, pretty hard target for it. Kevster now pops over at Protocol up into the sky. Grab onto the Malga. Beat comes in. They're overwhelming Eisnom. He just doesn't have the resources to sustain through this. 100 energy Ziad brawling on the point. Virtus.pro still alive, but with Psycho falling, hope starts to fade. Ziad, wait, hold on. Maybe oversteps the mark here. Vixa, rally comes out. They're going to try and clutch this out. Finn stun on the 2. Finn's dropping low. Vixa dominating them on the point. What a hold from BP.
Oh, I mean, that is a throw there from GK. I think Ziad maybe thought that he can just kind of push on forward and get rid of Fixa. Fixa pops the rally, comes back in. He gets 3. I mean, just becomes a raid boss on the point. And Jake, that is a huge momentum swing. A point that GK most certainly should have won. Gone up 2-0 here on this final map. And now we sit at tied 1-1. That is a massive swing there for VP.
All right, well, Psycho has a pulse bomb, so GK could win the next fight. Obviously, the Psycho pulse bomb is an automatic fight win based on, some of the stuff we've been seeing in this match. Let's see what he can do here. Set up the opportunity with the stake. Lambda way over the top of the skybox. They're all sitting ducks now for the pulse. Alfie, though, somehow finds Fixa. Oh, nice stop. He might be able to find more with this with the Ray. Landon, Eisnom committing in deep. Kevster's in the mix, too. And despite an early pick from GK, what looks like a nice start to the fight, ends up tilting against them. It's not easy, but they do get the job done. Alfie, though, hold on, finds Kevster off the exit. Players coming back in. Alfie, I think he's running low on Blink. Psycho is going to get that clean.
Yeah, it got a little scary there towards the end, but another fight win back-to-back. Okay, so you have some players here coming off the spawn. It looks like, it looks like Haku's here with Ziad, and you also have Finn here as well. So there's going to be a TP away there.
TP out, though.
That's huge.
He's going to be weak. They tried to get a cheeky flip there, but the tear was really good from Fixa. Now Kevster over Protocol over the top. It's hard to get value out of this rush. Eisnom deep into the backline looking for these trade kills. Cleanse comes out. Eisnom runs out of gas here. Kevster just can't quite find those powerful connections. GK played that one nice and patiently. They're going to get the flip. Psycho. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. No way.
Him?
I think so. I mean, in this case, it just stuck on the Lambda. Haku came in out of nowhere, probably tried to assist the fight against the Tracer and ends up walking to a pulse bomb. Wait, this 1v1 is extremely consequential. The fact that Psycho wins that recall trade means he's going to be able to stay alive in the backline. Power position for the next team fight, but GK have a dominant old position. Like, this should be a really difficult retake for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, what? Pulse bomb, grab, beat here available. Trying to put down some damage on the Zion, trying to burn through his bubbles. As Alfie gets in the back line, that's going to be the sound barrier here for GK. As the dude Eisnom has had a rough one. I mean, they are just kind of barreling him down on the Maga whenever they see him caught out. And that will be at least, though, the beat-in barrier used by GK. So maybe an opportunity for VP to come back without any of those big ultimates available.
That's a way too expensive of a fight to win, right? At this close to the end of the flashpoint, Grab and Beat have to come out. Lambda wants to end this one before it begins. Alfie cleaning up that damage onto Landon and forced to touch point, forced to split the formation. GK pouncing on a vulnerable Virtus.pro before the ultimates come up. Psycho, though, finds one in the fight, buys them a new lease on life. The pulse bomb from Alfie should end things here and now with that finishing kill onto Eisnom. Surely there's not enough gas left in the tank. Psycho, hold on. He's found another man.
What? Yeah.
He is a one-man wrecking crew, but one man is not enough. GK, hold on, up 2-1. Game point, series point here on Surabasa.
Yeah, I mean, very well. It could have been a 3-0 for GK as They're having a tough time, I think, keeping Ice Gnome alive. And then also Alfie there at the end doing a nice job. They put down some damage with the override protocol right onto Landon on the corner on the Juno, and they know there's really no way that the Juno can kind of keep herself alive. He turns the corner and able to just kind of track Landon up in the sky rather easily as Psycho's taking some damage from Finn coming on in. So just going to play off these packs for just a little bit. The recall already used.
Crucial first control to find here. Rush comes out with the rally, boxing players away from its Yad in deep into the backline. Does end up finding one kill, but Brig has him pinned up against the wall here in the corner, and Maga ends up overwhelming.
It's a nice huge advantage for VP.
Right, and because of those expensive fights at the end of the last Flashpoint, now Virtus.pro take a hold in a point that they have no intention of giving up. I mean, EK have nothing in the tank. They have quite a ways to build to even get some of these ultimates online. You have a pulse bomb coming up soon-ish from Alfie. And wait, hold on. Fix it. Cotton on spot. Running low on resources. Shield broken. Juno has to come in and bail him out of trouble, but that one's looking a little bit scary.
Man, the pulse bomb there would have been huge if he had it.
Absolutely would have been backbreaking. VP, though, they're running the clock down. They're not really feeling under much pressure to do really anything here. See if Alfie's pulse could change that narrative. He's here in the backline, taking a bit of pressure. Does not want to drop here.
Jake, just kind of poking here, though. Poking here for DK is just going to allow, like, VP to kind of hold on to these ultimates. Maybe only have to use, like, not all of them here to end up taking this point, as it'll be the override protocol from Kev. He doesn't find anybody. Everybody backs up on DK. But you haven't gotten them to use, like, the cage fight or the orbital array early on. You're still walking into those.
Oh, big cage fight there. Basically blocks all the grab value. Here comes that orbital ray. It's not enough to save Eisen, but it might be enough to win the fight. Overwhelming brawl here. Haku is going to commit the beat. 4-on-4. Tanks off the board. Labs has the override protocol. Still wants to battle here. Haku finding Kevster. Could have been doing just enough here. They will be able to get the reflip on the point. Psycho Vix have to beat a hasty retreat back to spawn, but you win the fight, but you still have to come back on this flashpoint. It's a long road home, and Eisenhower is going to step over to the hazard here.
Yeah, I did not expect them to be able to kind of turn that and win that. DK, that is some heroics here, giving themselves a chance on this flashpoint. As you will have this Kitsune rush here available, as Ice Gnome kind of crosses the point here, just trying to gain some positioning. Is kept dangerously low.
1 HP there to stay alive. Good spiked wall here from Eisnon to kind of provide some cover. Here comes the rush, though, from GK. This pulse goes wide. Alfie has found one, and should be a quick retreat here for VP. Do they have the opportunity to come back into this? Surely with 30% left on the flashpoint, they can find that touch, but DK have the opportunity to dive the spawn here, split the formation. VP need not only an overtime touch, they need to be able to sustain and actually keep players alive and win the fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see DK play quite aggressive here. Yeah, you see they're going directly at Landon. Landon's been a target of theirs. It's going to be Fixa ending up using the rally. Can you get some of these members out?
Psycho's down, no touch.
Oh, and he's not going to touch.
Oh, Alpha Yi wins the 1v1 in the end to lock up the series. Read that play, knew that Psycho had to do everything in this map and denied him at the final hurdle. Beautiful hold from GK, but man, Psycho came alive in this game. Made me a believer, Matt.
I thought that they were going to maybe pull it out, dude, but like there at the end, just relying on Psycho to be able to get a touch when Alfie was just playing out of his mind. 34-3 there on our final map. And then we also kind of highlighted that the hit scan. Maybe I know a gap between these two could be something that would be difficult for VP to overcome. And right there in the final map, what, 4K damage difference, where you see the potential from this GK squad. When Alfie and Lab, they're kind of hitting like they do. I mean, and you get I thought Haku and Finn had a really good last map, right? Some weird plays from Haku like there where he just kind of gets hit with a pulse bomb. But you know, in terms of their ult usage, nothing kind of crazy. And I think that's really all you kind of need to see out of that support line, because the rest of these players on the team are so talented.
Yeah, ultimately, I think Virtus.pro, they blinked first, right? DK were like, no, we are tripling down. We are the better Zarya team. And Virtus.pro, it almost felt like they kind of accepted that. Like, it was like, okay, maybe we need to go to the Maga. But you hadn't played it all series long. So desperate. This fight, though, critical for the game. It's like, he probably has recall there, but if he presses recall, he instantly loses the game. So he has to gamble. Alpha E, though, great read, great awareness. When you get that recap, you get the clutch fight, they just take the fight to the spawn door, and too difficult to make that touch and actually have a hope of winning the fight. So it'll be GK going on to face up against Twisted Minds. Certainly an unenviable prize for a victory, but it's a hard-fought victory at that.
It really was. It really was. I mean, Katillaa now facing off against VP in the lower semi-finals. That one's for all the marbles in order to stay alive and start their lower bracket run. They have played, but that's been such a long time ago. That was literally day one of the regular season. It was VP coming out on top. I believe Katillaa did win a map there as well. But yeah, I guess this series didn't quite go as most people would have expected. I got the score right, but not the winning team. So I'll give myself like some points here.
No, that's definitely not how that works.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
it's definitely not. Yeah, no.
Fair.
No.
I would love, for once, I would love to hear from the loser here as well, right? Because I want to know what prompted that Maga switch. When they played it so close in that Zarya, it's like, it really was a game of chicken, and it was VP being like, oh, we gotta switch something up here at the end, and might have come back to bite them. We do have Finn joining us via voice now for a quick chat after this victory. Finn, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Oh, no. Hello.
Yay!
Hello.
Yes is the answer. Hey, Finn, great to hear from you. Congratulations on that victory. I think a lot of people betted against you. Walk me through your game plan for this one, because you faced off against them very recently. Were there any takeaways from that last series just a week ago that you were able to adjust your game plan for this?
Actually, when we match before Virtus, we so many do mistake and not same page. But today we little bit, but we have to more focus. And then today our internet not hyping, just boom, So today really weird match.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one, right? The internet going boom, never ideal for either team. Finn, I gotta ask, in the game 5, were you surprised that they never switched off the Maga and just kept running it? Because you guys were having some pretty decent success against it.
Actually, they Virtus play just every time they play Mauga, so but we can win the Zarya comp to Mauga comp, so yeah, I think doesn't matter. So we already know that.
Yeah, I'm curious for you guys, for the team, to get this win and to do so with the internet boom and the high ping, for you guys, how was map 5? How was the communication? How are people feeling? Did you feel confident going to map 5, easy win, or were you a little worried with how difficult the series was?
Oh yeah, actually we just watched map. Second map, Lunex. Me and Alpai using UK practice room. Before Twist, the same as Twist Mind here. So Twist Mind boom too. So they say be careful, but yeah, we internet boom so much, and first point is okay. First map is okay, but Lunex literally boom. Can't move and then but we can win. Yeah. So everyone say, oh, let's try our best and then focus our game, and we confidence.
Yeah, exactly. You came in confident, you went toe-to-toe, and you edged this one out, came ahead. That means that you're now in the upper finals against Twisted Minds. How do you feel you stack up against this giant of the region?
I think, to be honest, Twist Mind is very strong team, but if we play good, I think we can beat. Yeah. So
right on.
Maybe tomorrow we have match, right?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, so yeah, I hope everyone good condition and good play. We gonna beat Twist Mind.
That's right. Hope the internet doesn't go boom this time. Finn, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Finn. Yeah, with that victory, they are now in the upper semi-finals.
Oh, wait, this is slander.
Crazy.
It was map 5.
It was.
Oh, yeah, we're getting rid of the... getting rid of the... We went back and looked. We took one map away. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think they really unlocked another level though. I think it was Haku and Finn, right? That we felt like they need to like switch into a different gear, play on a different level, and they did that today. So let's hope for a repeat performance in the much tougher match even tomorrow. Now, we are done with EMEA day 1, but we still, of course, have more action to come in NA. Any of these matches that you're particularly excited about, Matt?
Well, I think SSG versus TL will be kind of interesting there towards the end of the day. I don't know if it'll be as interesting as like our map that we just had here, but I think NA, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think NA playoffs. Go ahead.
No, please, you go ahead.
I think NA playoffs are going to get interesting. I think Team Liquid have been improving through the stage, as you might expect for a team that had to make a late in the game roster swap, but yet is full of strong players, right? They've found the adaptations that have worked for them. The EMEA, though, has turned away from the Maga, so I'm really curious to see how Liquid end up stacking up in that matchup. SSG are pretty much on fire this meta. Only one loss on the stage, and arguably one that very easily could have gone the other way against Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, we also didn't see Vendetta. You guys mentioned that during the cast, which is a bit of a surprise because it was Vendetta and Emra like so dominantly throughout the last 3 weeks. Now kind of the shift away from that Vendetta only popping up in those bans. Interesting. Let's see what the teams in NA have in store for us. Now it is time to say goodbye to Matt and Jake. Thank you guys so much for calling the action. It's been a pleasure listening to both of you waffle as per usual. We are heading into a short break, but don't turn off the stream just yet because you have more action to come. Also, a quick reminder that you should finish your Season 1 Battle Pass or get started on Season 2 with 4 Battle Pass tier skips. Yep, that's in store for you if you're connecting your Twitch account to your Battle.net account and start collecting the drops. Also, of course, the OWCS Winton skin, favorite cosmetic, is always going to be a Winton. And the Esports loot box, yes, that's a new thing for those who haven't been around the last few weeks. So yeah, 2 total loot boxes. We're going all out for you in this round of drops. Now, that is it for EMEA. We're heading into all things NA for the Stage 1 playoffs in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Dallas Fuel against Lunex.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night. Energy, energy, energy flow. It's gonna be all night. Energy, energy, energy flow. It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night. Energy, energy, energy flow. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid. Jefferson's managed to get tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice one.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can't get the touch. Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Hello and/or welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 playoffs. We just wrapped day 1 over in EMEA and will now be moving to all things NA. Here to waffle and frolic are my friends Jack and Johnny. How we doing?
Yeah, I'm ready to waffle. I'm ready. It feels weird 'cause it's a Friday.
No, I'm also waffling.
Johnny, which one do you want
to
be?
It was Swedish Waffle Day this past week.
Ah.
Swedish Waffle Day. Now I gotta
Really?
Google my first 5 seconds.
Why
Yeah,
is that a
March.
thing?
Oh no, it was March 25. Okay, that was actually a few weeks
have-
ago. But it was still Waffle Day, so I don't know. Yeah. Well, I wanted
They
to
have
waffle.
different
Jaws.
waffles over there?
Can you frolic?
I can frolic
I can
every
do
day of the
both.
week.
Okay, let's dive in and waffle
Serious
and
to
frolic
frolic.
as we're summarizing
Swedish
what
waffles
happened
now.
in stage 1. Let's do a quick recap here because it was 3 weeks of regular season play for our NA teams in order to figure out which 4 teams are going to come out on top and make it to our playoffs.
Oh, yes. Dallas Fuel, no surprise. 5-0. Honestly expected. I think if they lost a single series, I think everybody would be pretty disappointed. But, 15-5 as well is kind of nasty. Not as, one-sided, to be honest, as EMEA. But we're expecting Dallas Fuel to be here. And we talked about it even last week. Look, they should be in the finals too. I think they're going to have a decently easy time going through playoffs.
Yeah, they're basically the twisted minds of NA, right? Dallas Fuel coming out on top, not dropping a single map. Space Station Gaming, very close behind them. In fact, their only loss was a reverse sweep against Dallas Fuel, or at the hands of Dallas Fuel. Meanwhile, of course, Team Liquid, they came back from a slower start, let's say, to make it to the playoffs, while Lunex season ended with a 2-3, with a very competitive match against the top seed Dallas Fuel, so they can definitely hang with the top dogs. What was your main takeaway from stage 1, Johnny?
Okay, well, I kind of like this SG in that series. I don't know if it was only me. I know they lost that. Sojourn went crazy with the pulse bombs. I know Chronic had the most insane Sojourn clip of all time. But I still kind of like SSG in that matchup. So, I respect the individual skill displayed. But I think NA is up for grabs here. I don't want to read into it too much.
It's definitely not as top heavy as what we're seeing over in EMEA, where we know this is 1 and 2 and everything else is many tier brackets below that. Let's talk about the top dog, right? The team to beat, the one with the target on their back after this regular season. Dallas Fuel. They're coming back as a franchise into OWCS, so obviously we were super hyped and so excited, but there were doubters. There were doubters in chat about this very roster and how far they can actually take it. Do you feel like with the performance thus far, those doubters have been silenced?
Yeah, come on. They're 5-0, 15-5 map record. Right, if you're doubting, where are you getting these points from that aren't reddit.com? Come on. Surely you're expecting Dallas Fuel to sweep this bracket too. Should be fairly close against SSG again, but I don't know. I don't really have too much fear. Apart from Kellen, I think he is my only fear on this team. sometimes Kellen do a little bit of feeding, but I think the hero pool for Kellen doesn't exactly line up perfectly with the current meta. It's a little rough out there, but to be honest, 4 other like goated players on the roster, not too bad. Yeah, it's worked.
I think they've proven, Jaws, that like we should respect them at this point. Like they've obviously, I think going into this stage like 2-3 weeks, I'd say like Team Liquid SG were the favorites by far, but then Team Liquid, they went through a couple things, and now I think Dallas Fuel are like seen as a top dog here. And so Kellen, they kind of navigated that really well, especially with some of the backline picks.
I love that you say that Team Liquid went through a few things. Like, they just didn't play the current meta. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the things they went through?
They've had to make some adaptations. You know, Juno Brig came out last week, and so maybe we'll see more of that this week. Kind of deviate from the Lucio Kiri. So, yeah, it's been a tough stage 1.
Yeah, for SSG and Dallas, though, a pretty smooth ride. Do you guys feel like they're ahead of the curve enough to be a done deal for the playoffs? Like, is that just who we expect to see in the finals?
I don't think they're ahead of them. I don't think anybody's really like ahead of the meta. I don't know, Johnny, if you disagree with that, but it feels like Dallas Fuel, they're not playing the Div, they're not playing off tanks. They're doing their own kind of thing there because of Kellen's hero pool. But it doesn't really feel like anybody's one step ahead of the game at this point, Johnny.
I feel like, yeah, we look at the EMEA, and you're like, okay, Twisted Mind's going to make it. Now, we just happen to see an upset there where GK took down Virtus.pro. I feel like NA is more open, where... Yes, I'm probably the most confident in Dallas Fuel making it in the end, but then I'm like, and you know, could SSG choke MF5? Like, there's a possibility there. Yeah, totally. So I feel like this region is a little more open for grabs than EMEA, but I don't know. I think any of these 4 teams could make it. Lunex, really big outside shot, like very low chance, but I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're here on the last stretch of our stage 1 schedule, right? We are finding ourselves in day 1 of the playoffs. That means open qualifiers and regular season are done. Now, we are fighting for those 2 spots to head to Japan for the Champions Clash. The top 2 teams will be able to do so. We're playing in a double elimination bracket, right? First to 3 is still the format up until the grand finals. And last year, the Champions Clash delivered. It was Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons that were just so ahead of the curve and just dominant all year long. They kicked things off with that kind of dominance in the Champions Clash. How do you see the regions stacking up against one another this time around?
Oh, man. I don't know. I think it's some bias coming out of my mouth right now, some slipping out of my mouth. But I really do feel like... Yeah, the bias. I mean, hey.
Yes.
I really just think Korea be like that again. I think they're going to be number 1 again. I think. I can't be 100% positive because Twisted Minds is kind of this X factor and they won Worlds. But like, oh my God. How can you bet against Korea after so many years? There is just no way. I'm ready to be proven wrong for sure. And I'm ready for Japan teams to show up as well. I'm actually so ready, but I just got a good feeling, so I don't know. I can't bet against people
there
like
may or may not be a slight bias. There might be a slight bias. Alas, you know, it is Twisted Minds who are the champions. They won the championship at the end of last year, so perhaps they can do that again. They're definitely the top dog in their region, and they will make Korea put up a good fight. Now, we finished up EMEA for the day, of course, so we gotta stop talking about Twisted Minds, and now we're starting with all things NA. Dallas Fuel will be going up against Lunex, and then we're gonna move to the SSG and Liquid match later on. And also, of course, as we're doing all of that, I want to remind everyone that you can support all the goodness for the Champions Clash with the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. Air horns. Look at these skins. The name card, the icons. I mean, what's not to love?
They look good. Johnny, Rhine skin, rated out of 10 right now.
Okay, well, there's a lot of great Rhine skins. So
that's so true.
I think
that's true.
I've said this before. I think the purple and gold is like a solid default 8 out of 10. So I'm putting it up there, but yeah, it can go into my top 5. Yeah, I think so. Top 5. Top 5.
I just don't understand why he's wearing that much when Lifeweaver and Weeyang are exposing themselves. I was hoping for that topless Rhine skin here.
Rhine Mythic has some options, Zoe, if you want to go that
Maybe the back is open. And you know how you find out? By scanning the QR code and enter the giveaway, and you could be calling these skins your own. Then you get to see them from every angle. We don't know. Maybe an ankle
What
is
if
exposed.
the back is
Living
open,
risque.
she said?
We don't know.
I mean,
We don't know.
so
Unless
true.
you have the skin. You just don't know. So
He's just wearing
make sure
arseless
to enter
chaps or
the
something, I don't know.
giveaway. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Anyway, let's talk about our teams, shall we? For our first semifinals in NA, it's going to be Dallas Fuel going up against Lunex. I forgot there for a second. Let's talk about, of course, the favorite to win it all, Dallas Fuel. A stacked roster, front, center, to the back. What have we learned? Have we seen any cracks in their armor thus far?
Best DPS lineup in North America. Sonjun, Chronic, oh my goodness. Can't swear on the show. But
I was like,
Dallas Fuel,
that's a hot take, but then I'm like, I'm kind
it's
of
not a hot
in
take,
agreement with you.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay, well, who else would be your number one if you're thinking?
No,
of
it was just
another
like
DPS duo?
my first reaction to you saying that was just like, no, he can't say that. But you might, yeah, you're actually cooking, yeah. They've been lights out in stage 1. No, you're totally right. I mean, this team is also very exciting because they haven't been playing the Lucio Kiriko as much. You know, they've been showing the flexibility in the backline, and they're also like bragging about it on Twitter. They're like, we're not playing Lucio Kiriko. We can play all the other stuff.
Yeah, if it's on Twitter, it's real. Now, what is also real is, of course, that they have been playing against one another in week 2. And it was a close series. That was a 3-2 victory for Dallas Fuel, so they've definitely been able to fight back here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've shocked a few people, to be honest. 2-3, scraping in, of course, but I feel like it's almost about time X10 making a playoffs, Zomba making a playoffs. In fact, in the entire lineup, I'm curious how far they're going to go, because realistically, Dallas Fuel probably going to win here. If I had to give a score, probably 3-0, but Lunex can be the surprise. It's whether they actually, if they come out with a map even, like, I'm giving them some in here. If they come out with a map, it might go crazy in the lower bracket.
Again, that's exactly what I was about to say. They're still the lower bracket, so there is a second life. So even if they're not taking down Dallas, they might be able to like face them again in the finals. And at that point, they have secured their spot already for the Champions Clash. So there is still a lot to win here, even if you go down against the Dallas Fuel. Alas, let's not call it before it happens. I hear the teams are ready, and so are we. So guys, please take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. Dallas Fuel versus Lunex. Mr. Johnny reinforce. Now, what would your prediction be coming into this? And give me a score. Don't just give me the team name.
No, I think you'd probably say 3-0. I think that's a very reasonable prediction given what we've seen from Dallas Fuel so far. Here's what I'd say about Lunex, though.
Okay.
Over the course of Overwatch history, don't underrate a team with like a specialty that like specialize on a comp, because we've seen time and time again that if you're really good at a comp, that can be good enough for an upset. And Dallas Fuel immediately with your Orisa ban. Targeting Seb, right? So they know what's coming their way, but it's still scary. You're like, we're probably still gonna have to play the Orisa at some point and reckon with it. But off to a start here on map 1 without the Orisa.
Probably one of the better places to ban the Orisa as well, being Control. Alari ban for Lunex. Okay, yeah, we've seen a little bit of the Alari here. Orisa has been Zeb's specialty for quite some time. And jumping onto Busan, by the way, it's been Lijiang Tower for the last, how many weeks? Like 3 weeks or something silly, Johnny? So a bit of a change of scenery is always nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, especially like on Shrine, you know, you can really go for some of these greedier backlines and like pull out the Alari. And if that's Dallas Fuel's preference, then I think an Alari ban is quite reasonable. It's going to be interesting to see how this series play out, because in the past, we've seen Lunex, they obviously want to get to Flashpoint. They want to get to push. Those kind of maps, right? And so you kind of have to prepare for Lucaminio and CJ to go these more damage-heavy flex lineups, right? On those kind of escort and hybrid maps. And so the Alari been dispensed here in the very first control map. That's obviously, you know, something they'll try to utilize and get a map win here. But maybe that's a ban that they want to go back and use later on in the series as well. So
I would say
deploying it now could maybe be out early.
There's a decent amount of predictors in the chat voting for Lunex right now. 15% voting for Lunex, 85 for the Fuel. Mad respect. X10 on the Reaper guy of all things, and Kellen, no surprise, no off tank here. Only used me ball.
We actually saw the Reaper last week from this team.
Yeah.
The X10, she shied away from the hit scan composition. They just said, we're gonna go aggressive. We're gonna dive here. So interesting to see how they use these Reaper mobility to their advantage. to get onto this high ground.
Well, there's the TP straight across the bridge, trying to close the gap on the back line. Chronic, Lucamino, CJ backing up as, yeah, just having double support at your side if you're Chronic is just so nice, though, Johnny. Like, how do you dive that if you're the Reaper and you're Lunex? It feels like you just have to go as 5.
Right, you kind of have to use the objective to your advantage and, you know, try to force Dallas Fuel into you because they're quickly going to be disengaging as soon as possible. A lot of mobility onto that composition, so you're right, X10. Maybe not the perfect round to bring out this Reaper pick, but she's sticking with it for now.
Alan. Slam. Surely they knew, but it doesn't matter. Realistically, it's only a little bit of damage. And then Chronic sitting all the way at the back. Helen, by the way, 95 on mines. So that's going to be the first ult ripped in this one. Don't die. Z, luckily, save themselves. Little Suzu, but they're just taking so much poke damage. Not only from Kellen here, but from Chronic. They've even got a pulse bomb as well. Lunex, Johnny, they are struggling to move as 5. They end up trading their DPS, sure, but still they have to actually win this fight. Sonjin pretty low. Tidal Blast on to Kellen. A good Suzu nice from Z is going to stop that from getting any knockdowns. The sound barrier comes out from Lunex, does hit 4. A 1v1 versus Z and CJ right now, but a quick teleport away from CJ should be good for now. Point being pressured here by Lunex, but Kellen laying the mines down on the point. He's going to be able to stop them from capping straight away, but Lunex coming up on some more ults. X10 goes down, straight back to pawn she goes after only just reappearing into the fight for maybe half a second.
And how do they not have point cap so far? They're actually going to go down in this fight. They didn't want to use another ultimate to secure the point, but it might have backfired in that Dallas Fuel were able to get back, contest the point, didn't give up a single tick there. I mean, that's brutal for Lunex because you wanted to win that fight while preserving ultimates. Now you don't even get to win the fight at all.
A disaster, honestly. They used 3 ults there, did the Dallas Fuel. Lunex only using that sound barrier. They've got 4 ults. I mean, grabbing someone here is going to be tough too, and they actually just opt to grabbing Kellen. Honestly, mad respect. Guys got away with it for too long at this point, but they actually just need to cap though. But Dallas Fuel is just going to back off. They've got 99% on the board already. A pulse bomb comes out, merely a hit marker, a small graze on the knee of Chronic. Bob ends up coming through 2 onto the point, thinking that they can win this fight maybe, even with Sonjin down. Slam from Kellen as he gets back into the fight, but Lunex finally get a cap.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they could go for the recontest there. CJ had the Kitsune rush, but they thought better of it. No need to rush things. You don't need to win the round right now, so taking their time here and looking for a better opportunity.
Oh, you've got to heal Zeb furiously right now as he sending those off it towards the Zarya. X10 again, pretty low. Rush is going to get placed down from both teams. One going to the point, one more defensive as X10 rips the ult. Kills off Chronic and Dallas Fuel whimpering now, backing off.
Yeah, Lunex really trying to secure this fight, but Sonjin menacing the backline here. There's a sound barrier here from Nenwai, pretty much the only ultimate, so quite interested to see if they're going to use it aggressively here and try to secure a pick onto someone like Chronic.
Kellen still in at the back, just teasing the point. Oh, Lucamino! Was that a bubble jacks? I think it actually might have been. Sound barriers coming out from NY. Does only end up hitting 2, but I think the fight's already done with you, to be honest. I mean, that is a rare one from Lucamino. Coming back as the cat of all things, as the counter slam ends up coming in. They kill Nenwai. Lucamino securing the kill with his fluffy little paws. Oh my goodness, they're actually just running the cat. Wait a second.
I mean, they have been a team that could run it before, but yeah, it's a little bit unconventional on this specific point. 70% as well. Like, Lunex could steal this round if Dallas were not careful.
We have 2 creatures, 2 marvelous creatures on the field. The cat's getting chased right now, but it's X10 that should be paying attention to. Sonjin lands another fantastic pulse. Chronic traded, now hounding down the back line. Pulse bomb avoided there by Sonjin, hitting the recall under half HP. Bubbles, Suzu, everything deployed to try and save Z, but Dallas Fuel underneath their noses, Johnny, end up getting a cap away from them.
Yeah, and Kellen's gonna get close to these mines as well, which is going to be difficult. It's all about the race to the ultimates. Could Lunex get to this Graviton Surge early enough?
No, I mean, surely, right? 6% to go, but Zeb, X10, they're going pretty low. X10 quite literally at 1 HP. Lunex do end up finding the cap again as the cat does end up healing up the Tracer, and the mines on the point will stop Lunex from engaging straight away. Rush ends up coming through, CJ down, Graviton Surge, and a delete straight on a Chronic too. What an unbelievable play from Zeb. Sound barrier comes in, hits 5, Lunex is good. Lucamino tried to heal the Bob at Zeb, but it didn't matter. Bob ended up just saying, you know know what? More of a pacifist round this one. No kills for the mob and no kills for Chronic as he is still down. Lunex find a cap again as OT is in session. Well, there's an ultimate from X10, so realistically, the Dallas Fuel fighting on point. It's going to be a rough fight at the very least.
Well, they need to at least find a pick here, Lunex, or something, because Dallas Fuel have a pretty easy time just juggling this point until they can build the Kitsune Rush.
X10 slow. Use the Wraithfall. Lucamino's even got the ult as well. Ends up slamming down straight on top of the Reaper, but X10 received the bubble, and Chronic received a whole lot of damage. The flip ends up coming through for Dallas Fuel in a 3v4 as they sneak it away. Oh my word, again, they snuck it away from Lunex underneath their noses, and Lunex were fighting under mid. Dallas Fuel with a round on the board, but that couldn't have been closer.
What an unbelievable round to kick us off. I mean, massive props to Dallas Fuel for keeping the juggling going onto the point and making sure that they had enough time to build that Kitsune Rush, but extremely painful for Lunex, which seemed like they were going to get away with stealing that point after starting off 99-0. If that's indicative of the rest of the series, we're in for a good one, Jaws.
That's the most, like, stolen objectives of all time. It feels like they're, like, what was that, 2 flips, 3 flips? Like, insane. All right, Kellen, back on the Winston. Yeah, X10 running. The Reaper again, no shock. But we're going to see Chronic actually switching over to Sojourn instead.
So I think this is the bad news for Lunex here. Yeah, actually, that was a really important round to win on this map, because now, you know, we have to try and navigate with this backline from Dallas Fuel on a map like this. X10 is doing a little bit of contesting on the Reaper right now. Don't want to get caught here, though.
Oh, there's no Wraith. Okay, they trade Lucamino. Actually, not a bad trade whatsoever in the grand scheme of things. Zeb takes down Chronic as well to boot. Actually, an insane trade. It's going to be a point cap as well.
I mean, Dallas Fuel have to set up here. They have the Tracer, they have the Sojourner, they have to set up these angles to really take advantage of the heroes they are playing right now. X10 gets left. But it's going to be okay. But there's going to be a lot of time wasted just to set up here to begin with.
Yeah, CJ sadly can't get to that high ground anymore either. They've snuck the point away again. X10 low, healed up in Wraith. I'm not sure. They should be able to cap this. Yeah, okay, only 7% for Dallas Fuel. Nate ends up coming in, doesn't score anybody. This X10 that slept once more, my word. She's going to need new mattress at this point.
All right, she seems fine though. But this is what I'm talking about. Dallas Fuel have set up the angles, and Chronic finds a Railgun to open things up.
Look at it, got stolen away again. The amount of stolen objective time is absurd. Step going down though, not a good look for Lunex. As X10 tries to land a passing blow there on one member of Dallas Fuel, but it will be Fuel capping, and they're finding almost a team kill.
Yeah, and it's pretty scared to leave the point if you're playing Lunex composition, because you know that Sunjun on the Tracer is going to be in the back, tearing you apart, giving you a tough time. So you can't really engage on anyone either. You're just going to have to sit pretty on the point and try to get some of these ultimates online. Looking for a bit of a push down this right-hand side. A little bit of rotation. Nice spider grenade from TJ.
Oh, such a late Suzu there, sadly, from Z. Yeah, okay, easy fight. Got a headshot perk as well from CJ, so extra damage for the Ana.
It's not going to get any easier here for Lunex draws.
Yeah.
These recontests are going to be really difficult. At least they're coming up on a couple of ultimates here, but Dallas Fuel have some of their own.
It's going to be a little bit nightmarish. Okay, well, X10 did use that TP, so now Callan sits on the opposite high ground, so can't be disturbed. And Johnny, like you said, with all these ults, it's going to be so tough. I mean, CJ can just pop the nano on Callan, right, and have him sent in. Well, they're going to try and punish Callan, or at least tickle him a little bit. X10's actually just going in, though, but gets sniped again by Chronic. An extremely aggressive push there from the Reaper once more, and it gets shut down. Overclock into the nano. CJ falls, but they're just too scared. They've also managed to flip the map as well, so they're in no man's land, in enemy territory, as the Dallas Fuel are able to basically herd Lunex into their line of fire.
Oh, see, Seb is pushing up here. I feel like they have to get closer towards the backline, getting back to them. This Kitsune Rush is going to be devastating, Jaws.
It's going to be awful to fight into. Zeb's got the Graviton Surge, sure, but actually connecting with people is going to, again, be very tough. Kellen just gets grabbed on the ceiling. I say it's going to be difficult to connect, and then Zeb scores 3 people with the grab.
Yeah, that should have been Dallas Fuel fight to win, really. They had that Kitsune Rush in hand, but Zeb finds a way back into this map with that Graviton Surge, and at least it enables Lunex to have a fighting chance. Being in control of this point now is going to be difficult for Dallas Fuel to set up the composition once more. They're gonna touch the objective here, which is going to enable CJ to get some kind of positioning. But you can see Lunex, like, they want to keep the point contested, but not enabling the backline to move forward.
Oh, Lucamino. Surely Lucamino's TP was on CD there, right? Surely. Still rough, but a quick reset for the Dallas Fuel. Not going to mean too much here. You lose like 0.5 of a fight because you weren't in it for too long. CJ needs this nano boost though. They've already pinged out where X10 is, but Zomba gets pulsed by Sunjun. Okay, hang on. I need a replay of that one eventually. Primal comes out from Kellen as well. Squishes C. I mean, this is all falling apart right now for Lunex. That trade was horrible. Dallas Fuel, they might just lose their Winston here, but CJ still got the nano boost. Nano boost is going to get deployed, and well, now the point can be pressured by the Dallas Fuel. Zeb bubbled off, pops a bubble on himself, but Nemwide falls. X10 with no Wraith form is going to get chased down by Sonja, but actually securing the kill might be quite tough, but there's no bubbles left, so it's an easy kill on the Reaper. Zomba slept, everything thrown at the Tracer there to try and keep him alive, and Lunex now diving onto the point to try and extend this for just a fraction of a second longer. But that post bomb from Sunjun put a nail in that coffin. Dallas Fuel, a 2-0, but a close one on Busan.
Oh my god. Wow, what a map one we're treated to. That post bomb was so huge though. Like, to get that stick and kill the enemy Tracer, that essentially saves the round for Dallas Fuel, because Lunex, they were coming up on the Kitsune Rush, they were coming up on the Sound Barrier, and they just fell a little bit short of the timing. If Zomba was still alive after getting that initial pick on Sunjun, that might have been the recipe for success, and Lunex able to steal a round away, but they're not able to because of Sunjun's pulse bomb.
I want to see that pulse.
We need to see that. Yeah, that's insane.
One death for the big man. Kellen, 23-1 on the Winston. Leading the server in damage too. 18.5k on the dot.
Wait, that's crazy. He's got the most damage in the lobby playing Winston. I'm so happy that the Kellen keeps the Winston spirit alive. I'd love to see it.
If it was like the only guy right now holding on to the Winston. I mean, to be fair, his Diva's not great, I'll say. Him and Tama is so true, so true. Nice pulse from Sonjun. Yeah, surely it's in the highlight reel. I mean, look, if that isn't a trade there, that fight is so different with Zomba being alive on the Tracer. It's just so different. It's not an enviable spot.
I kind of want to feel good about Lunex though. The fact they made it so close on both of those rounds. Because like it felt like Dallas Fuel were dominating throughout the entire map, but both of them went to 99% each. So I guess you could say that that's a good sign for Lunex for the rest of the series. The fact you were able to take it so close to Dallas Fuel. Even though statistically you lost 2-0, but you brought it close.
Yeah, look, hey. We were saying a 3-0 for Dallas Fuel, but going 99 both stages, like you said. And the first stage being so, like, flip-floppy as well. Like, kind of crazy. If you're enjoying OWCS as well, make sure you go follow the Twitch account, YouTube, Twitter. I think there's a TikTok account as well. And Soup. Don't forget to follow the Soup channel too, the Korean streaming service. OW_Esports on most platforms. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned and see a ton of highlights as well on the TikTok channel.
And Instagram. All the social media.
And Instagram too. True. Instagram. Yo, shout out. Yeah. As we go into map number 2, Johnny, Zeb cannot be banned out. Surely, right? Surely Zeb can't be banned out this time. Orisa has been taken off for Busan already, so hey ho, might go to an Orisa map.
Yeah, I was struggling because I could just see Zeb blocking the Orisa for the rest of the series now. Just like, I'm free! Oh, yeah. I can play the Orisa. We're good. The problem
Most players would say the opposite, where you don't have to play the Orisa and you go, I'm free. Because you're not in Orisa jail.
It honestly depends on like how I wake up on any given day. Like some days I'm like, oh, all I'm gonna do today is play Orisa, which I know it's pretty cursed, but the Orisa mains out there get it. And then other days I'm like, oh, I can't stand Orisa. I think
R/Orisa mains are not watching, bro. I'm sorry.
You don't know.
Maybe
that.
They are actually.
How many subscribers does Orisa mains Reddit have? I need to find out. How big is that community?
Okay, let me guess.
Six. Okay.
I was gonna say like maybe 20k. I think there's a lot of Orisa players out there.
It says 4.7k Orisa mains.
Oh, there's not many.
But they're powerful.
They're powerful in mass. It's all good. Zeb's one of them, probably, you'd imagine.
Dude, Zeb probably charges insane coaching fees for the Orisa game.
for the Orisa? Yeah, probably. Best Risa in NA currently, or the only player that's really picking it up right now. Runasapi's the next man.
Yeah, and this makes sense from Lunex. Historically, so far this stage, they like picking Flashpoint and push. They want to get to those maps, and then they want to protect Ban for their backline. Make sure we can play the Lucio carry. And, you know, there's no reason to protect and tank at this point, because your Orisa ban is already out, right? So you see the Juno ban come out, protects the Lucio carry. Although the Tracer ban here from Dallas, you know, it could be quite limiting here. Might force the Vendetta matchup.
Yeah, definitely limiting for Zomba, whose best hero is the Tracer. Not as limiting on the Dallas Fuel DPS line. Very targeted bans, Dallas Fuel coming in. So, yeah, we'll see how they're rocking out. Dallas Fuel on the right-hand side, Lunex on the left. We'll get that swapped over in a moment. I think Chronic, especially after, like, the Freya... I was going to say Freya year. It wasn't a year worth of Freya, but it felt like...
Yeah. Chronic's career year on the Freya.
Yeah, it really was. And like I was about to say, it really built Chronic up to be, hey, this guy's a freak. Like, he is incredible on the Freya. Was the best Freya in NA. Like, other people we were kind of talking about, like, wow, they're going to be so good on the Freya. It was actually Chronic that dominated that entire stage where Freya was perma meta. But now, you know, on the Dallas Fuel with Sonjun, they're looking like the best DPS duo. And Johnny, this is why they banned Tracer here, the Dallas Fuel. So Sonjun can play Pharah.
Yeah, we've seen this hero a couple of times here. Really throw a wrench in things, and especially if you're expecting the Vendetta, right? Like, well, you know, the Pharah is a really good pick to try and counter this hero. And Dallas Fuel, they like playing this way. They like sitting back, they like playing the neutral and play reactive to their opponent. So now the pressure is on Zomba here. What can you do on this Vendetta to try and put some pressure on the enemy backline?
How do you feel about the Orisa matchup right now with Ram being played by Kellen?
Yeah, it's going to be...
Oh, what a shot!
Excellent.
Oh, my word.
Popping off to start off things off here, opening things up with a pick on the Sonjun.
I mean, this is a dirty off angle as well. Like, you're waiting for people to kind of walk into you. I'm surprised. Maybe thinking Sonjun's going to be able to get the solo kill onto X10, but she ends up just hitting Sonjun in the face with a rail.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And to get back to your previous question, you know, Kellen is going to try to absorb a lot of this Orisa pressure with the Ramato, right? I think we'll see less aggressive kind of like Nemesis form here to land some punches, get some frags, right? It's really just about making sure Seb has a more difficult time with this Orisa to get aggressive with his cooldowns, because one of the things that Lunex does so well with this Orisa is they're just so synchronized behind the shot calling, right? They synchronize the Orisa abilities with the rest of the team. And so this Ramatra now gonna be able to absorb a little bit of that pressure, just buy enough time for Sonjun and Chronic.
All right, well, Kellen's definitely doing a lot of absorbing. Most of that damage right now. Oh, it's Seb, actually. I've changed the name of that sentence. So go back and edit that one for me. Now Kellen can just aggressively push in, yeah, with that Nemesis form. Really nice pick as well from Sonjun. I mean, Zomba, obviously, mainly a Tracer player, Johnny. My struggle here on the Vendetta, not being able to tag people like Sonjun and having to close the gap is tough without that Zarya bubble.
Yeah, and it's not like Seb wants to swap over to something like a Diva either, right? Like, Seb wants to play this Orisa. Like, this is my hero. This is the map we're supposed to dominate. So, really tough. Does Zomba try to force a different hero here, like an Echo or something? It's just not really the meta right now, but...
This flip is crazy. They're calling it the craziest flip of all time. I mean, they're lucky that the payload wasn't past the choke point there. Rushes are going to come out. Barrage from Sonjun from around the corner, but it feels like they got a better position right now. A good little spear onto Keller, but still in the Nemesis form, so we're soaking up a lot of that damage with his arms crossed. And now Chronic can just lay waste to the backline. Nemwe with the beats, a non-factor now. Well, that rail goes a little bit wide, but all they need to do is move that bot, and Zeb has to touch. Golden form already used. Could use this ultimate as well to try and sustain it a little bit longer, but the Dallas Fuel are going to be able to hold on. Sonjun could pull the emergency ripcord in the ult too if needed, and they might just go now. And that's exactly what they're going to do. A beat ends up coming through to actually survive, but it's a little bit too late. Zeb already goes down to that ult. That barrage doing so much damage in the corner, baiting out the spear spin straight into a barrage. Means there's no defensive countermeasure there for Lunex unless Nemwai is thinking 3 steps ahead of the Pharah and drops the beat early, which doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's brutal. Nemwai's sound barrier only getting 4 there, not enough time to save Seb. And it enables Dallas Fuel now to get this cap as well. I thought for a moment that Kellen was going to pop that Annihilation and try to secure the fight that way, but instead get value from the barrage, which you seldom do these days. Dallas Fuel are quite happy with this cap and are going to disengage from this next one, try to set up for the next neutral. This is going to be an interesting fight though. X10 She has this overclock ready and available. And you open up this fight with any picks.
Well, they're going to try. Oh, she misses a couple of shots, sadly, but everybody's kind of scattering right now, like skittering away. There's an annihilation from Kellen. He needs help. Taking a fair bit of damage, and well, if it doesn't take one ult, it took two. Zomba ends up using his Lunex with two support ults, two DPS ults thrown into the matter. Might just be a good fight, though. They've been moving this bot this whole time, and Johnny is two ults, but it's a clean fight, most importantly here, not losing anybody.
Yeah, this should be the checkpoint here for Lunex. As Dallas Fuel try to regroup. Dallas Fuel no ultimates on the board right now. They are getting close to that Kitsune Rush, but Lunex has the optionality here, how they want to deploy their own Kitsune Rush. And especially with an Orisa like holding a corner like this, with a Terra Surge available as well, this could get quite tricky for Dallas Fuel to defend this one.
Well, here comes the rush. Like Lunex's ultimate economy right now, it is looking good, unlike our own, sadly. Oh, the Dallas Fuel are going to respond with a rush of their own from around the corner. Looks like Lunex happy to go for a reset here, similarly to Dallas Fuel, as they've taken the lead.
Very patient play from Lunex. They're building up to the sound barrier. Zed, keep an eye on him as he has this Terra Surge able to deploy as well. This is a pivotal fight in the round here. Both teams already unlocked the checkpoint.
They're so lucky. Sound barrier, an aggressive one too. They're rushing right in, but Chronic's now on the high ground, but already Lucamino and Sonjin have fallen before Chronic can even get a second shot off. Lunex were in that fight and straight out of it, not giving a chance for Dallas Fuel to kind of settle the score. That is a huge fight with Lunex as they extend their lead.
Huge, but also so risky, right? The fact that they went aggressive with that sound barrier, so massive respect for pulling it off. That could go terribly wrong. Sonjin used the barrage here actually to try and secure a pick onto Seb, but doesn't get it. And now Lunex, they're in the lead and in a really good position here.
They might be able to just mess around here a little bit as well. Terra Surge thrown in, Seb. 2 seconds until the golden comes up once again. This fortify is going to be good to get out, but unfortunately for Sombra, it cannot help him. Ends up going down. Sound barrier comes through from the Dallas Fuel. Now as Lucamino boots C back into the fight, forces the teleport, and that should be the fight win for the Dallas Fuel. Lunex now just dying on point, not wasting anything else. Chronic with some nice shots. Team kill almost. As, well, no, actually a team go is secured. As Dallas Fuel reset the bot to mid, but do they get forward spawns? No, they don't.
I still think you take that if you're Lunex, though. The fact you're able to get out the sound barrier for the overclock. This is still a pretty good position for Lunex to be in here. Obviously, the cap already being completed here by Dallas Fuel. This could get out of hand quickly, but with a Kitsune Rush available here for Lunex, they're still in a good position to succeed.
CJ needs the counter rush. Inevitable. Oh my, yeah, 1 HP. CJ 3%. I'm waiting for it. There it is. Okay, instantly. Then White does end up going down eventually here. Johnny with Zomba jumping into the front line, requiring a Suzu to stay alive. But it is all Kellen here. They're fighting over the points, so the bot doesn't get away from them. But the annihilation is just destroying them in the front line. There's no sustain either. No speed to get out of the fight because White died first. Dallas Fuel, they take the lead.
This is brutal now for Lunex. That was a great opportunity to really get ahead of this map, but now giving up the lead instead to Dallas Fuel, who can play so patiently with this poke-heavy damage line of Chronic. He's going to put the overclock here.
Don't mind it, Johnny. Don't mind it one bit. Just taking this lead and extending it even more by only using the OC. Honestly, fairly... It's not the cheapest dart of all time. It's not a pulse bomb by any stretch of the imagination, but not as impactful as like a beat or a rush. So gaining a lot of space here, I really like. Even forcing Zeb to use the Terra Surge here would be golden.
Yeah, now you can hold this corner as well. Extend is trying to work the flank here. Oh, if Extend gets caught here, that'd be brutal, but it does look like the protection from C is going to be good enough.
Yeah, getting out is important for Dallas Fuel. They're going to be able to do so. Sonjin, 3% away. Oh, I say that. X10 feeds a little bit too far forward. Look at those assists for Dallas Fuel, too. Sonjin, Kellen coming up big with some assists there. Now Nemwai in a precarious spot where you're thinking at this point you're going to need to use the speed to counter this barrage. Barrage comes in, but Zomba instantly deleted, not giving Nemwai a chance. And now Dallas Fuel pedal to the metal going in. Soundbite from Nemwai only hits 3 and 7 in the front line. The overhealth's already gone. It's all falling apart for Lunex now. Nemesis form popped by Kellen and Seb has to use this ult to stay alive. NYC down to Sonjin. Lucamino dies, but it's a sacrifice they're willing to make. The Dallas Fuel with a 4-man push onto this last point. Lunex, X10, only person alive to try and touch, but it is Dallas Fuel that find the full cap.
Sunjun just styling on the Pharah. Whereas the last few minutes on that map, just dominating the kill feed. And this is what Dallas Fuel does best, Jaws. They just like tear you apart from all the angles. They play the neutral perfectly. You think you're gonna pressure the Pharah for a little bit? Well, you're gonna lose the fight in the front line as well. Dallas Fuel showing what they're made of here on Runa Sapi. 22-1 from Kellen again. Just like I said, absorbing that pressure, but Chronic, 20-1.
Woo. Kellen the Felon, 22-1. 2 deaths over 2 maps, Johnny. That is what you just want to see from your tank player.
I mean, talk about knowing your limits, right? It's just like, you know your job, you know what you have to do. Yeah, I'm gonna try to contest the objective. I'm gonna try to create space for my damaged players. And it's really setting up Chronic and Sunjun just amazingly as well, right? 100%. Like, doesn't have to go for the highlight reels, doesn't have to go for the big annihilations. Just like, yeah, my damaged players are gonna come in clutch. Best in their name.
Damn, that is the most like selfless tank line I've ever heard from a tank player. I'll let my DPS do the talking, actually.
Well, okay. You know, we can have a long-form conversation about 5v5 and how it plays, but, you know, at the end of the day, damaged players, we need you to step up, get some of those frags, and that's what Dallas people are doing.
So true, so true. He's speaking to his solo queue teammates for that one.
Bro, was like, oh, yeah, tank, you gotta carry. It's like, you gotta shoot
bro,
people.
You do the damage. It's in your name, bro.
What do you think people are playing Illari?
Like, it's pretty good. Hey, it's pretty good.
I'm actually becoming a Illari player myself.
He's glazing. He's glazing. I like it.
I picked up after, you know, there was a time like a few months ago. It's like 3 Illari players in the world. It was you, Chosen, and Violet. Now I'm one of them. I'm
it's me. Yeah, I'm definitely on that list, bro. I'm definitely on that list. But don't forget as well, you can earn some drops coming through for this stage. Not only these ones that are on your screen right now, but I believe there are also Battle Pass skips competitive points, I believe, on Twitch at the moment as well. So make sure you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. And go from there. Overwatch Esports loot box at the very end, and some Winston skins. Cannot say no to that.
This weekend is all about Overwatch. Put on the Overwatch Esports broadcast on one monitor, compete in the drive in the other one. Gotta get that signature. It's all
Overwatch. Drive just started. That's true.
Yeah.
Factual.
I started looking in.
Finish your Battle Pass. There you go.
It's difficult, you know. You gotta get the games in early.
Yeah, you do. You got to win, man. Hey, look, new Ruby weapon came out as well recently, right? I think CJ was rocking the Ruby on the Ana. Looks pretty nice. We've had... Surely it's Sapphire next. I'm just predicting. Surely it's like a blue.
Dude, it's a year away, dude.
I'm just saying. We've had an emerald one. There's a green one, a red one. Surely they do the RGB. So surely they got the blue at the end. I mean, surely.
Unless.
Which will be my favorite. Unless it's like diamond or something. I don't know. Atlas is going to be the map picked from Lunex here. Third map. And honestly, judging by Busan, 99-99, both stages. Dallas Fuel sneak out a win. Even on Runasapi, though, Lunex still kind of punching up a little bit. Dallas Fuel still taking it, and just, I wouldn't say more proactive play. I think their experience came into effect towards the very end. Nemwai, the sound barriers, while they connected with people, it was Zomba Gunner getting caught out by the barrage, and then like just these small things that Dallas Fuel are able to kind of pick you apart on. And as we go to this map, we're actually going to see X10's Reaper ban, so she's not going to be able to use that, and a Wu Yang ban from Lunex.
Yeah, so Lunex once again protecting their support backline. Makes a ton of sense, and I didn't expect the Reaper to come out here, but
yeah,
it maybe makes things a little bit easier for Dallas Fuel to anticipate, you know, a hit scan character being played instead, and try to navigate that rather than like the kind of all-in Reaper Lucio Kiri style that we saw from Lunex on map 1 here. I mean, for the rest of the series, this is a brutal spot to be in, because now Lunex are gonna have to reverse sweep. Doesn't need to be said. Everyone understands that. But to win on not only Flashpoint to kick things off, but then you have to go back Hybrid, Escort, against a team like Dallas Fuel, which that is arguably their strength. This is a terrible spot to be in.
Yep. Yes, it is. No sugarcoating it, Johnny, that's for sure. Look.
I like to say it how it is.
It's still lower bracket. Yeah, Swedish people be like, I'm just going to say how it is just all the time. respect you for that, Johnny. Honestly.
Why would I? Yeah, why would I not lie? Just speak the truth.
That's do you know what? That's a life quote, bro. Get that tattooed on your arm in cursive.
Don't lie. That'd be like the worst tattoo of all time.
Yeah, it might be. We just offended 3 people.
What is don't lie in Latin? Let me get that.
Oh, don't know. Okay, let's not go there. Dallas Fuel. Yeah, coming out of the regular season with a 5-0. Only lost 5 maps. And it doesn't look like they're going to lose one here either, unless Lunex can come out with something out of the bag. Now, look, Zeb can still play the Orisa, and it's a very good pick on Atlas and a very good pick in general on Flashpoint. So we'll see if Zeb can be the difference maker here, or can Dallas Fuel just walk away. As both Chronic and Kellen this whole series, yeah, just been great.
I mean, I know we're expecting the Orisa here, but I kind of like what Funny Astro said in the EMEA interview. He was like, Hazard. It's like sneaky, maybe when they come up, like channel some peps here. Come out playing the Hazard, okay. Lucio Carrier just full send it. I don't know. I'm just suggesting things.
Hey, I'm just putting stuff. Look, you don't have to take the advice. You don't have to take the suggestion. But Hazard Gaming. Do you think Kellen rocks the Hazard at any point though? It doesn't. It's not really the vibe.
No, I mean,
I don't think.
Ready for battle.
No, for Kellen, I don't see the need. Kellen can kind of do whatever he likes. You want to play the remote drum? Play the remote drum. You want to play the wrecking ball? Play the wrecking ball. It's all good. I think the pressure is on Lunex right now. And it needs to be said, it's not an elimination match, right? You lose here, you could play in the lower bracket tomorrow, but maybe you want to try exploring some different strategies, just in case.
Yeah, so Zomba with the Furley's. I too know like the first 6 chords. Let's have a little look. Oh, no. Okay, I will say this is very scary, actually. Chronic on Cassidy. We've seen what Cassidy has been doing over the last couple of weeks, Johnny. Really kind of rearing its head after Emre was thought to be, like, the only kind of must pick. Cassidy here and Zombot on Tracy has 2 high threat level targets to kind of go to now.
It looks like Protect the Precedent. Just 2-3 members in front of Chronic.
Yeah, I mean, look. People are going to go for the flank. I mean, already Zomba taking half HP and Sebens are going down. I mean, this flank is just, it's not worked out at all. Oh, okay, well, hang on a second. Maybe it's spoken too soon, although with your tank alive. Give me a percentage chance of winning. It's got to be close to 80, but...
Without your tank, though, this could be quite a difficult one here for Lunex. Dallas Fuel is trying to poke him for there. Like, Lunex, they're in a decent position here. If they can make sure they don't get pushed and die here, if they can just create some angles here. As Seb gets back toward the point. Yeah, they're just going to take it slow here for now. Seb, take it easy, buddy.
Take it easy. Seb, take it easy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, went super low. I think that's pop gold there as well. That Fortify coming in clutch. Kellen 2 obviously popping that survivability cooldown in the Nemesis core. Wait. Whoops. That went straight between like 4 people. All good though. Ended up splitting the fight anyway. Sonja goes down to Z of all people and Zomba with a nice flank on Lucamino. Dallas Fuel, they've still got players. Kellen's going to be able to jump onto the point, but he's already used Nemesis Form and getting pushed into the corner. And very dead now, as XN also falls, but Dallas with 80%.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that 81% and coming up on those ultimates as well. Now they get an opportunity to deploy their ultimates as they like. Do we want to try to match Lunex here if they drop a Kitsune Rush, or do we want to wait? Completely up to them. What do you see here do a Lunex? A lot of pressure onto someone like X10, I was going to say, as Sunjun classically just throws up Wolf on him.
He's too clean with it, seriously. Sonjun is just a demon. Nemwai is 1 HP, gets taken down by Lucamino, just a random flail. Oh, what a shot. Oh boy, yeah, Dallas Fuel looking to secure this first point. I mean, Zeb is kind of hanging around on the side, but there's 0 support, 0 health. And you're going to need a whole lot of it as Sonjun's kind of shutting the door in their face now. There's going to be a touch from Zomba here, Johnny. But it is OT.
Can they keep it going? Nenwire, I think, is lurking here. Trying to go for a touch.
They're going to rush.
Wow.
They're going to rush.
This is a quick disengage.
Oh, the bash. Oh, he's got to run. Exit's got to run. Nemwire ends up going down, though. Support dead to 4v5. The rally is just getting insane value from Lucamino too. That rally was alive for the entirety of it, giving everybody armor. Not enough to help Chronic survive, however. A Nemesis form into an Annihilation, doable for Kellen still, but a Ray ends up coming out from CJ, not required, but just secure. Dallas Fuel will take it, and that is one on the board.
That's what I'm talking about. Dallas Fuel, they're just so patient, right? The Kitsune Rush is going to come out. Lunex, secure the point cap. So we see a bit of a skirmish here before the next point unlocks. But then, they just turn things around. It's like, yeah, we're going to pop the rally. And then they just wait a tremendous amount of time. Pop the Orbital Ray. And suddenly they flip that fight around. After Lunex has already used some of their heavy abilities, right? So Dallas Fuel playing really well right now. Even in a different composition like this Juno Brig, which isn't necessarily... you know, akin to some of their more flashier, damage-oriented backlines.
Sunjin's got pulse again, Johnny. I am, call me scared. Call me courage, the cowardly dog.
The book jab.
Okay, they end up using the sound barrier there. Zeb gets it as well, so an easy push in here from the Orisa. The sound barrier is going to be good for maybe a kill onto the Brigitte. Yep, Lucamino ends up going down. Pulse bomb thrown out. Sonjin this time, a rare whiff from the Tracer. But here comes the Annihilation, Johnny. Holding his arms on the point. Zeb is going to be able to stand tall, but the rest of his team not quite so lucky, though. Dallas Fuel used that time to cap the point, as Lunex struggling to find a complete team wipe. Nemwai goes down, but Kellen still surviving. It's like Bear Grylls, bro, on this point. How is this guy surviving for so long? Lunex lost both supports. Kellen gets stuck. Again, just walks, but it doesn't matter. He's still alive. Someone kill Kellen.
This is so remote pilled. Just being able to stay alive for eternity. As Sunjun just finds another pick. Just buy enough time, bro. Just buy enough time. Or damage spirits, you're gonna figure it out.
Bro's got 17 watches. That's how much time he's buying, bro. Lunex end up using the rush on the point. Kellen once again folding his arms. Nemesis form pop, and now the focus fire is good from the Fuel. But hang on a second, Johnny. He's not going to die. Rally to point from Lucamino as they just run onto the point. Lunex do end up capping there, but it's not a cap long enough to make any decent progress. 48% as Dallas Fuel get the flip. Lucamino, savior of the Fuel.
And now Dallas Fuel again with this Orbital Ray. Another opportunity for them to take it slow here and just react to whatever Lunex is going to do here. Lunex, they're in a tricky spot here because they only really have this overclock to open things up. As to try to get some kind of positioning up towards the point here. I mean, with the time this is taking, this could become like the last fight. Oh, he died.
Kellen.
He died.
Oh, he died.
Update the kill counter.
Orbital Ray pop though, and C ends up just flanking. There's a Terror Surge, a High Noon, a beautiful spear usage by Zeb there. A little hop, skip over the high ground, bam, secure. Dallas Fuel with 80 as Lunex get the flip. Still on the low ground is Zeb though, as the rest of the Fuel just try and die quick. A quick reset here at least guarantees them a full fight with 5.
Yeah, Lunex kind of let back into this round now. Getting that opening pick for pretty free there on the Kellan. You know, 5 versus 4 scenario always going to favor the team with 5. See how they deploy some of these damage ultimates though. X10, time for her to step up with this overclock.
Right, time's ticking. But again, they get one full fight here, right? Kellen touches, triggers OT, and now here comes the damage. Zomba with a pulse kill. However, oh wait, snuck away. Wow, Kellen just got pushed all the way off. I think Zeb must have speared, then spear spun on him to stop that. Sonja with a nice kind of 2-clip onto X10. She falls while using OC, but wow, Lunex end up getting a point.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic of Dallas Fuel, but also really well played by Lunex there. Seb finds another pick on the Kellan. Kellan, hey,
he's 7-3 now.
Yeah,
he's up. Dude's so good. Yes, he did. He's still looking good, still good. In fact, everybody in the lobby right now looking good, to be honest with you. Very close still. Oh yeah, not dying on the transition to the next one. It's an important hit. Oh, I say that. What a jinx. What a jinx. All right, Z's dead. Sonja gets the one clip, because of course he does. All right, Kellen pops the Nemesis form, and X10 dies as well. Okay, Z, X10 dying, Lunex. Yeah, they can't cap the point. Dallas Fuel gets this one for free. Nice little early fight.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like Lunex here. Zomba and X10 has to do so much to compete with the likes of Sunjun and Chronic, because the fight is not going to be won by Seb in the front line, right? So you really need your damage pairs here to come up clutch with some big individual plays. But it feels like for the most part, it's been all Dallas Fuel so far.
4 ults for Lunex here. Feels unlosable realistically with double support ult. Oh, and then what goes down to Sonjun. Dude, he's like an assassin right now. Not Ex-Washington Justice assassin, of course. All right, Kellen gets 3 with the Nemesis. And yeah, wow, that was a fight. Lunex still have 4 ults. They didn't get a chance to use theirs as Lucamino goes first.
Yeah, it's tough. You get fragged by the Tracer, and you're like, oh, do we want to deploy ultimates in a 4 versus 5 scenario? Most of the time, you don't. Dallas Fuel, they look for a bit of a forward hold here. Look, they look for every opportunity they get. If they can get a pick early in some of these fights, they're not letting Lunex walk here for free at all. Look at me, they're just battling a Tracer.
Zombies down. They go first again, Johnny. They're repeatedly trying to catch Lunex on the rotation. Aurelius is going to make sure that rotation is fairly easy. They get onto the point with a whole lot of stacking over health there. X10, the only one that's actually surviving on to me there. Well, Zeb has also got the ult. So realistically, again, they're being able to walk forward here with this raise good, but it's not so good if you just keel over like that. Lunex used both support ultimates in that fight and almost making no use of the raid because they're already so low. The Dallas Fuel with a cap, and that point felt easy. Getting into the next point now, and Johnny, it's so favorable for them. It's next door.
I don't know what else you can say besides the fact that this is an amazing showing by Sunjun and Chronic. It's like what they're doing for their team here to make these fights so easy. They're not even enabling Lunex to get into a position to use their ultimates. And so we're not even seeing 2 teams that are battling on an even playing field.
Look how low they are. Look how low they are as they walk in. You see the critical health like indicator through like the x-ray through the wall. Like half of them were sub 50 HP before they made it through choke. And then Chronic finishes everybody off with an OC.
CJ's chilling.
Dude, maximum chill.
It's really difficult for Lunex to make this kind of adaptation mid-game as well. Can't really try to...
Oh, what a steal.
Making a strategic choice here. You're just gonna have to start winning some of these Tracer duels instead.
Least greedy Tracer player there, taking 3 health packs, 4 health packs from the enemy Tracer. All right, look at me in a little bit of problem here. However, does land a headshot. Has got teleport too. But on like kind of an insane off angle, if I'm going to be honest with you. 10% away for Lucamino, but Exton already dead. And NY2, I mean, this is Dallas Fuel walking away with this one, Johnny. This final map feels like Lunex have run out of steam, run out of rocket fuel here.
Yeah, I think they're looking for answers, and they don't have them. 70% here for Dallas Fuel. Forward hold once more. I would not be surprised to just see them drop the Kitsune Rush and run in with the Annihilation real early here. Don't even let Lunex set up.
They're going to do it. Look at them set up right now. Kellen pops Nemesis. They're in a good spot to use it. They're going to wait for Overclock maybe, but there's the rush. Pulse Bomb as well connects from Sonjun. There's nothing this guy can't do at this point, and that's just about it, Johnny. It's all over. Dallas Fuel beat him to the choke, beat him down. They got the cap at the very least, but it is only Zomba now on an island. And he's only got a small boat with 15 holes on it and only a single oar to paddle away from that island with. As Lunex are going to go down as Dallas Fuel 3-1 on this map, 3-0 in this series as they win the upper semis and make their way towards finals.
I think Dallas Fuel here, they're making a case for a tier gap. Joss, I think, you know, we're looking at some of these top teams in the region. SSG, Dallas Fuel, went map 5, like pretty competitive with each other, but I think this has been so dominant out of Dallas Fuel, and they're showing why they're the #1 favorite in the region right now. They're just on a different level.
Yeah, they are. Like, to be fair with you, Lunex, I think, showed kind of miraculous play against the Fuel over the first couple of maps, but that last one was kind of anything but. It was Dallas Fuel that were in control 95% of the time. Dallas Fuel kind of moving on. I mean, how are you feeling about this Lunex squad going into lowers, Johnny?
I mean, look, if you want to qualify here, you don't have to beat a team like Dallas Fuel. You have a way better chance against the teams like Liquid or SSG, right? And so you kind of just have to put this matchup behind you, right? This can't be a team that you're expected to win against. And it's not a team you're required to win against to ultimately make the major in Japan. So I think this is one you quickly put behind you. Now, you only have less than 24 hours to prepare for your next game, right? So still a very difficult challenge, but they know what they're comfortable with. They know their play style. There's no need to really change anything up here on the side of Lunex. You just have to mentally reset. Come back tomorrow, knowing that you maybe have a better chance to beat some of these other teams.
Yeah, just making it to the grand final, like Zoe eloquently put it on the desk. Like, look, top 2, you're good, you're golden to go to Japan. Upper bracket finals for the Dallas Fuel, either facing Space Station or Team Liquid, which is up next, of course. But I think there's still... I think Lunex is still in a good spot. I think even if they don't make it to the major event, the LAN, Johnny, I think there's good things for them on the horizon, at the very least, in Stage 2. They're down in the lower semis. Only one lifeline left as we bring Zoe back in to talk about that series.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, they do still have one life, but historically being the last 3 weeks, they have not won against either of the teams that are left in the tournament. And while I think it was very impressive how they once again managed to punch up to Dallas Fuel, just like the last time they faced off against them, they did in the end fall short. I want to give a special shout out though to the respectful Reaper ban. Taking X10's best out of the mix. I honestly was so happy to see X10 on that Reaper. Like, she on Reaper was a highlight last season for me, and for her to pull that out of the back again and like even prompting a little ban there. Love to see that. We do love to see that.
Dallas feel like their ban's in order, that's for sure. Like, you got to ban the threats. They ban Zeb's Orisa. They ban X10's Reaper guy. Like, hey, it's tough out here if you're Lunex getting targeted banned that much, but yeah, I think X10 has been fantastic on a lot of hit scans, and standing up to Chronic's no easy feat. So yeah, having that like pocket pick of the Reaper is always nice for her. It's just a shame we didn't get to see too much of it.
We see it a little bit more this year.
Yeah, I feel like it does kind of pocket picks for teams like Lunex that allow them to manage to like edge out the victory, get a map here, get a map there, even against teams that are favored in the matchup. So now let's bring in Lucamino for a quick chat after this victory, as the Dallas Fuel find themselves in the upper finals. Lucamino, thank you so much for joining us. Walk me through your game plan going up against Lunex, because you guys faced off against them in week 2. It was also a very close affair, a 3-2. Did you expect them to play close against today? And after you went down to them very early on in the series, the Lunex, like, did you expect them to fight back so aggressively?
I kind of was expecting some fight, but I feel like last time it was close because we had like a mental block versus team, but after watching every other team, 3 of them, it's gone. We're good for it now. So
well, they did make it close at the very start, at least. But yeah, that last map was just like, okay, Dallas Fuel, this is, you know, who they are and what they hear about, and you kind of swept them under the rug there. I did want to talk about your team going into the LAN. You've not made it yet, but I think the kind of presumption is you guys are going to make LAN at this point. How do you feel about the other regions? Because I said it in the pre-show, like, I think Korea still kind of pounds. I think they might come out on top. I think some of the EMEA people saying NA's washed. Like, how do you feel in your team?
I think we have the potential to do very well. I mean, it's hard to say without playing other regions at all, because I feel like we make a lot of mistakes, but I'm not sure if other regions are like so perfect either. So I kind of want to play against them and see how it feels at least.
Talk to me some more about the playstyle that we're seeing from Dallas Fuel. It's really fun to see a team kind of reject the Lucio Kiri, stuff like that. Have you made it a point to just like, yeah, we don't, just out of principle, like we want to play less of those heroes and just lean into what we do best?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely better for us to play other heroes, but I think we don't really have a problem with Lucio Kiri either. It's just the more different backlines we can play, the more the enemy team has to stay on their toes to be able to keep up, I feel like.
How do you generally feel about the meta and how it's developing? I mean, we saw earlier today in EMEA that people are very much going away from the Vendetta. We saw a lot more Tracer once again back in the mix. And then also, of course, they're mostly focusing on that Zarya. We're seeing some divas there. Mara slipping in. Where do you see the NA region comparing to all the other regions, really?
I think at least our team has a pretty different meta compared to the other regions. I don't think Maga's that strong. I think Diva's still pretty strong, but she's not like a Thanos tank. It's just, if your team plays well, you can kind of win on pretty much any comp right now, and I think Tracer is definitely back in the meta. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it seems about right. I think, with North America shaping up the way it is, who in your mind is kind of, apart from yourselves, obviously, is making it to the LAN?
It's probably just gonna be us and SSG. I can't see any other team making it, to be honest.
No surprise upsets, no nothing like that?
Nope.
No.
Nope. That's good. That's the confidence we need to hear. Lucamino, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your upcoming match tomorrow.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Lucamino from Dallas Fuel as they're taking a 3-0 victory over Lunex, who did fight back. Don't let the score fool you. I mean, Control was really as close as it gets, hitting the 99-99. Both rounds being played very, very close. But in the end, it is Dallas Fuel remaining victorious. Now, SSG and Team Liquid will be our next semi-final match here in the NA region. So we still have one more to go before we're saying goodbye after day one. We have 3 days of action, though, so keep that in mind.
Yeah,
now,
we're not forever.
Exactly. That was
Not
very
forever.
dramatic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of drama, do you need some in your life? Have you considered joining the Face It League and trying to make it big with your team, or fall flat? Either way works out, because you'll learn a lot along the way, right? Have you guys played Face It League? I think you did, right?
We tried.
Yeah, we sucked.
We tried.
Okay,
We shouldn't talk about
That's the end of that.
and you too can do
Dire
as they
history.
did and make your way.
Don't.
I think Face It League season 9 is already up, so make sure to register with your team and see how far you can take it. You will be facing off against some of those teams in promotion and relegation potentially if you make it all the way to the top, as we're already seeing 4 of our teams here in NA and EMEA dropping down to promotion relegation. I love promotion relegation, by the way.
It's the best.
It's bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
It might just be
It
the
is.
most bloodthirsty sport that we've invented, like bar the gladiators back in like Roman times. So yeah, it's good.
For our very amusement. Isn't that great?
It's great.
It's a bit
It
intense, but okay.
It's fun.
Gotta
I
up
want to
the
be doing it.
stakes.
It's fun.
That's true. We're too soft with the double elimination bracket, so we gotta get the bloodthirst in wherever we can, right? Now, coming up next, we do have our second semi-final. Space Station Gaming taking on Team Liquid. That's gonna be a good one for sure. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
Start your climb to OWCS with Face It League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FaceItLeague.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy.
It's gonna be all night.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day one of stage one of the OWCS playoffs, and we're about to set the stage for the last match of the day. Jack and Johnny calling the action to close us off, and Team Liquid will be facing off against Space Station. They just literally played a week ago, and I dare say Space Station players are very happy to be playing them again after their 3-1 against Liquid last week. Sugar Free confidently, which is so unlike him, said that they're going to win it all. No problem playing Liquid, or anyone really.
Yeah,
is it no problem,
no
Don?
surprise.
Is the confidence?
I don't think I've ever seen Sugar Free unconfident, like, I
Right.
don't know, doubting himself of anything. Like, I don't know, most confident man alive, perhaps, not sure. I mean, look, yeah, Space Station versus Liquid, it feels like it's just going to be a repeat. I don't know if you could even argue any different. It's just, I feel like the vibe of Space Station is just so good right now, and the meta is just phenomenal for them. Like, every player in the team, like, it fits this meta like so well. Admiral gets to play Lucio, Ultra Valley gets to play Kiriko, Hawk plays off tank, just any of them, but mainly Diva, and then Sugar Free kind of a flex beast anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, this team is just so set up right now for this patch.
Yeah, taking a look at this roster, I'm just very excited to see if they ultimately advance from this series, you know, if they can overcome Dallas Fuel last time, because I think they played them so close. It really came down to the wire in that reverse sweep from Dallas Fuel that I think it could make the case here that, like, Space Station and Dallas Fuel, they're you know, on par with each other. Like, they're essentially as good as each other, right? Dallas Fuel, I think we consider them number one right now after that win, but SSG, what they're capable of with a roster like this, you know, they can definitely bring it to even some international teams.
Absolutely. Now, they do go up against Team Liquid that they had a slower start, I guess, to the season, which, again, keep in mind, they did have last-minute changes in their roster, bringing in a different sub-player, so the odds were stacked against them. And then they also, I feel like, just didn't have quite the right read on the meta as well very early on. They did make quite a few changes, though, over just the last week, and they're starting to look better and better. Like, it started to click.
Yeah, I think it's been a slow kind of build up for Team Liquid, but now is the kind of thing where you need to.
Are you okay?
I mean, what?
Did you see that?
What?
No, I was commenting on what we're seeing.
Oh, right. I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, yeah, was that, or did I just not make any sense at all? Like,
No. It was Zeru having like an out-of-body experience there. All good, all good.
You know what? They might need to have an out-of-body experience, sorry, to win this game. There you go. Easy transition. Because
nice.
I think this has been a slowed up build up for this team with this roster shuffle. And like, okay, we talked about it a bunch. Like, okay, it happened, whatever. But like, now's the time to really sink your teeth in and do well. There's only 2 spots, and SSG have looked incredible, like I've mentioned, and it doesn't like the Dallas Fuel are going to drop a single series throughout even playoffs as well. So like, if now's the time, this is the time. Team Liquid, they're going to have another chance to get knocked down to lowers, and I do believe they're going to do that because I think SSG are going to win here today, but I don't know. Liquid, this build up, it needs to come to a crescendo now, Johnny.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they bring out this week, because obviously they started out the stage playing a lot of Lucio Kiri, and then it was Juno Brig, and so they're making some last-minute adaptations. Going into the final week, the playoffs week, I don't love changing stuff around again and just picking up a bunch of different heroes and like changing your playstyle. At this point for Liquid, it's like, all right, we knew it was going to be a really difficult stage. We're going into the playoffs. Like, we just gotta send it with what we've essentially practiced all season long, right? We can't be making any like last-minute adjustments. We've practiced, we gotta trust our practice and go in and just play our play style. Don't overthink things. I think that is the biggest kind of risk for Liquid here, is if you start overthinking as a player. What can I do better, or like what should I do? If you start overthinking, the game's already over. You just gotta go in and play your game.
But there might be in SSG's head, right? Like switching things up for last week, so now SSG is like maybe on the wrong trail. You know what I mean? So maybe they're like, ooh,
they've
in
thrown
their
them
head.
off their set.
Yeah, I know. That might even get them one map. But I think that's all it will be getting them. If we're looking at predictions here, I'm going to give this one to SSG. Recency bias, of course. And also, SSG has just looked locked in. This is their meta to shine. It's going to be really difficult to like outplay them in this meta unless you're throwing some weird stuff their way.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. So not only on the point there about needing to throw them weird stuff, but also, yeah, SSG winning this one. If I had to give it a score, I'd give it a 3-1 going SSG's way. I just think they just look pretty great now. They look solid second seed. I mean, what more can you really say?
Yeah, I too am going with SSG. No surprises here. I do want to see Sugarfree here. If Sugarfree is going to play more Vendetta or more Tracer. I feel like at times so far this stage, Sugarfree has really lent himself to playing more Vendetta with the Zarya of Hawk here. But actually, I'm like, all right, just rock up with the Tracer instead. Like, what's wrong with just playing Comfort, like playing your best hero? Not a statement about Vendetta skill of Sugarfree, but I'm just saying, like, let the Tracer lose this one.
Well, I mean, today has shown that we don't need no Vendetta at all. We can just play Tracer again. Never actually left the meta, just Tracer things, right? Now, we're ready for our last series of the day, so gentlemen, please take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. Johnny, if you had to give Team Liquid kind of an out here, give them a sprinkling of hope against SSG. Wow, that made it sound like there's like a 0% chance they win. They couldn't win, but like if you had to give them a breadcrumb trail to lead to the giant chocolate cake at the very end of the rainbow, yeah, that analogy made sense. What would you give them against SSG?
Okay, so like, vibe check me here, Jaws. I kind of feel like Team Liquid's chance is almost to play more like Dallas Fuel stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, maybe we can put Zero on far out sometimes. Maybe Zero has to pop off on the Tracer. And then Infected, you can play the Winston here and there. You can play the Ramatra. And then we have to trust our backline to get some kind of value. And obviously a really tough spot for Escanor to be in. But I feel like that's kind of like how I'm envisioning a potential really good game plan from Team Liquid. Just like we trust our damage lineup to do great work, and then we're really confident in Vega's ability to swap over to some more flex support oriented picks, right, and try to get value that way. Am I wrong in that assessment? I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest. It's whether it also comes down to like how long have you realistically had to kind of go with that wave like 2, right? Do you kind of want to build on something that you've already done, or do you want to maybe throw something in there to see if it kind of works? Team Liquid, obviously in SSG here, winner goes on to face the Dallas Fuel in the upper finals. Remember, you only need to make it to the grand finals, you don't need to win to actually go to Japan. So there is 2 spots up for grab for North America. Loser here goes down to face Lunex, and that's tomorrow.
Yeah, you just need to win 2 matches. 2 matches. It's not too much to ask. So when you put it like that, you're like, yeah, Lunex, they're in the lower bracket right now, but they just have to win 2 matches against really tough opponents that they're not going to be favored against. But they just have to win 2.
dude, he's
I am
like,
coping out of my mind. It's great.
Yeah, it doesn't sound, it sounds like the opposite, bro. It sounds like you're being a doomer, man. It's like, yeah, just do it, bro. It's fine.
I'm just saying, like, if you're SSG and you win this one, then you're like, oh, we're 1 match away from qualifying for the LAN already. So
sure, yeah, like for the mental game, I can see that.
You have to set up yourself mentally. That's right, Jaws.
Facts. Every time you load into ranks, set yourself up mentally. Mute everybody. Don't join voice.
No, the opposite. Voice chat.
No.
They want VC. VC question mark.
VC question mark. Tank players in ranked be like VC question mark. Support players who just
you need to normalize praising
EDM.
your teammates in ranked. Just like, hey, great job, buddy.
I'm sorry,
Good
buddy.
job.
That
Nice
is never gonna happen. Because as soon as you say it like that, and I'm not okay. No offense, Johnny. You saying that makes it sound so sarcastic, man.
Yeah,
it's the Swedish in you.
I know it's not gonna happen, but you know, I just want us to like utilize teamwork. We all have a better chance to get rank points. All right, we all want to rank up, so let's utilize some teamwork. I know it's not gonna happen.
True.
It's not
Just
gonna
hope that Emong is on your team and he can be the beacon positive.
That's what I'm saying. We need more Emongs.
Always happy. We do need more Emongs. That's true. All right, the gates are going to open. And Infected rocking the Mauga straight up. Okay, Busan we go. Mecha Base is the stage. Mauga versus Orisa.
Yeah, and a little bit of what we saw from Team Liquid last week, playing this Juno Brig with the Mauga. It's obviously going to be really tough here for Infected, because you really only have this cardiac overdrive to use at one time, and then you're going to look to punish the Mauga after that. So this window is crucial for Infected when to deploy the cardiac overdrive.
Wow, Sugar Free. Nice tracking on Escanor. This might just be a kill on to Tree too. My goodness, their backline was so slow. And Hawk playing the dive tank, that is Orisa, diving with the Tracer player. Perfect stuff. All right, that should be the first fight. Handedly taken. There's only Tree left, and that'll be the point.
Yeah, I think Hawk probably feels pretty comfortable here playing this Orisa, as Infected actually makes the swap over himself into the Orisa. So we got a little Orisa mirror here in 2026. All right, I'm here for it. I think Infected is pretty happy with this swap too, because historically, going back to last year, Infected has shown it's really comfortable on this hero.
The gun never fails to make me laugh, I'm going to be honest. The Orisa gun sounds like you're shooting bubbles. It's bubbles. You're just shooting bubbles at them. It doesn't feel like it's doing any damage. Good aim from Lethal there. Wow. And then, yeah, Hawk who just run on in, separate the team, forcing Infected to use a CD, a cooldown CD at that. And now they can just re-engage. The Embryo is just so devastating to the front line. Vega trapped, no TP, couldn't get away. That's another fight win for SSG, and Lethal getting out alive.
Yeah, SSG building percentage now. Looking real comfortable as Ultraviolet is getting close to this orbital ray. So tough here for Liquid, because you need one of the damage players to like really step up here. You're asking a lot from Zero to take it to someone like Sugarfree.
Yeah, and Hawk can just hold choke, right? I mean, he's got the ult, and Ultraviolet has also got Ray. Like, it's really tough. M-Ray from over the top, though. Tree makes his way into the fight, but already sub 200 HP, so has to play a little bit careful at the very least. As once again, Hawk dives into the backline. As Escanor and Vega, they just get destroyed. They just get rolled. And now Team Liquid have to make a decision. Do they try and keep themselves in this fight, or do they back off and reset? And it's going to be the latter there. Space Station Gaming win another one, and with 85% on board, Team Liquid only now coming up to support ults.
Yes, you're doing a great job of just scouting out the different sections of Team Liquid. As Team Liquid now, they're gonna have to try and get for a touch. That will be Sarah's job here. But how do you set yourself up to utilize both of these support ultimates? And another push from SSG.
Yeah, I love it, man. Just go super aggro. Force them to use these support ults early as well. Escanor used the Ray, and both the Ritters trying to take off. But unfortunately for Infected, he's then losing that duel. TP from Vega right behind him. But that is that, Johnny. That is a round and a half. Well, point got capped, but all good. Abral's there. Wow, he's on level, what was that, 6 of the drive too? My guy has been grinding. 100 to 9% of Team Liquid, who just didn't really have a word in that fight whatsoever. They couldn't even get past the Joker, Johnny, it felt like.
Yeah, and I love seeing Hawk play this confident as well, right? Being able to go for those pushes to begin with. It's just like, yeah, I'm just going to push through the narrow corridors. Going to go aggressive into the team of Team Liquid here. They're showing that it's not that they don't respect Team Liquid. It's more so that they really trust their ability to go for these pushes, these engages, and find the pick necessary to win some of these fights.
The 6v6 enthused. That title never fails to make me laugh when I see Hawk rocking that one. All right. There's only 2 deaths right now for SSG. One on Hawk, one on Lethal. Same kind of comp here for Team Liquid. However, Space Station Gaming are actually going to have Hawk on D.Va. This is such a good D.Va map as well. So Team Liquid rolling out with the Orisa. They're going to have to basically fight for the point first. If they get point cap, Johnny, they're going to be in good stead. But if they don't, it's going to be a hard-fought effort to actually get back into this one.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are going to be at the tough spot here with their backline because SG, look at how they're setting up these angles. And they want to build these long sight lines and really get the most out of a composition like Kiriko and Juno here. In fact, this is going to be the first tank onto the point here with the Orisa staying power. Dangerous, of course. Zero? Can't quite get the pick.
Good. Nice teleport from UV. High ground control there from Hawk. Well, the smallest high ground of all time on top of the drum. And being bullied off of this point too. Nice little wraparound from Sugar Free, forced to recall those. The Briggers behind him. Admiral falls first. However, with Infected dying, might be a little bit bad. But honestly, actually, Space Station Gaming lose both supports. Tree on an insane off angle has managed to kill 2 and D-Mech as well.
That's exactly what we need from Team Liquid. Yeah, they're really stepping up.
All right, there's Cap. Yeah, and look at this Emerald, Johnny. 20% away. Both DPS ults from Team Liquid coming up.
Now we'll see when they decide to kind of engage her as well. This first fight, obviously, you're going to want to build up your support ultimate straight away. So I don't think they're going to rush things here necessarily either. Take their time to go for some of these rotations. You really want to try and catch someone on these flank, right? Because Hawk here is going to go for the touch, but the scariest D.Va.
An initial shot there by Tree. Matrix trying to eat a lot of those shots up, but Tree undeterred. He's going to put a couple of shots down range, but no immediate impact, no immediate kills. And now it's Lethal's time to take to the skies. Pretty tough map to use this on, though, Johnny. There's a lot of corners for people to hide behind, but if you're Tree there and you're popping your little head out, you're going to get it sliced off. Lethal with an easy kill. It's a rally from Vega as he pushes himself back onto the point to try and stall for as long as possible. Even Escanor going for the 1v1 versus Lethal. Pops the Ray, knees him in the face, gets the kill. A return rush here, and an orbital ray from Admiral to try and keep them in this fight. Now Infector under duress. Has already popped the gold, used the spear. Spin's got a spear in a couple of moments. Now and Sugar Free's trying to find the support players from Liquid who are sneaking around the edge. Weaves the pulse bomb past the shield as the D-Mech onto Hawk as Infected standing up tall over the veteran tank player on SSG as Liquid now extend their lead to 75%.
And it's just an incredible trading of ultimates back and forth because it looks like Space Station had the advantage with the orbital ray, but then a great Terra Surge from Infected, I feel like, turned that one around. And now Space Station making a couple of adjustments. Ultraviolet back on his signature Wu Yang that we saw so much of last year. Here next to Admiral's Kiriko. Quite an interesting hero lineup here from SSG.
Yeah, I do like the Wu Yang, though. Poking down Infected from quite effective. But yeah, Lethal just getting chased. Look at how low he was for so long as well. Team Liquid here almost taking a leaf out of SSG's book of how aggressive they're being on these choke points. Overtime ticking through. Another retouch ends up coming in. Hawk forced to use that self-destruct over the top. Oh, Sarah hits the recall just in time, but Baby D.Va ends up getting taken down as Team Liquid with 100-0 take us to a third round.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff to get that done with the Juno break there. Obviously, a lot of respect there. Trusting Infected to get the job done on the Orisa. I think we saw this from them last week as well. It's just like, yeah, we're going to play Orisa into compositions like Zarya and stuff. Like, we don't care. We trust the Orisa to really get the job done. And so they're aware of kind of where Infected falls short maybe as that Orisa player, and they work well around it. As we look at the stats here, 9-3, popping off, really helping his team out here. It's like they're trying to claw themselves back into this Busan.
Definitely a confidence builder. What's Hawk going to play here? It kind of feels obvious at this point as well, right? Where like you're going to be playing D.Va most stages. Let's talk about Infected Hero Pool real quick as well. Like, it's almost like Kellen, I'm going to be honest. Like, extremely good on the Winston, good on the dive tanks, right? Orisa's definitely in the back pocket there too, but when it comes to D.Va, definitely not something Infected has been known to play a lot.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I think Infected is quite happy to get the Orisa mirror, and Hawk feeling the need to flex over to the D.Va. And as I say that, Hawk finds an early pick into Escanor just for free, essentially.
Man, Hawk and Lenny are just so good at diving these backlines. Yeah, Escanor got ripped limb from limb there, unfortunately. They lose UV, but it doesn't really matter. That should be the first cap.
But I was going to say that, you know, maybe that's quite difficult because you're facing a backline of something like Juno Brig, right? That is where Hawk and Sugarfree, they just prove how good they are, being able to secure picks like that pretty early, scouting out the opportunities to hit that crucial timing on a pretty inexperienced Juno player like Escanor, as we said.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Escanor in some way as well. Playing on ping, mind you. It's going to be really tough. A ping from, like, what? A Saudi to NA is...
It's in the Netherlands, I think.
High.
So it's like 80, 100.
Oh, it's in the Netherlands now. Yeah. Okay. My mistake. So, yeah, a lot better than...
Still higher ping. It's brutal.
Still higher ping, yeah. Sugarfree with the pulse bomb. Vega really low. Escanor same. SSG now just looking to kind of pick them apart. They try and make their way through the choke. Doesn't feel like they're disconnected in any way here, but they're trying to, like, gather this space, but it's just not really happening. And Space Station Gaming on this comp, again, it feels kind of perfect. It's perfectly built for them, right, at this moment in time. This meta, perfectly built. Infected doesn't end up going down, and SSG continue to hold.
And if you're Team Liquid, you can't really make any big changes here as well, because as much as we talk about Space Station playing comfort, like, so are Team Liquid here, essentially. This is about as comfortable as they can get with this kind of composition, so really tough for them to gain any kind of ground, because they have to go for these big pushes as Tree finds a pick onto Sugarfree. Just as I say that, it's going to enable... Oh, wait, Tree just opened things up.
How did he kill Admiral from that range there? Well, Lethal's at least going to take him down, but can Lethal actually do one better? With the ult, he only gets one kill. Infected now just hounding down Lethal, pops the Terror Surge, killing Ultraviolet, and meanwhile they're rallying too, so Team Liquid are in very good stead to win this fight. SSG end up using their Ray, but yeah, heroics once again from Tree. He feels like at this moment in time, Johnny, the MVP for Team Liquid over these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I know it's a meme, but the damage player stepping up like that, it just makes a massive difference, especially for your ultimate economy, right? Because you have your Emerald player stepping up here, getting a couple of picks. That means you can hold on to a couple of big ultimates. The Space Station look for this next fight. Now you have the Orbital Ray, does Escanor. You have the Emery ultimate if you want to deploy it, right? So this enables Team Liquid here now to save their ultimates and use them in a more effective way.
Zero controlling the point right now and just making sure he can back off the mini when he wants to. Admiral trying to collect some space again. Pops the rally. There's the gold for Infected. It's a good bash. But that Orbital Ray is going to see them through this fight, you've got to imagine. Tree's going to just jump over the head of the Tracer. Still a lot of ults here for SSG. They've got a remake and they've got a pulse bomb, but they've got no Admiral to fight into this win. So at 99% is what they're going to have to suffice with for the time being. Pulse bomb onto Infected sends him really low. Self-destruct from Horth out in the middle of nowhere, but already Team Liquid have descended on Infected to make sure he is kept alive.
Great fight when they're from Team Liquid. They had to invest a lot there. They hang on to Busan for another fight here. Vega coming up on this rally. So if you wanted to make some kind of decisive push here, this would be a good time to do it. You know that the enemy team is going to come up on this Orbital Ray. And that is one of those ultimates that you don't want anything to do with. So you almost need to be a little bit proactive here if you're Team Liquid.
Hello, Zera. Sneaky beaky like. Yeah, Ultraviolet's got the Orbital Ray now as well, and that disengage is quick sharp, Johnny, but they've left Infected on the point. He's got lots of sustain here with this ult too, but he's just getting absolutely destroyed. Ultraviolet pops down the Ray, and it's just an overwhelming amount of ults and damage. I mean, there's no chance for heroics for here for Tree, as Sugarfree will end this fight with a double. That backline disintegrating as Team Liquid End up going down. Space Station Gaming claiming the round and the map.
Yeah, it's a shame it ended the way it did there. Because it looked like everyone from Team Liquid, they were on the same page. They're like, yeah, we're going to disengage from these abilities. Like I talked about, you don't really want to deal with any of those as the orbital ray comes out. But in fact, it gets caught and the fight is over before it even really began. So Team Liquid not able to give themselves an opportunity to stay in that Busan. But for most of that, it really felt like SSG were in control, Jaws. I mean, look at the scoreboard. It speaks for itself.
Zera only dying one time is kind of crazy, actually. 15-1 for Zera. That's quite ridiculous considering how that went. 3 rounds as well. But like I mentioned before, I think with how comfortable SSG are in this meta, it's like a 35-year-old male gamer and roguelike FPS is just so comfortable. You wouldn't get it, buddy. You wouldn't get it, buddy.
I wouldn't get it.
Roguelike FPSs. So he got it. So he got it. And realistically, I think with how the series is going to progress too, I think Infected is going to get heavily targeted here. Banning the Orisa, even like banning something like the Ram. It's going to be the same kind of dance in the bans and the map drafts that we saw in the last series.
Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of an admitting of defeat, right? It's like, hey, this Lucio Curie is not really working for us. Instead, we think that the Juno Brig is just a better option, especially to play around Infected's hero pool, right? But SSG, they've already seen it once. They've played it once before, and so they know exactly what is coming their way. What was interesting in the previous series last week is that Team Liquid, from Map 2, they picked Atlas, but they deferred the first ban so they could get the Symmetra ban out, actually. And so any kind of like deferring ban tactic was already used last week. And so you can't replicate and do the same thing here again this week. So I feel like it's a bit of a tough spot for Team Liquid to be in, because I think SSG are all the wiser after these teams having played last week already.
Yeah, it's like that a little extra bit of research. Well, it's not even just research, it's just we've already played, so like we can just kind of look back on that and go from there. I think with how Tree's been performing, though, to be fair, if we do go to a Gibraltar, like that's the Hanzo is also going to get banned. Another kind of pocket pick of Team Liquid has been that Hanzo. We are going to go to Blizzard World instead. Now, do we see something like a Sigma here? We've seen a little bit of Sigma over the last couple of weeks on maps like this.
I think that's an interesting shout because of what we consider Hawk's hero pool to be, right? Like, in fact, they wanted to bring that out, then technically that would play pretty well into Hawk. The question would, of course, be what does SSG want to play into a Sigma like that, right? I think this is an interesting pick from Team Liquid because what I talked about earlier about them having a similar team to Dallas Fuel, I don't really want to compare them to Dallas Fuel. But if you look at their backline, like, yeah, we can opt into playing some Wu Yang here and there. We can play some Curie, and it's kind of what they do on Gibraltar, which favors backlines like that as well, right? And so Blizzard World, I think, is an interesting pick because they're enabling their backline to get a little crazier.
Hey, I'm down for it to get a little crazy, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, me too, I love it. Reject Lucy
Let's have a look what the bans are. Reject Lucy Kiri. You know that backline is going to be, unless there's like insane nerfs to Kiriko, or there's like another speed hero like Lucio that gives like permanent speed, that backline is not going anywhere for a long time, I don't think.
I'm not having this conversation on the broadcast, Josh.
It's just too
We
good.
had it elsewhere. I'm not bringing it up here.
He's baiting him. He's baiting him.
Yeah,
Diva ban for Team Liquid and a Juno ban for SSG.
Yeah, so that is actually quite an interesting ban here from Team Liquid. Where do you think they're kind of like angling their tank line to be here with the Diva ban here? Because that forces Hawk over to something like a Zarya, if need be, right? A couple of options up Hawk's sleeve here.
Yeah. I think when it comes to off tanks, it's like Hawk's pretty chill playing, even like the Ram, right? I don't know if you consider Ram an off tank at this point, but feels like more of a main tank type vibe. But Hawk pretty chill with the Ram. Played it a ton before.
Birds?
N64 Crows.
You like them more or less than
I
the
like
Midtown
these
ones?
more. I think they're supposed to be animatronic, I think, because it's like a theme park, right? So they look animatronic to me.
They're fake birds. They're robot birds.
I think they're fake. I think they're fake. Birds aren't real. I think they're fake. Yeah. Do you not think they don't look real, bro? They're also moving like this.
Like, some birds move like that. Like, have you ever seen like those very tiny birds? Yeah, like little birds. They kind of like move a bit robotic sometimes. That's why you got this conspiracy theory to begin with.
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think little birds move like robots.
No, not all birds, but like very tiny specific birds. Someone has to understand what I'm saying here, right?
I know, I kind of get it, but
yeah, I'm saying.
I mean, all right,
so I'm just saying, it's not out of the question that those are real birds. They don't have to be animatronic. I can see where you're getting it from, but pretty sure that some birds just move like that. That's their moveset.
Like I said, I think that's their moves. Their birds moveset. Their birds moveset is It's like a fighting game character. He's listing a moving. Yeah, okay. Well, I just think it's because Blizzard was a theme park, right? I think that's why I'm like, oh yeah, you could have like fake birds or whatever, like animatronics. See, look, animatronic. Look at the mouth. Look at the mouth. Look at the mouth. That is
okay.
fake.
That is pretty animatronic.
That's
I don't see a lot of birds
animatronic.
opening their mouth like that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's animatronic, man. I'm telling you.
Make noise?
I don't even.
Turn
you
up
know
the
what?
sound
I don't even know where those birds are on the map, which is crazy. I've seen them for like 6 years, because even like Overwatch League, they were. Thank you, Wobbs. Thank you. Where
okay, well, there's Naxxramas in the background, and an Alliance tower.
Oh,
so there
like,
has to be the first point somewhere.
They're like way far back off of the first point, right?
No. It's above. It's above Goldshire. On the right here.
Oh, right.
You might see it with the jetpack cat looking for a pick here along with Lethal.
Yeah.
But we don't.
Scoping on the birds.
We neither got a pick or a side of the birds.
Oh, bashed. Oh, that was so close. All right, Vega actually. Look at this backline from Team Liquid here. Vega on the Alari, Escanor on Kiri.
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to see from Team Liquid anyways. Them leading into their strength here. It's this backline is going to look to just find picks here. As Space Station look for this rotation. So it's a good rotation from Space Station here. They're going to wrap all the way around to kind of position themselves onto the high ground towards the point here. Team Liquid, less sightlines available for them here, considering their poke-oriented comp.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay attention to their backs as well. Terra's already behind them. And Lethal. Oh, whoa, where'd that name come from? That must have got banked off the wall or something. Oh, Lethal ends up going down. And with these kind of flank plays like this, they need to be fairly quick, but getting through Hawk is going to be so tough.
Yeah, credit to Team Liquid there, actually. Finding the picks necessary to open up the fight like that. You can't really just have to win out in the neutral. You have to count on your Tracer following up on some of the damage from the Alari, from the Emery. Those nades come in really big, right? In situations like that where SG now play together. Be curious to see if SG, they run it back now on that flank, or if they just accept defeat and they're like, hey, we're just going to go default.
Low, they gotta be quick. Lethal don't instantly die.
This is really scary.
Yeah, it is. Oh, Zera's on the flank. Someone's gonna have to mark Zera at some point here too. Normally on Sugar-Free's shoulders or the Tracer player's shoulders. Look how, Johnny, like this pace is devilishly slow. Okay, there it is. They're waiting for all the rush. Both of them pulled at the same time. Sound barriers are coming in too. No chance for Zera here to use the pulse bomb, at least not just yet. Terra Surge is good. Pulse bomb was almost insane. Zera doesn't get anybody with that one, unfortunately. Infected Guy goes down before the Terra Surge even detonated. Vega's on a nice little off angle, but I mean, fight's done, unfortunately. Infected's going to come back on the ball here, Johnny, but Lethal going down is a good kill.
Yeah, they got a touch here. They got a touch here. Tracer gets the initial one, and here's the ball.
Okay, they got to win this fight. 4v5 now, or 4v4 roughly. Spawners are coming back in a moment.
Hawk's low.
So low though. Hawk's got
grab.
off, but yeah, can't use it. Just can't. It would have not grabbed Jax, but he wouldn't have been able to get a successful one off with kills on top. Well, that's 88% on first for SSG.
That's an amazing fight line from Team Liquid. Now purchasing even more time wasted here for this SSG attack. 1 minute 15 remaining. And crucial that Hawk gets a really good Graviton search here. Big decision to be made here. Do you solo grab something like Infected? That probably feels terrible. But maybe that one pick could be good enough to get a fight win. Lethal coming up on this overclock as well.
Big slam. Infected is going to roll away. 1000 HP. Grab. Bigger bang combo with Sugar-Free. Oh, not quite. Ends up tagging the boat there, but kills Escanor. Hawk, though, not looking the right way. Tree ends up sniping him. Well, not even sniping him. He's just kind of facing him, to be honest. Infected going pretty low. Grabs the mega health pack, of course, as Lethal tries to hunt him down with this overclock. 150 charge on these railguns as Team Liquid try and just continue to touch the point. Infected eventually slain here as Tree whips out the pistol and finds two. Mag dumps into both, but Sugar-Free on top. It's Lenny versus Zera. Zera going incredibly low as Sugar Free just keeps on going. A triple kill for the Tracer and the point cap for SSG. Make that a quad.
Lenny just cleaning things up on the Tracer. It looked real dire, like Team Liquid were gonna close things out with a first point hold. But instead, Sugar Free, one of the remaining members of SSG, finds the pick required to secure that first point. It feels real bad here, Jaws. I mean, 2 minutes 30 on this very tough second point only. But you'll take anything you can get after a fight win like that.
SSG are in a decent standing as well. They've got beat. They're going to have Rush. Liquid a little bit further behind on theirs, but they know they can play time with their ults, especially the Solari one. Just wait for the beat to come out. Wait for them to rush. Hit the ult. Hit the front line. Or hit the massive players, of course. Oh, well, if you die like that, maybe you can't do it. Well, Vega ends up getting just railgun from across the map as this high ground from SSG is now free real estate.
That's a crucial mistake. Now you can see Team Liquid, they're investigating. Trying to get some picks here.
They're trading, but yeah, this might just be enough. Good nade, good prediction from Tree. I thought maybe Hawk staying alive there might be good for the whole squad. They can kind of move the payload for free, but Admiral UV end up going down.
Yeah, they kind of save Vega there from an embarrassing mistake dying on the Illari like that. And now they once more get a chance to deploy some of these ultimates here. SSG, they still hold on to this Sound Barrier and this Kitsuru Rush, but tough spot to be in. You kind of want to keep pressuring the card for now. Maybe you can run over Infected if you force a couple of cooldowns out, but they're chilling. They're really scared of this Captive Sun as well.
Yeah, they really are. Oh! No, the spear is unbelievable from Hawk. Vega exploding like a star there, straight into a black hole. I mean, that is just disgusting. Sound Barrier 2, fairly clean fight, and it was cheap. Only the beats, and yeah, April's got so much charge already. SSG, they've got this ult to rib next. This is a rush-on-rush fight, but Sugar Free's not going to make this easy.
No, and especially fighting this early as well. They're going to force a couple of cooldowns out of Infected, surely. But it's going to make the tough even more difficult. Ultraviolet with the early rush here. This could turn Liquid's way.
Matree's dead. Vega kills 2. That's great. That's fantastic. A Terra Surge on the point's going to manage to kill 1. Sugar Free still alive and well, though. That's my main fear right now. Hawk going dangerously low after that Terra Surge from Infected. Infected still got cooldowns to best with as well. Sugar Free. Oh, just spiked by Infected as Hawk tries to make his escape, but Zera chases him.
15 seconds here
to go, Johnny.
Yeah, you have to get Lethal into a good position with this overclock, but I don't think they're going to get there.
This ends now? Maybe? I mean, it might end for SSG, for all we know. Someone's got a touch, by the way. Sugar Free's just, okay, mixing with it a little bit. Goes in, back out. Recall already used. Hawk on the Doom, by the way. Gets another touch, needs help the rest of his team. Zera hunting with the Pulse Bomb, finds the Sojourn. Oh, and the Pulse. A little bit wide, but Hawk's dead. A 4v5 on the point now, with Tree closing in on this ult, and Zera looks for another kill. Tree gets up onto the high ground, and with the tank alive, they should be more than good. The override's going to get popped. Well, Sugar Free ends up getting a kill here. And in fact, the sound barrier from Apple is going to be good. At least for now. Hawk's going to get back into the fight. Street cannot lock down a single kill here as he tries to rip this ult. He actually ends up going down to Lethal of all people. Hawk now trying to hold it down onto the point as Sugar Free and Hawk have done it again. OT ticking through. SSG still have 2 people on the point. Just needs to deal with this trace with no recall. Checkback Cat and Vega coming out on the Illari. And I'm not sure they've got enough heals. Escanor staying alive, but for how much longer? Vega jumps back in, hits the ult. The Sun, it misses. The Widow, Tree kills 2. And Team Liquid hold on.
Oh my god, I can't believe they held on to the point like that. The stall from the Illari and the Jetpack Cat.
How is that possible?
To get back on the Widow. Just unreal stall from Team Liquid. It
he
looked
might
like it was
be
SSG
the very
for sure.
best clutch player of all time.
Wow.
Oh my god.
2 headshots as well. That's crazy.
Dude, even Siri's popping off. Holy. 9,000 damage. 17 and 4 as well for Tree. Like, he is 3k damage above basically everybody else in the lobby. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, massive props for the damage players of Team Liquid stepping up big time. And even saving a fight like the one earlier, right? Where Vega went down earlier in a 4 versus 5 situation. They buy enough time for the rest of Liquid to get back and get some of these fights. Like, honestly, really impressive play by Team Liquid to stay alive on some of these fights and then to clutch it out like that. That's just cherry on top.
I just can't believe Tree got a double on Widow. That is ridiculous. Let's have a look at the Crows again, of course. Let's have a look at the defense for Space Station Gaming. Hawk on the Zarya. I like this. I really do. I think with how SSG and how aggressive they love to play Sugar Free as well, giving them an extra lifeline in the bubble is really nice. Infected, though, onto the Orisa again.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they're still pretty comfortable running the Orisa into this area, so this time they're going to go for the wraparound. Try to get to the high ground themselves in this one. But yeah, we saw them play against SSG when Hawk was playing the Zarya on Atlas last week. They're like, okay, well, Orisa's going to be under a lot of pressure against this Zarya, but we'll support the Infected, we'll play around it.
It's so much easier to rotate with the Orisa comp, though, Johnny. I mean, rotating through the choke up into the high ground versus Zarya is so easy. And look at that. Case in point, picture painted, as already they're getting time on the point. Wow, okay. Tree going down is not great, though, for Team Liquid's attack here. These bubbles are so good from Hawk as well. Look at the energy he's got already gathered and Infected. Kind of left alone.
If there's a swap to be made here, Jaws, I think you kind of like have to make it now, right? With 3 minutes left. It's like either you're going to make a firm decision to run the Orisa into this Zarya, and you saw what happened there with SG, right? They play far back, they take it real slow. They're fine letting Team Liquid get a tick on towards the point, as long as they buy enough time for players like Lethal to open things up, right? And so Infector's going to stay with this Orisa, and I think that's quite telling for the rest of this attack.
We'll see if Tree can outdo Lethal. Is the ult going to be better? Because Lethal's closing in on his already. Just lobbing nades from all that way, you just generate so much ult charges. A little crazy. All the healing, though, for SSG they've done in this defense, and they're pushing forward. I mean, you might as well. You've got Rush, and you basically almost coax Team Liquid in for going for an aggressive play when they don't have Rush themselves.
Just by your time.
There it is.
They're actually going aggressive, yeah.
Wow. The disengage is marvelous, though. Wonderful. Oh, wait, what? How did Tree get that kill on UV? How is that even allowed to happen if you're SSG? You've only got Admiral for heals now, and everybody's already pretty low. They're going to springboard back into this one, too. Hawk split up from the squad. He's going to be on this mini health pack. Oh, Sarah goes for the long-range pulse bomb. And it's actually a beat from Admiral up the stairs. Snacks Framis is where Liquid are going to try and hold right now against this ult from Lethal. He's getting pinched on the side, though, by Sarah, but lands gracefully back down to earth as he uses that ult and doesn't manage to get any kills. But now Team Liquid can go for an ult themselves. A sound barrier from Vega, but he doesn't get around the corner, Johnny. Tree ends up going down, doesn't hit Infected either, and now they're going to try and pounce on Hawk. He's used one bobble already, but Vega's too low. Admiral with a boot kill onto the enemy Lucio, is now Hawk can play around this corner with immunity as Ultraviolet does the work for him. Space Station Gaming with 1 minute and 12 seconds to go. Just outlive that sound barrier and rush.
Oh, such an expensive fight from Team Liquid. That felt like that had to be the fight. But instead, Vega couldn't get the sound barrier across to help his teammates, stuck in the Graviton Surge like that.
He's on the other side of the wall, grabbed in.
It's brutal. Yeah. Now you're grasping at straws here, really. No real big ultimates on the board for either team here. Obviously, Terra Surge from Infected, but realistically, how much value can you get out of this? You almost need someone like Tree to find a pick once more.
Maybe looking to drag people down from the high ground and maybe pounce on them from there, but I mean, Lethal's not going to give you that op, right? He's not going to give you that opportunity, mate. It's not happening. Orb taking a lot of damage, though. And they're giving him a little bit of space here. I don't mind this, honestly. There's the Terra Surge, Nade comes in, but the Suzu is good here for both teams. Keeps Liquid alive for a moment there, but Infected just gets dominated. Zero with one, they trade, but they've lost their tank. 15 seconds to go now with Zero with a pulse bomb. Only ult in the bank here for Team Liquid. And Ultraviolet as well has got this rush. A Suzu into the rush here on the point might be what they need here, Johnny.
Pulse here. Watch out, no Suzu on the field.
Zero had to recall already, though. Ball for Infected. There goes the rush. Waiting for the tank to re-engage so they can play right on top of it. There's going to be another retouch here from Infected in a couple of moments to keep this one alive for him. Pistol pulled out. Pulse bomb in hand. Zera needs to land this, and he does. The stick is absolutely insane. Zera kills 2. Lethal Admiral down. They trade for Vega. It's Infected now. Jumps into Snacks Ramis to punish the backline. Ultraviolet stays alive. Hawk the same, but they've lost the point.
Oh my god, Zero with 4. Zero just clutched up getting that insane one clip, then also the pulse bomb to follow through just when Team Liquid needed it to stay alive on this Blizzard World. Zero comes up clutch. The damage spear for Team Liquid has really kept them in this series.
They're gonna not live long though against this ult combo from SSG. Yep, spray, ripping the override.
That was nothing. They're back in spawn.
That disengage is crazy. They were so ready for that, but they're given a lot of space. They can even take this high ground.
Yeah, so Team Liquid here. Maybe they want to flip here? The payload's not really pushed up far enough to justify that.
They're going to go over the ridge, though. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, he did go over. Goes over the high ground. Admiral dead. All right. Ultimate hidden. Good connection there on UV. That'll do it. Minute and 20, though, Johnny. But look at where that, like, golden box of victory is. It is right next to that second point spawn. I mean, it's going to be a rough push.
Yeah, realistically here, Team Liquid, they'll get the opportunity to set up on this high ground and space station. Going to take a little bit of time here to contest for that space. Actually, in fact, there's not quite here just yet. So space station still in control for now. Early grab on Search from Hawk.
That grab is crazy disrespectful.
Hey, let's kill this guy, guys.
Hey, let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers. 45 seconds to go. If you lose anybody here, if you're Team Liquid, it's going to result in a way more time loss than you're happy with. Lethal goes down, though, so actually a decent trade for Liquid. So they're going to be able to push on still.
Yeah, they're in a really good spot here. Another big retreat.
He's so good. This is it. This is his final push. Admiral has to two-man beat here to keep them in the fight, but he's just getting hosed by Zera. He ends up forcing Zera's recall short, but at what cost? Hawk gets back on the point here, but no bubbles, no chance for him to stay alive. A Terror Surge on the point brings everybody closer. A group hug from Team Liquid as they complete the map and tie us up.
That is crazy. That's a fantastic map win from Team Liquid to win an escort map against a team like SSG. Just a heroic effort from the damage players of Team Liquid, and you don't need Escanor and the Kiriko helping your team out. You gain enough ground on that high ground to put your damage players in a position to succeed. And Tree and Zero, they capitalized. Amazing performance here on Blizzard World to tie up the series.
And then Natekill did it, right? I mean, he shot what, like one burst into the dome for a nade, insta-kill, and then that's it. That's done. You can't really afford to lose anybody. I'm surprised they managed to come back there because, Johnny, how that fight started was a solo grab on the Kirin at the back. Like, a yeet of the grab,
there was the one earlier here as well.
Yeah. Oh my God, man. Hey, 1-on-1, Team Liquid managed to just bring it home. We're going to a minimum of 4 maps now.
Yeah, and that's an amazing map win here, like I said, for Team Liquid here. Just get this one early, and it enables you some flexibility as this series kind of progress. I mean, this clutch right here. Just a stall. For Tree to get back, get 2 headshots. I mean, that's insane. I need to see Tree's perspective of that.
No, I mean, it was, to put it lightly, Johnny, it was dumb stupid.
This was such an eventful Blizzard World. I feel like there were so many moments that I'm like, I just want to go back and watch what happened there. Like Vegas, Soundbearing on a grab, Escanor being solo grabbed twice. Like, just an insane Blizzard World to witness.
Yeah. Tomathan's got a lot of footage to work through. That's for sure.
Oh, it'll be a banger.
Yeah, it will be. Now, third map. SSG. Not the most familiar situation for them, to be fair, Johnny, actually having to pick a map in a series like this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they kind of go here, because where do they think their strength lies in a matchup like this? SSG, you know, last week, they did kind of like favor, you know, more Watchpoint Gibraltar and stuff like that. So maybe it will go somewhere like that.
Oh, don't forget as well, the drops are happening right now, right on this very Twitch channel. Who'd have thought, huh? There's some Overwatch Esports related drops here on your screen. There's a couple of extra ones that just watch Overwatch streams for. But you get that little 2-for-1 if you're watching the OWCS channel. But there you go. There's some Battle Pass tier skips there. I think it's competitive points to the other one that I was talking about. Monkey Winston skins, and of course the Overwatch Esports loot box at the very end. I need that one because I need to complete my collection of Overwatch League skins. So yeah, make sure you keep tuning in from now, from the 10th, right now, till the 23rd. And yeah, rack up some nice drops for you to jump into solo queue with.
You have tons, right?
Yeah.
You have tons of Overwatch skins. Overwatch League skins.
Overwatch League skins? Yeah. I mean, I've got all the like special ones, I think.
I could have made the case
that
you had the most out of anyone.
Really, you think? Maybe. I've got my favorite one is the Seoul Dynasty Home Alari.
Wait,
with
that's
golden
crazy specific. I love it.
It's black and gold, bro. Black and gold goes crazy. That color scheme is timeless, man. It is timeless. It looks clean with it. Trust me. Go into the game right now. We'll go into the game after this and have a look.
Yeah, I like buying the mythic alternative when you get that, like the Tracer one.
It's good.
Really hard. The Hanzo one as well. Mythic was crazy with that.
All right. Well, Johnny, a bit of a different map now. Watch Point Gibraltar picked for our Escorts and SSG. They banned first. They banned Brig and TL banning of that Tracer.
Yeah, this one still... Team Liquid has had a pretty tough time so far in Gibraltar, but again, I think it's another map where you look at their roster, and I kind of want to make the case that they should be decently comfortable on a map like this, right? It allows Vega to, have some flexibility if you want to play a couple of different heroes, like Booyang, for example. Escanor can still play the Kiriko if needed. Infected, it plays on Winston and Wrecking Ball, right? But SSG taking them to it here to get another map win like they did last week in this very specific team matchup.
Zera, this has kind of been the theme with Zera as well, just playing the Vendetta if Tracer has been banned. How do you feel about Vendetta on this map specifically?
I mean, you still have access to some of that high ground round. I think the big question if you go for the Vendetta route is just like, yeah, Vendetta's really powerful, but like, you won't have that same level of card pressure, right? And on a map like Gibraltar, having a Tracer to really move that card forward is crucial in some aspects to get the defense off the high ground, right? You want to force at least one member to rotate from the defense to try and contest that card, right? So it's a little bit more difficult when you're playing the Vendetta, but no denying how prevalent Vendetta's been in the meta so far this stage.
Oh, lethal on the cast. Okay. So this is a kind of a sugar-free classic here too, running this sim. Kind of tough to deal with if you're a Team Liquid. I mean, very easy if you're Tree, less so if you're Infected or Zera. But, you can just kill lethal as well. That's chill too.
Yeah, I guess the benefit on defense is that you don't have to get that responsibility of touching the card. You can just go kill.
Okay, we'll see where Sugar-Free wants to rotate with this TP. Straight to the high ground by the... Oh, no, straight to low ground. Yeah, just kind of skipping all the spam. Zera Infected, making this a little bit more difficult, though, but the longevity for Zera here is going to be cut pretty short. Okay, there's the teleport. It's just a threatening one, though. It's nothing more than just that. As they're trying to insta TP, man. Oh, this payload, man. But it's been locked down. Luckily, though, they end up killing Zera.
Look for the angle
good
here.
Nade. Good nade. Oh my god, insane nade. That was so much damage.
They can turn this.
Ultraviolet lethal was so low. Easy turnaround. Yeah, that nade was massive. It hit like 3 people. 2.5 minutes. Hot kills too. Sugar-Free gets the DMAC on Infected. So hang on a second. It's a turn of a turn, Johnny. It's SSG actually coming out on top here.
Yeah, I don't think that's the worst, though, because you should be able to get another fight here. You rack up some of that ultimate charge. You're seeing Team Liquid getting real close to the Kitsune Rush, as well as the sound barriers. You get another fighting chance here. Zero, a lot of damage can be deployed onto the Symmetra and D.Va. Gotta make sure your Vendetta stays alive longer in some of these fights.
Okay, don't let him put it in for free. Only a meter and a half or so. All supports looking at ultimates in a couple of moments here. Tree taking a lot of incoming damage. Good heals though, end up coming in as the call is awesome, but unfortunately there's just too much backup. Zera almost kind of waiting for Tree to get dove on. Vega ends up dying. Sound barrier can't be used now. Self-destruct close to the point, but an Infected in Tree. Kind of putting an end to this fight with their ults. I mean, that shot onto Sugar-Free was good, and then, yeah, Infected following that up. A team kill for Team Liquid. With only a minute and 40 seconds to go, this is feeling very Gibraltar.
Yeah, I was worried for a split second there that Vega dying with the sound barrier was going to be enough for Admiral to pull the trigger and have that advantage, but now instead, they're going aggressive into the spawn with the sound barrier. Okay. Well, okay, yeah, you made them reset, that's for sure. That was a crazy beat from Vega. Now what do you do?
They're going again, by the way.
You used the sound barrier. And now Admiral has his own. So yeah, they could go early again. The card is moving back, and so maybe they're trying to buy another attempt here to like get back if they lose a fight. But I think that's
what
really
they're trying to
difficult
do.
call to make.
Zera's got an ult here too, and he's in car wash currently, by the way. There he is, straight on top. Sound barrier comes in, okay.
Oh! What sound barrier?
Zera! What sound barrier? Like, that was maybe up for half a second. Zera rips the ult, and I think just deleted everybody from SSG. That was ridiculous.
That was crazy.
Count how many seconds or how many milliseconds that overhealth was there for from Admiral. What support ult.
Wow, what an engage. I think that's the shortest sound barrier duration I've ever seen.
Yeah, actually. TP straight to the payload, but you're right, Johnny. They bought themselves another fight. Wall is going to get deployed, but your boy Admiral's already dead. Decent lasering here from Sugar Free. Shield dancing it right now. Lethal kills him, Baby D.Va with that nade. However, they still need to touch this point. They're going to be able to pick off one by one here. Eventually, Lethal coming up with a kill on Tree. Most supports being alive. A bit of an odd, precarious position for both Escanor and Vega as Hawk cleans up the rest. This should be a cap. I don't think Infector's going to try and re-engage. Yeah, absolutely not. A very close affair. Team Liquid bringing them to the edge.
Massive credit to Team Liquid for pulling off such a defense to begin with, draining all that time bank. And it's all through the aggression of this D.Va composition we're seeing from Team Liquid. Infected, not known for some of this D.Va play, but they're doing a heck of a job so far depleting this time bank from Space Station. And now really setting themselves up for really good Gibraltar here.
Well, there's the override from Tree. Ultraviolet's going to kind of respond to that one. Good little Suzu initially, but can Tree get anything more? He's being hounded down by Hawk. Look at that. Matrix right in his face, like permanently. Kind of got smoked, to be honest. Lethal now pushing them all the way back to. This is good pacing for this second point, Johnny. Oh, wow, they're going already. What? This is an insanely early ult. Actually, it might be right on time, to be honest with you. I think they're going to get through this choke. Lethal was just destroying him with his AoE damage. Escanor and Vega are already low. That last shot getting eaten up, as Tree swaps over to Venture, of all things.
Yeah, maybe to try and help get a little bit of that touch. This is an interesting pick for sure.
They're going to be engaged.
I mean, they're just forcing. I'm kind of loving this playstyle, Jaws.
Yeah. Full sending at every opportunity, it feels like.
I mean, you're playing against a D.Va, you're playing against a Symmetra, and so the composition makes sense, right? Against what SSG are running. And then just the playstyle of sending it to boot, just no hesitation. It's giving them an opportunity here to punish SSG that haven't really figured out how to enable this Symmetra composition. No doubt they're gonna send it again.
They're gonna. I think they're gonna. This is a very different tempo. Oh, good TP, though. They all made it through. Well, guess who's on the high ground? It's Zera. He's got the ult as well. Hasn't got any movement abilities, not just yet. Now he's got the little dash to the high ground. He's got the ult. He's going to rip it too. Straight for on the high ground. He's so low that he might just die. Oh, he ends up surviving, luckily there, but everybody managed to scurry for cover. Sound barrier this time for Admiral is good. Infected low's got self-destruct, but now Lethal getting chased by Zera. Straight into the mega health pack room. He's going to be able to survive too. Tree ends up falling, and now the wall comes out from Sugar Free, splitting the fight and making sure this fight from SSG is an easy win. A minute and 38 seconds in the bank as Infected hits the reset.
I wonder if that fight would have looked any different, because it looked like Zera slightly whiffed that ultimate behind the boxes, did it not? And so none of that overhealth was depleted from Admiral's sound barrier. And SSG, they just take that momentum and run away with it and secure the second point cap. Maybe Team Liquid could have held on to that one if the Sundering Blade had landed, but now instead a minute 15 here on the time bank. You're going to get close to the Kitsune Rush, both teams here. So allows Team Liquid at least a condition for engaging in this next fight. Take teleporter out of the street.
It's nice for Tree. They're just throwing the nade at TP, so not only does damage to it, but if they want to go through it, they're just going to get owned. All right, really clean fight from Team Liquid, clean engage. You want to go fast with the Vendetta, and that's what they've done. And oh, this is a good stagger too. Real nice.
Brutal.
Oh, the boop. Oh, tragedy. Okay, well, that's bought them at least half a fight.
That's Houston Outlaws-esque right there.
Throwbacks. Hanamura, second point, FRD.
Oh, man.
Dude, this is so sad. Brutal stuff.
This is is so scary versus me here. Like, look how cautiously they're playing because they know the dive is going to come in, right? And Vega has this Sunbear if they want to go for another aggressive beat. Just the fear, the intimidation factor that Liquid has built for himself here.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're conditioning basically SSG, right? Well, there's the override protocol. They're going to use 2 ults to come out of this gate, Johnny. Well, ult from Zera, ult from Tree. They go wide. Although good though, Admiral still ends up going down, but that is a big shot from Lethal. Okay, they've managed to break this spawn hole, Johnny, but it's an OT reset, and you unfortunately can't stagger infected there either.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid, they're still quite happy because they drained the ultimate economy off Space Station, and Vega hold on to that beat, even though it was pretty even 4 versus 4 situation. Team Liquid, they're looking for the better fight here with a Sunbear of their own to close out this defense.
I mean, realistically here, the fight's in their favor, right? They got the beat and they connected too. Straight to the back line they go, and Admiral, no chance whatsoever. And then Zera is getting permanently matrixed. I mean, that's disgusting stuff. They're still going to be able to fight on this point though with Ultraviolet still alive. 15% as well towards that rush. Zera goes low, picks up the mini bass to get back into the fight in just a moment here as Ultraviolet needs to be slain. Sugar Free rips the ult, doesn't find too much, but has managed to lock himself down to kill onto the Kiriko. Self-destruct on the point, UV dead. Tree. No Kiri's available now, and Tree popping out the Bastion. And there goes Space Station Gaming. Bastion to the rescue once again as Team Liquid managed to hold on.
That was one of the more entertaining defenses we've seen in quite a while here on Gibraltar. It's not often that we see a team play with that kind of aggression, but if the enemy team is not ready for it, it really pays dividends. I mean, I think if you're SG, you're playing the Symmetro, right? You're like, oh, we're going to be all tactical. We're going to set up the teleporter, and then we're going to win this by, you know, the better rotations. But it got to the point where they're like, okay, we're not even allowed to get the teleporter off in the first place. Team Liquid really pushing Space Station to the edge there and forced them to be quite uncomfortable on the attack.
12k damage was there, 10k for Tree. Do you think they're going to change anything up here for their defense, that being SSG?
I think it's really tough to make some kind of defensive adjustments here. I think you're just going to have to roll out with what is strongest on the default, right? Because you can't get yourself into a position where Team Liquid, they have easy pickings with some kind of counter watch, hero compositional stuff, right? And so you're just going to have to play default for now. And then see, I think the bigger question is, can Team Liquid kind of replicate that aggression playing on the offense? I would argue it's a little bit more difficult because you don't have that same level of positional advantage. And so I'm looking forward to see how Team Liquid are going to play around the fact that they're forced into this vendetta essentially with the Tracer ban.
Oh, don't do it to him, Tree. Yo, okay. Well, I was hoping there that Widowmaker would get more than 5 seconds worth of game time, but all good. Yeah, to make it a little bit more safe, like you mentioned, Johnny. It's actually a complete mirror, so Sugar Free, no Symmetra, especially not on the defense. We'll see how the mirror does.
Just poke for now is Vex's beauty here, so not this support for the time. Oh, can't lose neck here. Oh, that's brutal.
What? Yeah. The Vendetta is just so nasty against the D.Va, man. Just being able to slice through the mech despite Matrix is wild. I mean, this is a complete reset, and Blue Box control now for TL.
It's going to be tough here for SSG to work themselves back into this one. Infected is poking early here. Still, have to be careful in respect to what SSG can do. You don't want to forfeit all this ground if you happen to overextend into Sugar Free's Vendetta.
Oh, they're just giving them the space too. I mean, they kind of have to, because they had Blue Box for such a long time as well. In fact, it kind of booped away, unfortunately, as Zera, again, is not going to lose Mecha once more. He might just do, yes, and oh my god, Zera is doing so much. Hawk, though, miraculously comes out that one unscathed, but not a moment later is Escanor that finds the kill on the mech. They're into this fight, they're in deep, but the point's already been capped.
I would argue that this is the best Team Liquid has looked all stage, Jaws. It's been a really tough stage for them, adapting to a new flex support player coming into the mix. They haven't really found their style as of yet, but now here against SSG, in a matchup where we all thought SSG were the favorite, Team Liquid are looking calm, composed, and setting up their damage fair for success here. 4 minutes 30 on the time bank here on second point tag Gibraltar. been a good start for them so far.
All right, Street. Popping the ult. Quite lackadaisically, though. End up finding an off angle, but yeah, just a diva moment. Just flying towards, doing damage while you matrix. Okay, Sugar Free as well, side. That fight off with a kill. Oh, this stagger is kind of brutal, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, infected.
It was arguably too soon. Like, you could have let them go.
Yeah, facts, actually.
It's a little too bloodthirsty.
You could have arguably just left him alive. Like, so he had to build mech up again and choke, you know?
Wait, that is facts.
Yeah.
Spitting jaws.
Hey, I'm just thinking about the economics of staggering diva. Write a
We're not the pro
PhD paper
players,
on
so
that bad boy.
who knows? Wait
okay,
a second.
Cool. Sweet. KG just gets a nade kill. What? Well, that's unfortunate. And now SSG full disengage. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, team. Just, we'll go again. We'll use the sound barrier to get onto the point.
This is going to be an insane fight, Jaws. 8 ultimates in the mix here. 0 coming up on the 9th.
They're going to have to be in. Okay, they end up actually rushing first.
Oh, died before the beat.
Hawk died before the beat. Self-destruct, though, is going to be good. So no late. Yep. Sugar Free. Oh, both Vendettas look at each other past the wall. Oh, straight onto the payload. Goodbye, Sugar Free. It is Sarah. Kind of diffing him on the Vendetta right now, Johnny. I mean, this is second point. For sure. Hawk's not got mech, Infected's got remech. Like, surely you don't lose this one if you're a Team Liquid. Yeah, okay, Vega, Tree, got kills. Here's the Vendetta, Sugar Free's back. But he's got no heals. Oh, no, I lied. Saying that. Surely Infected doesn't lose
Surely.
mech. You gotta kill him, man. You gotta kill him. Okay, they're good. Okay, Tree ended up killing Lethal there. Lethal pulled ult, by the way.
Yeah, came in very late there, but that was the last ditch effort.
Finally. You can't let them regroup, bro.
You can't let them regroup. Finally came and got here. But yeah, you're right. Zero has been looked phenomenal so far in this Vendetta mirror. It's been a big difference maker here on this Gibraltar. This Team Liquid look to take the lead here in this series. Just need 1.5 fight really to push into the golden box of victory. Space Station swapping over to the Zarya, trying to find their way back into this series. Tree here.
He's got ult. No Matrix, Johnny.
Play here.
Only bubbles. There's only bubbles. There's no Matrix. Oh. That is an amazing shot too. Almost landed a double. Oh, it's Lethal gets sniped in the spawn. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Tree has the high ground, and SSG need to come out onto the point with Hawk being like half HP. No bubbles again on the Zarya, trying to punish Infected now.
Suzu.
A beautifully timed Suzu by Escanor keeps the Diva alive.
All right, so that buys enough time for Admiral to get this sound barrier as well, which is crucial as Vega look to replicate it and get his as well. 3 minutes here. This would be an insanely stout defense from SSG. A lot to ask here out of them.
They're going to be in, I think. There's the beat. Admiral needs here too. Oh, perfect. They were going to try and head for Admiral's coordinates there, but they got a little bit lost without that compass. Both sound barriers coming in. Now Hawk's trying to hold down this front line, but he's getting focused out by Infected. Normally a dangerous gambit for the Diva, but without bubbles, Hawk very vulnerable. Ultraviolet building up towards this rush too, and it's Team Liquid's choice actually now to play slow, to build up their own rush.
Just play the ultimate economy for now. Infected has to be careful though.
All right, there's the rushes. Ultraviolet's in the back. Lethal goes down. Tree once again opening things up with a kill. Zero receives the Suzu to keep himself alive, but both Suzus now down. Hawk with the Graviton Surge, but where's the follow-up? Self-destruct used. The grab comes in. He don't need follow-up, apparently. Tree ends up ending his own life, sadly, with a nade to his feet, but there's 2 minutes, and there's only 2 meters remaining. Sundering Blade over the head, not needed. Team Liquid on match point.
What a phenomenal game plan by Team Liquid to get themselves over the edge here against SSG and go up 2-1 in the series. A Team Liquid that lost to SSG 3-1 last week, and now they find themselves in a great position to arguably upset SSG here. Just love the game plan. Look at the stats here. 3, 35 and 8. Zero, big impact on the Vendetta. 33 and 7.
19,000 damage, Johnny, on Tree. That's a lot of damage. That is an insane turnaround, like you said, from week to week here for Team Liquid. We knew their season was going to be slow starting, but finally finding their groove against NA's number 2 seed. They're on match point. One more sends them to that upper finals. However, to face Dallas Fuel. However, SSG have made this look very close. We're expecting big things to come out from Tree for the rest of this series. And honestly, arguably, Johnny, even Zera. Zera who kind of outclassed Sugar Free a bit there in that series. Or in that map, sorry, not the series. That was a ridiculous play.
That was a ridiculous Thundering Blade indeed. Yeah, I just love how Team Liquid has come alive in this one. Like, you're thinking about this stage. You know, they lost their in-game leader, obviously. Someone with a lot of communication, a lot of decisiveness about how they should take some of these fights, how they should engage. And I think that kind of reflected in how Team Liquid looked early on in this stage, where they looked a little bit indecisive. The fights were just quite poorly taken, and they just weren't playing up to the level that they expected of themselves. So far, I'd say that it's been a strength of theirs, really, how they've approached some of these fights, how they're thinking about win conditions and how they're shot calling, right? And so it's just incredible to see this level of improvement from Team Liquid in such a short amount of time to get these great engagements, to set themselves up for success. I think this has been a really impressive series from Team Liquid so far.
Yeah, it's been a sick one too. Like, this series has not disappointed by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, Team Liquid win Gibraltar. So second time in a row here, SSG choosing map. Johnny, what have we got left? We've got Flashpoint, we've got Push. Where do you see we're going?
I mean, it's essentially like a coin toss, right? Because I would have said like, oh, you know, SSG, you know, if they win Gibraltar here, like that should have been their way to get to 3. Now they have to go through Team Liquid on maps like Flashpoint or modes like Flashpoint and Push. I think, you know, it's going to be a really difficult coin flip for SSG which way they go here.
Yeah, don't forget as well to subscribe and follow the channel too. It's OW_esports on everything. You don't need to tell you, like, you're watching on one of them right now on the Twitch channel. Make sure you hit the follow button on that and all the socials to stay up to date with everything that is Overwatch Esports, and find some fun clips on Instagram and the TikTok as well, and I guess X/Twitter. So yeah, make sure you hit follow for them. And as we get into our next map, Suravasa. Okay, Flashpoint it is, chosen by SSG.
This is an interesting map pick, no? Because we saw Atlas come out from Team Liquid last week. And so maybe SSG, they're respecting that map pick from Team Liquid. Saying, okay, well, that map clearly caters to some of your strengths. But saying that, I feel like Team Liquid as well, they always have a composition up their sleeve on this one. Primarily because of Infected's hero pool. You know, being able to roll out on the Sigma in the very opening fight. Can't play the Wrecking Ball, stuff like that, right? And so, I get, you know, coming out of SG, I understand the map pick here, but I'm excited to see what Team Liquid got up their sleeve for this one.
I feel like it's going to be more of the same, to be honest with you, mate. I mean, for this next map, I expect... Okay, well, I was going to say, I expect a ban of the M-Ray, to be honest, from SSG, but a Sigma ban is interesting. We've seen this on this map before, to be fair, and these teams have played it, so fair enough. Kiriko ban for TL.
Yeah, I think you're really respecting the Sigma to come out early, because it kind of like caters against Hawk's hero pool, right? We discussed it going into Blizzard World, we actually did, where we said that, like, hey, Infected can kind of roll out on the Sigma if need be, and have some interesting matchups against someone like Hawk. And so, because Sigma is pretty useful on this very first point to roll out with before we get a look at the enemy composition, maybe SG are saying, we just want to get rid of that Sigma and also protect ban here for Hawk a little bit, make life easier for ourselves. But that enables Liquid to get the Kiriko ban out, which is going to set up potentially a Juno Brig matchup here.
Juno Brig, a lot of rally and raise. I mean, tank-wise, I mean, Infected, either of them. Orisa feels like it's still a D.Va is possible here for Hawk.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking it has to be the Zarya, right? Like, universally, like a really strong hero.
Sure.
It'll be interesting to see here now if someone like Sugar Free decides to bring out the Vendetta, or with the Tracer ban out of the mix here, like, you're unable to take that Tracer duel. I think the Zarya probably is the best hero you could roll out with here to start things off, and then, you know, whether you face like a Ramatra, that's fine. We'll navigate that individual matchup. We're comfortable against an Orisa, D.Va. And so Zarya seems like the default pick here. I just want to see like how they enable the Zarya to be played.
I was just getting into the map in just a moment, just waiting for one more player to join the lobby, and they'll be ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I think Zarya definitely the safest pick right now, it feels like, especially on these maps where even on the first point is so rather choke point focused if you're on one side of the point, but you can play around a lot of these angles, and a lot of the pillars can be played around if you're the Zarya player. We'll see what they end up running out with. I think as we get deeper into the series too, it's going to be so much harder to ban. And I think if we do go to a map 5, Johnny, an Emery ban has to come out at some point.
You think?
To take it away from Tree. I just think it's so powerful in the hands of Tree as well. Think of how many clutches Tree's had already with Emery. Like, come on. I'm surprised it's not banned here.
Yeah. Look, but the thing is, like, you just opt into a different matchup, right? It's just like, oh, do you want to play Tree Sojourn? It's like, how fun is that? Good luck, bro.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, it's not the most effective ban, so like, I understand, like, oh, maybe you want to like shut off the momentum that Tree offers you on a hero like Embrace. It's just like, there's no great answer. It's just like, okay, if Tree is on it, then you'll be feeling his wrath.
Yeah. Maybe facts. Maybe facts. All right, let's have a look what Team Liquid and Space Station Gaming want to roll out with. See, they're more like real, you know? They're like actually real. But like game real is what I mean.
You just said that a video game bird is real, Jaws. Are you okay?
I mean, it's real in the game universe, bro.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got...
Unlike the crows, which are definitely machine.
They got very... Yeah.
Yeah, they're bird tendencies.
Oh,
See?
my God. Get this on my screen.
Dude, they go crazy for it land. Well, you just wait until we go to Japan. They'll go crazy for it as well.
All right, yeah, we know the crowd goes wild in Stockholm, but what about Japan? Oh my God, get rid of this.
It's awful, man. All right, it's going to be Orisa Gaming here for Infected and Hawk as they roll out with the unsurprising Juno Brig backlines.
Okay, so ignore what I said. It's not going to be the story at all. Instead, Weesamir here. The only difference here, Lethal being on the Sojourn and Tree being on the Emre still here. So maybe still, you're getting what you're saying here. Is that Tree is just phenomenal on the Emre here. So don't want to cater to the Sojourn just yet.
All right, Zera. Oh, over ambitious there. You didn't want to stay around for too long anyway. You heard the Brig Bash. So your life is going to get cut pretty short if you do end up getting hit by that. I mean, you cannot let your Juno die like this. Ultraviolet is 1. Okay, good whip shot. He's going to die. Ultraviolet is so low.
How is it not
back, though? Oh, my word. Zera's still doing a lot of distracting, but Escanor actually goes down to Sugarfree of all people. The race to kill the backlines is won by Lenny.
I mean, that's unbelievable. The Ultraviolet doesn't die there, and then Sugarfree instead comes up clutch with getting the pick onto Escanor himself. And that ends up being the major difference. Talk about small differences there in securing a fight win that is going to inevitably set you up better here heading into this second fight. Just goes to show how small the details can be.
Okay. I'm really just looking at these traces. I think this map especially is going to be just down to Zera and Sugarfree and how well they can get onto the back line. Both of them closing in on pulse bombs. Sugarfree a little bit further ahead.
Tree again.
I'm telling you,
these nades are out of control.
You need to ban this. You need to ban this, Emre. It's ridiculous. His nade accuracy is insane. Okay, well, there's another nade. And Admiral's dead to pistol. Yeah, it's like just ridiculous.
If you throw it into a small room, okay, you're gonna get value from the nade. But like to kick the fights off, like this is unbelievable. The amount of value he's securing from these nades.
You gotta ban it.
I mean, we can't be banning Emre because of nades. I mean, are we at that point? It's ridiculous. What he's doing is ridiculous on this hero.
Have you not seen the last 3 maps? You not here? You not here, John? Yeah, come on.
I'm in denial.
I'm in denial. Well, Tree's gonna rip his ult first. That's what we can all be sure of. Nice direct body shot there onto Lethal. Lethal so low. Ooh! Snarly footwork, though, from the Sojourn. And Sugarfree lands a pulse ball onto Vega. Feels like the fight might be already done, though. Sugarfree yet with another. 55% for Team Liquid. Orbital raise popping. Sugarfree with 3. And now looking for a 5th. Looking for an ace. Is Infected use that spear spin to get away. Nice little spear into Sugarfree. And he very weak. Zera now knowing Sugarfree's very low, but Hawk is there to save the day. Sugarfree and Hawk coming up big as the support arrives. Okay, now the heals can be pumped out.
Wait, this is really good stall, though. Because this allows you to at least disengage here. Infected's going to get back, and you're going to get another fight here with your Orisa back in the mix. That's actually crucial seconds bought by Zero and Vega. Obviously going to be really tough to re-engage against these ultimates, but a fighting chance still.
EMEA, rally to me. Terror Surge used, lethal. Oh, Hawk. I mean, that is just a almost impossible spot there for Team Liquid. Both the backliners couldn't move through that Terror Surge, so they end up getting isolated and one dies to it. Team Liquid, they lose that first point as a Space Station get one on the board. They're going to have Ray advantage, though, Team Liquid, for the next fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Space Station navigates around that. Obviously, the overclock could be really powerful to kind of chunk through that damage. And so far, great sign here, Jaws, to see Sugar Free and Lethal start to pop off. You know, on Gibraltar, it was all about Tree and Zero, but damage players are showing that they're worth here.
Well, there's the orbital ray advantage. Escanor, though, ends up falling over to Sugar Free. And Sugar Free gets both supports again. I'm telling you, it's the battle of the Tracers here, as Zero does him one better. I mean, Zero just got 3 off the tail end of that. Sugar Free's got another. Just put him in a cage, Johnny, and call it WWE. Like, it is just two god Tracer players going at each other. Liquid come out with a win despite losing their backline to Sugar Free and cap the point.
Orb Hammer 1-on-1, except it's Tracers to decide the series.
Tracers.
Who would say no? Who says no? Anyway,
no one would, Johnny.
Team Liquid here in control, and Tree has this override actually, and this could be a very lethal spot to pop this early because of these tight corridors the SSG are operating in. Have to be careful here.
Oh, Tree popping the ult as everybody tries to enter the fight, and they are swiftly escorted out. No ID, unfortunately. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye. Tree dying, doesn't matter. Hawk's going to go down pretty late here, you'd imagine. Shouldn't be able to get away. No, there's the kill. All right, Team Liquid extending their lead, putting Space Station on 1 fight for this point.
Tree. Okay. He just wanted the Vendetta to get out of spawn a little bit earlier. I was like, if you played Tracer Band, you're actually insane. That was going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, SSG here, 85%. They're building up towards this orbital ray, but really worried about them walking up. Lethal finds a good pick, though.
Oh, Lethal Tree, yeah, they end up trading, but still Team Liquid, they're finding these fights early. The proactivity, to be fair, from both teams has really come up big. They're going to pressure point. It is only Sugar Free and Hawk, and they've got no supports. They're going to be able to come back in now. Eventually, Ultraviolet made his way back, but oh, they don't even touch. The orbital ray just goes to the wind, and that is a wasted ult. Sadly, that's Team Liquid tying us up.
And that very small ultimate could make a big difference. It's like, this is a Team Liquid that's up 2-1 in the series. And just giving them a point like that, it's going to sting. Space Station have to find a way to clutch up here now without that crucial ultimate. And Sugar Free has this pulse bomb though. So we could just hop back into the Tracer duel here. Who's going to pop off first?
Rally for Vega. This is where you can turn the fight if you're Sugar Free right now. Both the Rizzers dueling it out on the point. There's the rally. Sugar Free knows what's good. He knows who to target. Stick to the shield. And a nice dodge from Vega. He's not going to fall for that one. Knew his time was maybe numbered with the pulse bomb from the Tracer player. Sugar Free does, SSG do end up capping the point there. But Escanor just lays down the ray. They know they've got that at their advantage, considering SSG used it in that final fight on that last point.
Team Liquid are wrapping up this fight. They're getting some last-second kills. A little bit of extra stall to Admiral. We take those. And Hawk opts out of the Orisa here. Swapping over to the Zarya that I expected early on to start off this round, but saying enough is enough. Respecting Infected on the Orisa too much. And this should be Hawk's more comfort here. It changes the dynamic of the composition a little bit here. Infected has to be careful against the high-energy Zarya here, of course. But I think that this first point, actually, a lot of room for the Orisa to operate around to protect themselves. It's lethal. Looks for picks here. Big Terror Surge.
Oh, the stick landed on the bubble. It was a good connection initially there, but Hawk quicker on the bubble. Rally for Admiral pushes in. No support ultimates for TL. They're going to have to sustain through this fight. Another nicely timed bubble there, and Ultraviolet, who was getting chased down, as Sugar Free again just comes out big. 2 kills for the Tracer. We'll almost make that a third. The point flip is going to come through for SSG. But Johnny, Team Liquid are at 95%. Maybe they're 96. They need 1 fight.
Yeah, and the win condition is pretty slim here because you're obviously on a timer. As soon as Orisa's cooldown are gone, That's going to be the go signal for Space Station to push the momentum, utilize the strength of Zarya's beam. So Team Liquid, they have to be really careful here. Vega has to rally. Tree's coming up on the override protocol. You just have to stay alive long enough to get value.
Oh, the stick is unbelievable from Sugar Free. Vega goes down mid-rally, and he might have just done it again. The override protocol looking pretty disastrous there from Tree, sadly. Just backs himself out of the fight, knowing they've got one more in them now. They've got an Orbital Ray, but surely they can win this one if they're SSG. Orbital Ray and the Graviton Surge. I mean, come on.
This should be the fight. It should be an easy fight from here, boys.
Orbital Ray, Graviton Surge, almost a win, but it catches Vega off the tail end. Sugar Free gets another couple, and okay. They made it work. You got a touch. Oh my goodness, I almost freaked out. 99%. They got the cap, but it doesn't matter. Zera kills lethal, but they got high and Zarya on the point. I'm just like, hang on a second here. Surely Zera doesn't kill 5. Okay, we're all good. Another point for SSG. That's 2 and 1.
I respected him. I was like, you know, maybe he can do. Maybe he can cook it a little bit. I think it's really interesting to see if Infected is going to swap over to something like a Ramakra. Shy away from this Orisa towards the tail end of this one. Just finds a cross-map pick onto Ultraviolet. Probably combining with Tree there a little bit.
What?
That was kind of out of the blue there.
How did UV die? Was that like a spear and like a nade or something?
Yeah, it must have been.
Must have been a nade.
That's the kind of like first pick that Team Liquid really needs with a composition like this.
Oh, cage match. Hang on. Oh, Lethal got speared. Just saw the stun. Orbital Ray, Lethal low. Heal Lethal. Okay, we're good. Gonna move forward now with this overclock. 150 energy waning now. Orbital Ray from Escal a little bit early, you'd say, but actually it helps him secure the point. Quick shot. Lethal now looking for an angle to shoot the M-Ray, but the Terror Surge is going to drag him back in. Doesn't really find all too much, especially with this rally being popped by SSG. Zera throws the Pulse Bomb, hits the recall. Sugar Free raging on the other end of it, but Sugar Free gets out of there. 97% for a Pulse Bomb of his own as they find the flip. SSG now pushing forward, Johnny, to try and find stragglers.
Yeah, they're still fighting in this one. Infected has to be careful here. He doesn't drop too low.
Hit the break.
Finally go for a reset. Liquid, good re-engage here. Can they find a pick though?
They need to force Sugar Free though. Oh, Pulse Bomb goes wide. Hop skipping a jump for Tree straight over the Pulse. Doesn't even take a lick of damage.
Yeah, things are settling down here. Team Liquid needs to go for a full regroup here. Unless...
Oh, Ultraviolet goes down again. Tree again finds this opening pick. It's a rally for Vega, misses the stun, bash on Sugar Free. Hasn't got a Pulse Bomb, so killing the Brig is going to be nigh on impossible. A push back onto the point for Team Liquid here as Space Station Gaming run away with the tail between their legs.
Just a little bit of extra stall here. They're really hunting for Sugar Free here as well.
They are pinging Sugar Free. Did you see that?
I mean, that was crazy, yeah.
Kill this guy.
They're going to get that very big pick here. 65%, very interesting for Space Station here. Could argue that you just have to win this one fight and then push up. You should be favored in the next one. So Space Station essentially in a one fight opportunity advantage here.
I love the early pushes here from Team Liquid, but Space Station... Oh, Sugar Free gets directed by Tree. I mean, Johnny, this is fight or fight for this point. They have to push without your Tracer player now. Graviton Surge in the back pocket for Hawk, waiting for Spear Spit. There it is. Now you can launch it in for free. Orbital Ray's going to come through, hopefully winning the fight with just that. Infected falls over. A crumpled heap of molten metal on the ground as Zera gets stiffed out and one-clipped by Sugar Free.
Yeah, and that's about all you could do if you're Team Liquid. Really tough fight to win there. But 80% here. Zero's going to have a late spawn. This replaced Racer, so we'll get back. But this is where SSG have an opportunity to go for an aggressive play with the Overclock and Graviton Surge off the point.
They're going to be able to touch, right? 98%, 99. They're oh, okay, OT, all good. Orbital Ray's going to come in. Lethal saves that slide away. Pulse Bomb's good, though, from Zera. Graviton Surge thrown out the last second, and Lethal lines him up and knocks him down. The Graviton Surge setup from Hawk there was just divine. SSG take the map, and we're going all the way to a map 5, Johnny.
Oh my god, what a roller coaster of a series. Going to the distance was an absolute treat. For one moment, it looked like Team Liquid looked to be closing things out here on Suravasa, but Space Station, they claw themselves back into this one on the back of their damage players. Doing a tremendous job. And that Zarya swap from Hawk ended up being the difference maker. Infected couldn't stand up against the Zarya. Doesn't want to match it, of course, but still a strategic decision to hold on to that Orisa rather than look for any kind of alternative.
That was such a nice grab. Like, literal parting gift. Not Annihilation. The Terror Surge dragged him in. He bubbled, but he got stuck as the bubble got deleted because everybody was focusing it. So the Terror Surge damage would go in. And then throws out the grab in front of him to make sure that he could use it in this final fight. And then Lethal rips the OC. And yeah, the rest is history. A map 5 banger between Team Liquid and SSG. A newly invigorated Team Liquid as well. Slow, understandable start for the team, but they look good here in this series. And Treat and Zera, especially on the DPS, really come into form.
Yeah, Team Liquid has looked much better this weekend after losing 3-1 last weekend. And worth remembering, this is not an elimination match. So if you lose this one, you still have an opportunity tomorrow against Lunex to keep your major hopes alive. And maybe we'll have to see these two teams battling out once more. Dallas Fuel, I think we have favored to qualify for the major itself. But SSG Team Liquid, I think expected to be the number 2, number 3 team in the region here. And really going head-to-head this final weekend to qualify for the first major in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, look, this top 4 right now is so close, it feels like. We'll see if Lunex can kind of bite back in the lower bracket, but at least for Dallas Fuel, SSG, and TL, this is shaping up to be quite a finals, quite a bracket for the weekend. We got some good Overwatch over the next 2 days, man. It's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, we really do. And I mean, Lunex, it looked really tough against Dallas Fuel. Brutal 3-0. But then maybe against teams like SSG, Team Liquid, you're afforded to play a little bit more Orisa. Maybe this kind of meta is more up your alley and you can have Somba pop off on the Tracer, right? So even though Lunex, they looked quite rough against Dallas Fuel, maybe tomorrow against the teams like these, they do have a bit of a better chance.
Oh, Runasapi is the pick. No Esperanza. Kind of expected considering what tanks we have in the pool. Where do you go if you're Team Liquid bans-wise? Hey, you could protect ban your Emre if you want to ban a DPS. Just saying.
Yeah, that is a great question. Where do you go with this one? I feel like the tanks have been kind of the story of it so far. But support bans are generally the route you go if you want to have more impact in the game. And we've kind of noticed 2 different ways of playing so far. SSG more comfortable playing the Lucio Kiri. Whereas Team Liquid, they prefer the Juno Brig. And we've seen them to be so effective with that backline so far. I feel like the stuff they did on Gibraltar with that aggression, like you can't really replicate that on any other map, right? That was kind of tied to the favorable defense they had on that map. So maybe you don't want to mimic that playstyle. You do want to slow things down. And a little bit similar to Saravasa. You could essentially just run it back like you did on Saravasa. With the Zarya banning play to make things a little bit easier for you. Okay, yes, they banned the Emre.
You gotta do it to him.
Okay, you win, Joss. You win.
I win. Thank you.
There is value in respect banning the Emre from Tree.
It is, man. Like, look at the value, look at the damage, look at the nades. I mean, it's crazy, man. Zarya ban, though, I like this too. I really like this. I think Hawk, with how much he's been able to do against Infected, has been quite understandable. If you want to play the Orisa, if you want to play any kind of front-to-back Overwatch, it's been tough out there for Infected.
Yeah, it really has been. And especially with Zarya out of the mix too, you know, that kind of like throws any Zarya Vendetta stuff out of the mix as well. So maybe we'll see the Tracer players just play Tracer and shy away from that Vendetta. It'll be interesting. This is such a great map if you want to throw a wrench in things. Like, how many times have we seen a first fight rollout on Runasapi with just like one slight adjustments to the hero? Like, whether it's like a Pharah, which obviously is not going to see playtime now because I don't think we're going to see the Vendetta being played here. But like, if Hawk wanted to roll out with like an unorthodox tank against Infected, this would be the map for it.
Okay. The Pharah does have some weight to it, though. Because I think for Zera, like, the Vendetta has been doing numbers for you. So I think there's a chance that SSG run out on Pharah. Is Sugar Free going to play Pharah, though? Like, out of everybody? Well, that's a weird angle.
Maybe the Sim.
Yeah, I feel like even the Sim might be a little bit better. Dude, he's so fluffy. Alpaca Gaming. New Open Division team name idea, Alpaca Gaming. There's probably already a team called that.
Yeah, there probably
No,
is.
but this also makes a lot of sense too with the Tracer. It feels needed on this map as well.
Yeah, and to kind of replicate what they did so well earlier, right? We praised Hawk and Sugarfree for doing a great job combining the Diva and the Tracer. Maybe you could run back something like this on this map.
Oh, wait. Is this... A Genji for Zera is a little out of left field. Cassidy, Genji, Orisa for TL. Completely different backline too. I mean, these are completely different comp. Completely different ideas and how they want to play. Kind of taking the Cassidy for Sugarfree, and then so Zera can play a Genji, which is kind of insane. And they're going faster too, despite them not having the Lucio.
Yeah, I really want to get on top of the enemy hit scan player. Obviously, you're going to forfeit some of these side angles because Sugarfree will dominate on the Tracer. It's all about the front line. Can you enable your Genji to get on top of the enemy team?
I feel like this can be more like front-to-back Overwatch if they tried. Apart from Zera, I suppose, who's a bit more of a flank on the Genji.
Just batting in the neutral for now. Taking things easy here. There's no need to like rush things here. Force a mistake.
Ooh, good spear. Nah, good spear. Little bit too far away. Kind of again, yeah, waiting for that opening pick. And a lot of that is going to be on lethal for SSG, right?
Oh.
Tree's under a little bit of trouble. And look at Effect's health bar as well. Just Hawk kind of distracting. They do trade tanks, so still winnable. Both DPS are available. Both supports up as well for both teams. It's all on. Again, Lethal trying to find a nice railgun shot. And then maybe Sugarfree jumping in to try and get the execute. Oh, Ultraviolet goes down, though. And of course, it's Tree.
Yeah, the Cassidy kind of favored when the tanks are off the battlefield because Lethal only has access to that one railgun shot, which is going to be difficult to get value of. Meanwhile, the Cassidy can kind of roam, click heads for free. Seeing a pretty good time being protected by the Juno and the Brig right now. This is still going to be tough for Space Station. They kind of have to set up Sugarfree on the side angle. Lethal goes for it first with this overclock. Oh, and now in a very small room.
Look at that. That is an insanely aggressive push. And they're going to rally too. Two-person stun, post bomb thrown out, did not connect. Team Liquid, that was a heck of a fight. I see Vega as well, bashing initially through the disruptor shot to focus Lethal down. And Johnny, that's checkpoint, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if they thought that Team Liquid were further pushed ahead and that the sidelines were longer, but Lethal instead just got pushed and shoved into a locker instead with that overclock. And Team Liquid, they have the ultimates here as well. Obviously, Kitsune Rush on the other side of Space Station Gaming here, but Team Liquid could run away with things here. Tree.
Oh, he's so low. He couldn't escape because there was just a rubber shot and people were looking at him. Good space. Oh, goodbye, Hawk. Goodbye. Well, that's a good kill on Escanor, but...
They're just back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, but it's not good though, Johnny. In all honesty, because they need kills. If they manage to survive this, Sound Barrier comes out. Blade from Zera. Okay, the Blade gets shot down.
Dude,
but,
didn't even swing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Genji in the big 2026. You're popping the Blade to force the beat.
67 meters, though. That was a great push by Team Liquid. Zera's going to swap over to this Tracer now, recognizing that Genji was a bit of a surprise pick there. As I mentioned earlier on, to just slightly shift the playstyle of either team. But Team Liquid, they have a lead and Orbital Ray. I'd say still say I'm pretty comfortable if I'm Team Liquid in a situation like this.
Oh yeah, Orbital Ray. Oh, Vagrant going down. Sugarfree on the side. Looking for a trade there, but managed to get out. Oh, Sugarfree again. Like, he is in and out, disappearing like smoke. Self-destruct for Hawk. But, I mean, they're good, right? That's already 2 kills to Sugarfree. In fact, it can't solo kill on his own. Sugarfree looking for yet another one. Zera goes down to Hawk. And he saved the day. This is meterish now game for SSG.
I think you can definitively say that Sugarfree is carrying right now. The way securing first picks right that. Team Liquid, they were in a great spot with the Orbital Ray, but the backline just torn apart. Vega dies early on the back of Sugarfree's amazing Tracer play. It's going to allow Space Station to get back into this series, and now Lethal. Great sightlines for this overclock.
Is Zanny going to do it to him again? Surely not. Oh. No. Okay. Good stuff from Tree. Getting the Tracer out of there. For Johnny, they're going to get a checkpoint here. Overclock from Lethal to extend this fight. Terror Surge from Infected, but he's 1 HP. And Lethal on the high ground. Snipes Escanor. And it's all falling through their fingers. Team Liquid, this game is going to just honestly get away from them. If they're not careful here, there's a beat coming up for Admiral. There's an Ultraviolet Rush coming in as well. And they've only got a Rally support ult for this next fight.
But they're reaping the rewards of Sugar Free clutching up in that fight prior. Of course you were going to have SG favored with the overclock like that in an open battlefield, and now you earn your double support ultimate, already having taken the lead. The ripple effects of Sugar Free stepping up on the Tracer is having big results here for SSG.
Zera, losing the heated rivalry battle between Sugar Free right now. There's the rush, there's the rally. And now a sound barrier on top. I mean, Sugar Free's in such a good spot as well. He's so close to this post. The rally is good, Johnny, but it's good to back out with. There's the beat. The stick lands because, of course, it does. As Sugar Free just rips them limb from limb.
Pay attention to this one. This one's about to get uploaded to Ob Sojourn.
He's just so good. 15-player kill streak, Johnny. Domination. Almost over 100 meters. They're at 91.
Sarah, you had a good time on Gibraltar, buddy. This is my game now. I'm stepping up big time on the Tracer. 2 of the best Tracers going head-to-head here in North America, but Sugar Free showing who's king.
All right, Zera dead. 5v4. Lethal, Suzu'd as they move up. Hulk's caught a self-destruct. Sugar Free's already in the mix. Scaring Escanor and Vega like it was a horror game. I mean, Infected as well, using every CD in the book. This is 127 meters, Johnny. No chance here for an Admiral Theorem, but they might not need it. Overclock for Tree, looking for something. Oh, and finds Lethal. Lethal didn't even see him. It was like a couple of frames of headroom there. Zera gets traded, however, Johnny.
They both get stolen here. Ultraviolet finding Pigsteel. Just, okay, you're queuing clear. Gets 2, gets 3.
Oh, you get what? No, surely not. Surely not.
Okay.
Vega's going to go down as well. You can't let this happen. You need to make these fights clean, and you need to not use ults, but Space Station Gaming are drawing every single resource out of TL.
I mean, that's another individual play that drains an ultimate from the side of Team Liquid. Do you think Infected wants to deploy the Terror Surge in a situation like that? It's just SSG conjure up the mechanical plays out of nowhere, out of thin air. That's when they're such in a great position here on Runasapi. Ultraviolet's built up that Kitsune rush. And the positional advantage here as well.
He's got a pulse again. He's going to go in. He's looking for the brick. There's the Ray. Brick boots into the wall. Maybe actually just looking for Escanor instead. Rally cupping up in 10%. Pulse bomb from Sugar. What? He still gets a kill. No connection. Still killing Tree regardless. They've managed to come out on top. Ray's disappeared as well, Johnny, and now they're going to have to use a rally to sustain them through this fight. But of course, SSG have an answer. Sound Barrier connects with the ground, and now Vega in trouble. Escanor 2 going extremely low as Hawk tries to dive on his prey. Escanor down, Infected follows. 30-player kill streak for Hawk. And 2 minutes to go with the bot in Team Liquid's territory.
And no ultimates on the side of Team Liquid here either. There's no tactical adjustments to make in this one. You're really on the back foot in this one. It's all about individual players needing to step up.
Escanor's
but
dead.
Lethal
It's over, Johnny.
gets the first one.
You need a miracle here from Zera and Tree. You need a miracle. Infected goes down, and they can just walk this bot in. These deaths are late. Infected's not coming up for another 3 seconds or so, and it's not going to get back to the point for another 5. There's 3 meters to go. There's 2 ults for SSG. They're trying to get back to the point. Lethal's ripped the overclock, and every cooldown from Infected's already been used. Hawk is going dangerously low, but still with a back pocket remake in his possession. Can just hit the remake straight on top of the point. Infected dodges the bomb, but cannot dodge demise at the hands of Lethal. Space Station Gaming walking this one in with a kill onto Tree to finish it all off. Space Station Gaming, mission accomplished. Map 5 with the win.
Oh, what a gigabanger. Oh, what a gigabanger we were treated to. Both teams trading blows, map for map. At the end of the day, it's Space Station Gaming once again coming out on top over Team Liquid. They did it last week, they do it here again. And what individual plays from the likes of Sugar Free in that one. That was the kind of Space Station Gaming we wanted to see step up today.
2 words. Technically 1 word. Sugar-free. 2 syllables, I guess. 26 and 2 on the Tracer. Lethal 23 and 2. I mean,
yeah,
this team came back.
The game.
Yeah, seriously.
The game gets a lot easier when your damage bursts pop off, and make sure that you can use your ultimates a bit more wisely. That's just what you get. Like, you win free fights by the Tracer player coming up clutch. You win free fights by the Sojourn player hitting railgun shots. Makes the rest of the game so much easier. And so Sugar-Free doing what it does in a series like this, it's just unbelievable what the effects that has on the rest of the team.
I mean, Team Liquid still got to give them credit for how much they leveled up in this series. Very close to winning a map 5, right? And for a team that had a rough regular season, going to a map 5 versus SSG, who look this strong. This bracket is going to be bangers after bangers, I feel, Johnny. Dallas Fuel and SSG facing off against each other in the upper final once again. That, again, should go all the way as Lunex join Team Liquid down in that lower semis.
Wow.
This top 4, this is just so close, this stage. And there's only 2 spots to go to Japan. And at this point in time, I can't really tell you who gets it.
I don't know either.
Zoe, thoughts?
This is Zoe. What do you think?
Honestly, I feel like the series lasted forever. There is just so many highlights like to point out, so it's a really tough one to summarize. I think what I really took away from that is Liquid's initial approach was just like, we can grind this out on mechanical skill, versus SSG being like, we're going to be very strategic about it. Until that didn't work, and then they just like threw that playbook out of the window, and I was like, you know what, we actually can do better mechanically. So that's where you see like Lethal and Sugar-Free just absolutely farming at the end there, and just, you know, it was a really good series though. I think what we've seen from Team Liquid, if I were Lunex Gaming right now in that lower bracket,
oh, you're so
I
scared.
would not feel super confident about that match tomorrow. Like, this is a different Team Liquid, a very
I feel
different
better
Team
about
Liquid.
both of them. I feel better about both Team Liquid, even though they lost. I was like, that was the best Overwatch you played so far this stage. I feel great about Space Station Gaming. Just like Sugar-Free just dominated and set up the rest of the team. Of course, everyone did a great job. But so yeah, we went to map 5. We treated them a banger, and I feel better about both teams.
That's good. That's good. Overall, very positive takeaways here. I think there's just so much in this series, which goes to show why both of these teams, they can be the top in the region too. You know, like they do have the pieces that are required for just that. And even though they have like not different reads on the meta, but they definitely have different styles in the way they're playing. Even if they're forced into an uncomfortable position, they are then just still capable of just grinding it out on pure mechanical skill.
Yes, it does feel that way. Like, just Sugar-Free on that Tracer on the last map, or just when he's on Tracer, just mechanically just coming up with connections to the pulse bombs, like mechanically just succeeding over and over and over again, just connecting with pulse onto Vega, whether he's rallying, whether he's not. Like, it takes some doing against good Briggs. It really does. If you're going to get bashed, you're going to get whip shot, you're going to get like the shield's going to face you, they can drop the pulse, they can drop it in the wall, etc. But he still always manages to get a stick. It is crazy how like omnipresent Sugar-Free is when he's playing Tracer. And yeah, SSG look ridiculous. Those 2 maps that Liquid took, they were good. They were exceptionally good, especially that Blizzard World. Their push was insane.
That map in general was just so entertaining.
It was all lethal.
Was such a good map.
Sorry, it was all tree, that map. Like, he dominated on the Emre, and when he got banned, hey, SSG went.
Yeah, let's actually hear from Christopher from SSG, who will be joining us for a quick chat. Christopher is in. Hello, welcome, and congratulations. Why is there a teddy bear sitting on the floor?
Oh, that's
Is he in a timeout? Like, is he okay?
No, he holds the door open.
Oh,
that's his
homie.
job.
Love that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, well, now on to more important things. Christopher, this was a close match, a very close series, where just a week ago, you guys were rather dominant going up against Team Liquid. Obviously, Team Liquid is looking much improved within just that short time span. What was the difficulty in today's match? Why do you think they made you fight so hard for it?
I don't know. Like, I swear every game this season, okay, I come away from it and it's been close, and I'm like, well, how is that not a 3-0? Like, I actually never quite understand. Like, we're losing D.Va mirrors on Gibraltar. Like, how? Okay, guys, how did we lose Blizzard World? That's the real question. Like, surely we full hold them guaranteed, and surely we don't lose on second. But I mean, I think one thing that we spoke about when in the Dallas game was like this kind of, you know, how to deal with adversity and a little bit more that. So I was really pleased when things again started to go wrong that they recovered the way they did. You know, the players, like map 5 was the best map of Overwatch I've seen us play this season. So I was really pleased with that.
Yeah, dude, this series was just a straight banger from start to finish, honestly. Honestly, I feel like SSG always brings us bangers, so yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm hoping the Dallas Fuel one is equally as good. How do you feel, and how do you stack yourselves and someone like the Fuel up against EMEA competition right now? Because, you know, Twisted Minds, they ended up winning last year, and they're talking a little smack about NA recently.
Yeah, I mean, we've been scrimming a lot of EU. We've been scrimming VP every day this week, and the scrims, it's been back and forth. It's been pretty much 50-50 the whole time. Like, so I think we're on par with EMEA at the moment.
Okay, what do you think about Korea? On par with Korea too?
I mean, they're probably like the same. Maybe TM are number 1, and then everyone else is somewhere in the middle.
All right.
Christopher, I think it's funny you talked about how you looked at some of the series you played this stage, and you're like, how did it end that way? And I kind of felt that way when I looked at the Dallas Fuel series last week, and like Sunjun is hitting pulse bomb after pulse bomb, and then you know, you ended up, I think it was Rialto, and like you had a wasted fight with a sound barrier that didn't go your way. It was just like, okay, well that feels like a 1 in a 10 times kind of scenario where things don't go our way there. So I see what you're talking about. I do wonder, like, reflecting on a series like this against Team Liquid, you played them last week, you play them now, and it's like a 5-map series, and I think there's opportunity you can play them again, even like a third time later on this weekend. What do you kind of like take from a series like this on a very short turnaround potentially? Obviously you're playing Dallas Fuel first, you could qualify that way, but how much do you take from a series on a Friday if you have to play them again maybe on a Saturday or Sunday?
I think you take a lot, actually. I think every time you play an official against a team, you will hyper-analyze the bans and the picks and the strategy, and I think, like, even though the series was closer this week, I think we had a much better understanding of how to play against Team Liquid today, and I guarantee it's the same for them. You know, I guarantee they went away and they VOD reviewed that series for us, and then they're like, oh well, and this, like, so both teams, like, you know, like their Gibraltar was clearly miles better than it was last week. Last week it was a free win for us, whereas they've realized it was a free win, so they've kind of evolved that. And the same thing will happen if we end up playing in grand finals or wherever it ends up being. You know, like both teams will hyper-analyze that. There will start to become like mind games in terms of like map picks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, right, you're going to face off against Dallas Fuel. That was also a very, very close match you guys played. If I remember correctly, that was a bit of a reverse sweep. So, you know,
yeah, good memory.
Salt in that wound. You fondly remember. How do you feel you're stacking up with the learnings along the way, facing them tomorrow in the upper final?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be the same thing. You know, like I think the difference this week is we've scrimmed Dallas a lot, and they've obviously scrimmed us a lot because that tends to be how scrims work.
That's how it
works. So last week when we played them, there was like elements of to kind of predict and stuff. Whereas this week we've played them in the official last week, we've scrimmed them all this week, so I think the prep will probably look slightly different for both teams. But I also suspect that both teams have kind of had their eye that we're going to play each other at this point either way. So I think, I don't know, the prep, both teams will be prepared. Of that, I'm convinced.
And on an emotional level, what's the vibe like? Give us a vibe check, because you're literally just one match away from making it to the first LAN in Japan. That's a big deal. What's the mood like in the team?
I'm gonna go find out once I join the Discord, but I think it's gonna be pretty good, actually. I think, you know, if this happened to us last week, maybe we would have lost or whatever. And I think that, like, everything that we look to improve from a team mentality point of view, from a communication point of view, dealing with adversity, losing maps we shouldn't lose, we did it all so much better today. So at least my vibe is immaculate, I think, as the kids tend to say.
And I as a kid can confirm that.
Yeah. And I suspect the players will also be immaculate.
Immaculate. We love to hear that. Yeah, losing is learning. Insert rainbows. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the coach, getting some insight. Yeah, it is really those close series, right? Because you don't hold anything back. Like, both teams have to show how much depth they actually have. So there is a lot to learn about your opponent and also about your own team and your own approach. Now, Dallas Fuel meeting SSG in the upper finals tomorrow, but we're going to kick things off in the lower semifinals. Everything on the line for those two teams.
Man, I'm just hoping that it's going to be map 5 after map 5 after map 5. After what we saw today. Yeah, dude, seriously.
Right back.
This might be one of the closer playoff runs we've had in the regular season of OWCS, right? It feels that way. At least now, I'm hoping. I'm like fingers crossing, like everything right now, that it's going to be fairly close. But yeah, the Lunex Liquid game will tell a whole lot, I think, of how strong this top 4 really is.
Yeah, VP Katillaa in the EMEA, of course, also going to be a banger. Then we're going to have Twisted Minds. Can they continue in a dominant fashion, not losing a single map thus far all stage? We'll be going up against the Geeky. So we have a lot of great matches coming our way. Of course, we're kicking things off tomorrow with elimination matches in both regions. And then we're going to find out also already tomorrow which teams are making the grand finals before we're closing it out for our playoffs on Sunday. So much more action. What's a big takeaway here for you, Johnny, after what we've seen?
Oh, what's a big takeaway?
Yeah. Share
big
with class.
takeaway.
Make
Put
this
me on the spot here.
educational. You do
I
get
just
paid for
love
that
so far.
kind of stuff.
Okay, yes, I fully okay. Well, I want to make sure it's a good one. Okay, I could just throw out
Sure.
like a random statement, but I just love that in 2026. Now I'm hyping this up to be way bigger of a statement than it actually needs to be. But I just love that we're seeing so many different styles, because I feel like that was something players talked about going into this year. It's just like, if you just play to your own strengths and your own roster that you have at your hands, you can truly win with so many different kinds of compositions. And we saw that from Dallas Fuel today. And we've seen Team Liquid make the necessary adjustments. And SSG are just like, pummeling with the sugar-free Tracer once more. So that's my big takeaway. Play to your strengths and don't be a meta conformist.
Noted. What about you, Jack?
That's a really good one. I get for some reason a thought cropped up in my head. If Johnny was grey, he could have like a dark grey like little streak there, and it would go crazy style, look like an evil villain. But an Overwatch related takeaway is this top 3 is the most competitive we've seen in a long while. I hope Lunex makes that like a top 4 if they take Team Liquid extremely close. The international competition, being said, Japan is sick, but like the level of competition too, if Twisted Minds end up faltering, it's going to be really tight. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And that's something that makes me so excited, right? Because you're looking at Lunex, you're looking at the players in that particular team. They've been grinding for such a long time. We've always seen them like not quite making those playoffs, but being like somewhere in the middle of the pack, like just so close, just like 1 or 2 matches away, victories away from making a playoffs and then potentially even making it to the international competition. And this is their opportunity, so it's great to see that grind paying off and for all the teams to play it this close. Of course, if you are watching, make sure to follow us everywhere, watch everywhere, hit the likes and subscribe and like the whatever buttons there are to hit, you're just gonna hit them. I think at OW_Esports is pretty much where you can find us on everything. That's right, everything. Because we do have a lot of info to share and much more playoff action coming your way, so you don't want to miss any of that. Now, Jack, Johnny, that concludes the first day of our NA Stage 1 playoffs. Result-wise, no surprises, but boy, has it been a treat for us. So thank you all so much for watching. Thanks to two of you for waffling and frolicking. It's been an absolute blast. Of course, also big shout out to our production for making all of this possible, and to all of you, dear viewers, for watching. We hope to see you again tomorrow for day 2. Stick around.
No, we never choose. Hold